Rose gold dip. Money so blue it look like Crips. Work so good this shit gon' flip. Sauce so strong this shit gon' drip, 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 drip. Dope so good these hoes gon' bite. All these bitches nigga, all this ice. Everything now God drop these pipe, 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 pipe. Flex by what I made these niggas. Daycare center I raise these niggas. Rose showers I spray these bitches. Hate me, love me, don't make no difference. Backwood rolled up nigga I smoke. Trap girl with me everywhere I go. Cocaine flow my shit so dope. All these D's wrap round my throat. TTG I'm trained to go. Money over bitches I don't love these hoes. IFDB I fuck that bitch. CDC cut that chick. No control I don't play no game. Knocked up ass these hold my name. 4.6 I'm out of your range. Nigga Bruce Lee kick like a young Luke Kane like woo. Yeah, hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. No one can stop me. Danielson. Danielson. Mr. Miyagi. Kid hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. No one can stop me. Danielson. Corner stove, hustle, yeah, I work that stove. Got it at the pot, yeah, I work that stove. North Guard nigga, boy, I birthed that coast. Still in my style, can't work no more. Uptown nigga, boy, I made that swag. Mask up on you, couldn't take that bag. Real true hustle, made that bag. Real street nigga, I don't play like that. All the way live, baby girl, I'm a real one. Let a girl on you go, OJ Sims. I don't play with these niggas, better check my pen. Mexico flag, better check these trenches. Feeling like Gucci, all my children. Nigga ain't with it, then you might as well kill him. Nigga ain't gang, I'm feeling. Cut a nigga hand off, bitch, keep stealing. You went in the horseshoe with me. Who taught that dog fooling me? I wasn't shootout after shootout with them niggas cross the street. These niggas all off a beat. I made it all off a D. But till a nigga dead or they bust my head, we don't call off the beef. Kid hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. No one can stop me. Danielson. Mr. Miyagi. Kid hopping out the Rari. Kick it like karate. Mr. Miyagi. Mr. Miyagi.
Freedom ain't realized. Freedom ain't realized. Freedom ain't legalized. Realize. Freedom ain't free, it ain't legalized. Real eyes, realize. Freedom ain't free, it ain't legalized. Real eyes, realize. Yeah. Slavery was a long time ago. How? Same motherfuckers still here right now. Colonized on our land, they ahead of us. Changed our name so much they scared of us. Children of the sun, y'all don't compare to us. Pale-faced people, this ain't y'all area. Talking about America, pale-faced people, this ain't y'all area. Even up the playing field, bitch, I'm darn. How you a victim, bitch, you a Karen. Cognitive dissonance, you don't need sperm. You got white privilege, so you don't need sperm. Looking at my homeland, man, I can't believe her. Colonized came here, they ain't never leave her. Indians ain't die off cause we here. You ain't gotta lie, just say you won't be here. How you American but not indigenous? 400 years still ain't get rid of us. All Europeans, naturalized citizens. Made all the Indians niggas on the census. 1492, we was on the fences. Civil rights movement, we was so defensive. Black Wall Street, whites got so offended. Common law rights gave us amendments. Thank God don't speak truth, that's alright. First slave 1619 was all white, 1200 wasn't no continent. All white, Europe named after a black woman. I grafted it, come from us, do your research. Go within, quit listening to the teacher. And the Nuki got voice coming out the speaker. Cut our trees down and made us weaker. Really they foreigner, the shit gets deeper. Whites don't know where whites come from either. I'm Aboriginal, we come from the ether. Ruling over us in our land, that's evil. Being colonized right now, black people. Prisoner of the war, that's why it ain't equal. Wake up everybody, don't be no sheep. Freedom ain't free, really freedom is illegal. And we can't get mad at this. Whites act like we can't see their advantages. Privilege is real, they working in management. Low down, dirty, but they calling us savage. They want you to think they above us. All white people are part-time judges. I ain't no racist, but I ain't no sucker. I ain't no African, but they my brothers. Been lied to, I got built up anger. We built everything, still waiting on the savior. Don't call yourself black, please do me that favor. Black tourmaline will protect you from a hater. Listening to your oppressors is dangerous. Gave us the Bible and stole our nation. Said we couldn't read, but we didn't know the language. Kept us on paper because we didn't see the danger. American Indian, keep the religion. Skin copper color look just like a penny. Want it all land in your car that's stingy. Ain't no Democrats there together, pay attention. We got ancestors, but the papers is missing. Kings and queens who you can't remember. Remember who you are, just like Simba. Now they got a vax, we don't want that in us. George Washington is the ninth president, look it up. United States only 10 square blocks, look it up. White people really the minorities, look it up. Courtrooms don't got authorities, look it up. You want me, say stop governing me. Gave me a straw man, it's really not me. Why you don't keep it 100 with me? Why Trayvon Killer still walking around free? Made this song for the truth, don't hate it. History was told in reverse, I've stated. Read till impress, somebody gotta say it. I'm talking out of school, that's the reason I made it. History is his story. History is his story. History is his story. History is his story. It ain't my story. History is his story. Probably ain't your story. History is his story. It's his story.
Oh, wow. You're doing great with that twirling.
Dad, I'm spinning.
Oh.
Yeah. Hey man, all I'm saying is, nigga, you always got something to say. It's like you don't shut up. On the track.
A lot of niggas died 1865. Took a Michael flag, how I ain't gon' let it ride. Everybody hollering black was never on your side. They do maps to tell your apps where you sleep at night. They put that white man on. Got you begging them for answers like that white man know. Had you swearing you was African, that's that white man home. Had you proud to be a savage, that's that white man's zone. And I ain't talking shit, this my definition. And being savage was our nation, y'all be non-existent. We done took your ass out when we was in them kitchens. Instead of showing you how to live and how to maintain business. White supremacy fake. Only way that shit real is if you do what they say. We the God to the gate. So when they say they fear God, now you know what they made. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some.
Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some.
Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Every day my niggas dying, they don't know the truth. How the hell you close to God, we don't know it's you. Yo, how the hell you supposed to survive, we don't know the shoot. He should've died, you let him slide, cause he look just like you. I tried to tell him all skin ain't kin. Everybody ain't your partner, everybody ain't your friend. How the hell they supposed to help when they the ones that put you in? They don't struggle how we struggle, they can't get it how we live. Can't be scared to die when we already dead. Either way, your life is stake no matter how you play it. My higher self said we should choose remain godly. My lower want these motherfucking bodies. Infiltrate they circles like a motherfucking Audi. Take them to the south and put them down like OG Bobby. They don't want equality in this club, they want these problems. Killers right beside me, slam full of chicken mockers. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some.
Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some.
Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Please don't do it to him. I know these niggas can't stand me. If they want a verse and they paying me. Like I don't do this for the family. They're for the birds, fuck 'em. And you know that's off the muscle. If it ain't no money involved, it's over my tolerance, zero muscle.
You know, for sure. Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me Russell. That boy that out of control. That nigga lip, zip. Yeah, that boy that like a hoe. I guess I'm back in my bowl. Look like I'm back on that stove. You know, for sure. Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me Russell. That boy that out of control. That nigga lip, zip. Yeah, that boy that like a hoe. I guess I'm back in my bowl. Look like I'm back on that stove.
Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode. Working my shine, I'm obese. I'm kinda getting obese. Doctor said I had to stop eating beets. I'm a red-nosed pig, far from a stray, but I've been off the leash. Got ties with the mind, capiche? Say you want a feature for me? Shit is gonna cost you a fee. You know, got Bobby back in that mode. Ever since Dizzle came home, got word that Dolo got on. You know, for sure. Created a lane of my own. So how the fuck you put me on? What kind of dope you smoking on? Let's go. My tolerance zero. Gilbert Arenas. Me, my niggas keep them glitzy in arenas. In the 7 Series Beamer. With a splash of Alpina. Name a fat, a nigga cleaner. Got a bitch in Howard named Medina. Got a bitch in Howard named. Come on, man.
Show. That's where I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me Russell. That boy that out of control. That nigga lip, zip. Yeah, that boy that like a hoe. I guess I'm back in my bowl. Look like I'm back on that stove. You know, for sure. That's where I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me Russell. That boy that out of control. That nigga lip, zip. Yeah, that boy that like a hoe. I guess I'm back in my bowl. Look like I'm back on that stove.
You know I'm back in that mode. This shit like crack on the stove. Pass up the dope to Magnolia, he cook it up. That's why they back in the shows. Said she wanna link up with me. I put her ass on the bowl. You know I'm strapped with that pole. I put that pap to your nose. Go hard in the paint and I smash on these pussies. I'm feeling like Shaq in the post. I'm gon' keep it cool, I'm gon' hard on these pussies until I get tagged in the post. I did my research, he ain't got no credentials, but homie be bragging the most. Watch me dismantle the goat. I have your ass on the ropes.
You know, for sure. Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me Russell. That boy that out of control. That nigga lip, zip. Yeah, that boy that like a hoe. I guess I'm back in my bowl. Look like I'm back on that stove. You know, for sure. Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode. I got them calling me Russell. That boy that out of control. That nigga lip, zip. Yeah, that boy that like a hoe. I guess I'm back in my bowl. Look like I'm back on that stove. You know,
I don't really like that. You better ask, bitch, I'm a cheat code. I let niggas have their time, but I want it back. Bitch, it's a repo. They hating it, fuck. This now my roommate. Stay with me. I feel like I'm Russell. These boys the rent, they don't wanna play with me. Back in that mode, no more of the brakes, I'm back on the gas. I'm talking my back pot, what the fuck is you saying? I'm back on their ass, I'm live from the kitchen. I'm back in my bowl, they missing my whip. Hey, wait, let me fix it. I noticed that dope, but then let me zip it. Yeah, young nigga ready. I'm a little nigga, bitch, but I'm heavy. Off the muscle, I come in here flex. Bitch, I'm mean, ain't shit and arrest. You know what going on, ain't no guess. Who the fuck said I was gone? Whoever said it was wrong? 2, 3, I'm back in my zone. You know?
for sure. Yes, sir, I'm back in that mode.
Peace, peace, peace. Hey, I just want to say shout out to DJ Tasco, the CEO, with the great tunes. Had me up in here dancing to this thing, y'all. So I want to say peace, paradise to everybody, y'all. It's Shahab, man. We're back in the building, y'all. I want to say shout out to all the builders. We did only builders earlier, guys, man. Shout out to all the builders, man. Shout out to DJ ZP coming through, dropping some information, man. That's no build, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to the builders in the building. See Jan in the building. Big Dog, Philly OG, Anthony, L. Pickens Jr., Wilmore Reed, Quadruple OG, Legends of Naga Charlie, Power, Queen Seisha. Peace, Empress. Son Baby. Peace, King. Y'all already know, man. Y'all big homie, the one and only. CEOs in the building. Matthew Simmons. Peace, King. Welcome, you guys. Brian Flat Power God is in the building. Peace to the God, man. Epic Studies. Peace, King. Peace to everybody in the building, man. Appreciate you guys, man. Tapped in. Hey, man, do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. Hey, man, tap in, man. Y'all already know, man. Y'all tapped in. Y'all tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. It's your Sahab. I come in peace, man. Hey, man, I'm still amped up, man. Y'all already know, man. I was kind of, man, just chilling, man. It's real. I don't know, man. It's one of them days, man. It's hump day. Y'all know, man. Just chilling, man. Musical vibrations always, uplift you. What do they say? Your chakras or your spirit, whatever, man. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to all the good music, man. A few things, man, before we get into this build tonight, man. I want to say shout out to B High Atl, man. Legend in this broadcasting thing, man, radio. So shout out to that brother, man. A lot of great interviews. If you guys haven't went to his channel, called any of the content, the Atlanta area, y'all definitely know who B High is, man. Out here, man. So shout out to B High, man. You already know, man. Shout out to the brother Tariq Nasheed, Foundation of Black Americans. You already know all the stuff Tariq Nasheed been doing, man. And once again, if you guys don't understand why this is relevant, you understand whatever. Because once again, people are pushing. Have been pushing our people to, actually away from this land, you know what I'm saying? By just classifications, you know what I mean? And so no matter what your grandparents or your great grandparents or even your mothers are telling you, because of your education, because of religion, persuasion, stuff like that, you take your energies and stuff, even your emotional energies, your educational energies, building energies, definitely your spiritual energies, and you take it offshore, you know what I mean? And that doesn't necessarily benefit us in Kemet or Mecca or Medina, any of these spots, even on the continent of so-called Africa, when it should be benefiting us here. And I think that's by design, you guys. So we're talking about the colonization of somebody's mind. We got to think of it from that perspective. You know what I mean? Hearing a lot of whack ass music out here, man. You guys ain't hearing it over here, man. You guys are just not hearing it, man. Hey, I heard Danielson. Trying to make some music, man. Sheesh. Niggas should stick to editing and stuff like that. Hey, man, we got jobs over here, man. So, hey, man, y'all tap in, man. You already know, man. chiefholiday@gmail.com, man. Opportunities, man, on deck. We building behind the scenes, man. So, you already know, man, if y'all really serious, man, hit me up. You already know, onlybuilders2022@gmail.com. We're really building. Shit is really happening. Shit is really going on. Hey, you guys want to be a part of this tour? We're going to be announcing this real soon, some dates, man. We're just locking a few things in on the promotions for this rollout. So you guys be on the lookout for that, coming to a city near you. Man, hey, hit us up. I don't give a fuck. Bookings@gmail.com, man. We working, man, over here, y'all. Myself, Bap, Threads, Trey Ali, host of others, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So tap in, man. Shout out to Truth. Shout out to DJ ZPE, man. Man, it's gonna be crazy, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, man, y'all tap in, man. We got a lot of stuff going on this year. So I'm really excited. Just being a part of history, man. Being a part of, I'm a fan of you, man. Shout out to the greatest chat room in world history, man. I see Jonathan Carter in the building. What up? Thank you for tapping in. Ricardo D. Peace to the guys, man. Thank you guys for tapping in. Say Atlam. And Allah. All right, Atlam. Souls. Okay. That's what's up. Mesoamerican community. Mentellect community. When we are Aborigines, I understand when He's saying Mesoamerican community. Meso meaning middle. You know, guys, we kind of talk about these things over here. Trying to be precise with the language, things of that nature, man. So shout out to Atl, bro. Peace to you. Welcome. In knots 00407. Welcome, peace. Thank you, Mr. Darkfly brother. Number one's in the building. 18, that's right, with 18. The Tonchons of the Americas, man. And y'all, we really get into that science over here, man. So a lot of times we gets frustrated, man, because you get guys, man, that's unprepared when they come on these panels, want to debate somebody, always want to argue. Really, if we're building and they want to come and waste time. So yeah, man, we're not gonna be doing that too much over here. Sometimes, man, gotta let the young guys eat, man, and kind of get what is it? Is it the base skills? Sometimes, when you're going back and forth with somebody that's against your point of view, it sometimes you dig into something that a bag, a book, or something that you hadn't touched for a minute because this person is coming over here talking about some shit that you read 20, 30 years ago. You know what I'm talking about? Sometimes you tap into it. So it's good sometimes to do that. So I want nobody to be like, we all come from religion, come from dogmas, we come from indoctrination. So we're all the victims of that. So we can't start, oh, yeah, we're better than these guys because, you read something or you realized something before they did. You know what I mean? So that's a big jump, man. You guys, coming out of those things, man, because it's definitely psychological bondage. So a lot of the freedom and stuff, these are all metaphors, you know what I'm saying? And so when these guys are saying, well, what power do you guys have? Freedom is power. Freedom, being free is power, you guys. Shout out to Omega in the building. Peace to the guys, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Gonna be tuning in to later, man. Definitely appreciate you guys. Yeah, man. What's been going on, man? It's been a lot going on out here, man. Kanye just dropped Donda too. You guys heard about that? It's a little war. Well, I guess they caught these guys over there, some crisis actors over there in the UK. I mean, not the UK, well, Ukraine. They caught some crisis actors, you guys. Once again, we talk about these theaters of war and all this other stuff, man. I think it's really interesting, man. These things that are now unveiling themselves. Y'all follow me? So it's really crazy, that they're, and it was just like, okay, when I don't know if you guys see the joint where the people are running past the tank, right? And they look like they were like from 1946 or some shit. And so they got bandages on them already. I picked up certain things, right? So you have a man running from the war zone, right? He has bandages. He has a bandage that has been treated on his head. He's running away from it, right? So now he has time to get bandaged up or whatever, right? Now over to the far right, now you see this explosion in this dummy. We're gonna have to pull that up. We have to pull this up, yeah. I think we can play it. Yeah, this dummy, because it's like a limp body just flies in the air. You know what I'm saying? These people just running, holding their children and stuff. But you, I mean, come on, you guys. You guys are some theater. It's a lot of theater going on. I don't know what to say about that. Catching these crisis actors and stuff over there in the Ukraine, as well as seeing that. We definitely got to pull that up tonight, yeah. But let's pull up this Tariq Nasheed clip at B High Atl. You guys at Tariq Radio. We're gonna get into this interview. Some interesting things, man. I've seen this already, you guys. So we're just gonna be breaking some stuff down. Probably just getting chatting with you guys, and we come back and talk about it. Yeah, we just get right through this. What else we got going on? I mean, it's a few things, man. Like I said, we'll come back on the other side of this. Oh, heavyweight jam tonight, man. Got A1, AP, Jaguar, and yours truly, man, coming in, batting cleanup, man. The Four Horsemen, man. So, we're gonna probably end with that tonight. So I want to say peace Peace and love to everybody, man. Thank you guys for tapping in, man. Truly appreciate it. And, hey, man, like, share, subscribe, man. Everybody, man. Let's get right into this thing, man. Appreciate you guys tapping in. Let's go. It's all fake. Sheesh.
What's happening? Of course, you know it's your boy B High Radio Shout In. Stepping in the building, I got a friend and family to the show off in this thing. Tariq Nasheed, what's good with it, boss?
What's up, B? How you been, brother?
Man, feeling good, feeling great. Now, Tariq, you back in the A filming again, man.
Yeah.
What the hell we got going on around here?
Yeah, so man, I'm working on a new documentary film. This one is called American Maroon.
Ooh.
We're talking about maroon colonies of Black people who freed themselves and Black people who were indigenous, who fought against the white supremacists out here. Many of them were in South Carolina, Florida, and Georgia.
That's
here.
Right.
So we're getting some of that energy here because this was a state, Georgia was created to stop maroons from escaping to Florida.
What?
There's a real deep history about Georgia, man. At one point, when they made Georgia a state, this was an Indian territory.
Yeah.
They made it a state so that Black people would stop escaping into Florida because
Yeah.
Florida
Hold on,
was a
stop
free
right
state.
there.
Seminole land.
Yeah, Seminole, exactly. And for a long
Hold on.
time, no
Hold on,
Black
stop
people
right
were
here.
even allowed to live in Georgia. People didn't.
So let's be clear. So Georgia was an Indian territory, right? And as you guys know over here, we shown the Calusa, what they're saying, at least 12,000 years. So when we're talking about Florida, what is called Georgia now will be considered a part of Florida as well. As you guys know, all the way up to the Carolinas, they were considering that Florida and Calusa territory. Now, once again, when we talk about this term maroon, he says American maroons, right? Right? Now, we know what Americans are, right? Aborigines, right? The Aborigines are copper-colored people, right? That they found when they came here. So maroons would just be American brown people. It's brown. Maroon means brown. Still does. It only has changed in the lexicon of a new colonizer or indoctrinizer. We got to start saying that word. Let's fuck the colonized. Fuck that. Let's indoctrinizers. We're going to call y'all that. We're going to call you people that. That way people will maybe reject it a little bit more. You don't want to be indoctrinated. So the indoctrinizers, right? So these indoctrinizers indoctrinized everything and said that they did all these fantastic ass voyage things that it's impossible to do, right? Just physically it's impossible to do. Then to turn around and say, well, why is this happening? All right, so it was already niggas in the South, period. Already cities there, according to the French, according to the Spanish. It wasn't any wars or any, it was business going on between these peoples. And they didn't send any armadas in, whatever, but they were fighting, according to them, amongst each other. The Europeans over in Europe. They wasn't over here fighting amongst each other. Now, the tribes that were dealing with the northern tribes, right? They were dealing up north. We were talking about even prior to the Revolutionary War, there was wars going on between the tribes. The Tuscarora Wars, King Philip War. I mean, we can go on and on and on with all the conflicts that were happening between the tribes that they took advantage of or rewrote themselves into history as if they were the generals or the advisors and taught us all these Roman war strategies, blah, blah, blah. Bullshit, right? Once again, it's grandizing themselves and pushing you down as the little niggas, which would justify why they are supposed to be the generals and they're supposed to be the mayors, they're supposed to be the fucking governors and all these other people, over you. It validates that in your brain because this is a historical. You believe that it's a historical thing. See what I'm saying? So back to this maroon. I'm gonna keep saying this. Hope this brother releases this film, American Maroon. Don't tell it as a slave narrative. Don't push a slave narrative, because America is the land of the free, home of the American braves. That's us. It's not a land of slaves. I'm not saying that enslavement didn't happen. I didn't say husbandry didn't happen. I didn't say that employment didn't happen. I didn't say imprisonment didn't happen. These things did happen. But that system that you guys envision in your head as slavery, people owning people and stuff, is not sustainable in business during that time period when you had all these other forms. Yes, labor, it's just like today, was needed. You understand what I'm saying? It's needed, people, right? But at the same time, what were you gonna provide them? How could you pay them? You know what I'm saying? Labor disputes, all these things or whatever. So getting back to the Maroon thing, how they changed once again once the British came in and took over territories that were air quote Spanish or territories, right? They would change the language. So then they would teach that Maroon meant now the ones that ran away, right? The runaway slaves. Then they would turn around right now 100 years before that, according to the Spanish, Maroon meant brown. Morenos, brown, them, right? Now, once they got it, once the British air quote took over, now once again, they fought each other and took over business connections, right? Like I'm gonna take over the plug, right? Say we the plug out here, and in America, you know what I mean? We got everything. They over there fighting. Oh, who's gonna fight to do business with the plug? The hell? That don't mean that they ran us and they ruled over us. Y'all follow me? That's their story. So once again, these was business deals. Like the Revolutionary War wasn't a war against Britain. You know what I'm saying? These are mercenaries. These are companies, and it wasn't all this big ass warfare that they try to elaborate to as well. Now when we talk about I like to call it the French and Negro War, right? It's not like the French and Indians, right? They say that the French and Indians, right, were fighting against the Americans. Well, they consider themselves Americans coming out of Philadelphia and Germantown and shit. So they reflipped the story as if they're Americans, right? And that it's the French against the French and the Indian. Now they're not talking about Native American. They're not talking about African Americans, right? So remember, Indians were already there. It's an Indian territory, all Maroon colonies. So there was already Maroons in the South. Okay, Tariq, we're going to break a lot of this stuff more down with them. I want to just kind of touch on it just a little bit as we break this down. But yeah, so when we talk about Maroons, brown people, Cleveland Maroons, Cleveland Browns, brown people. I'm not going to, please. Yes, brown people ran. Brown people did this. Brown people did that. But Seminole is a translation of Cimarron, which is a translation of maroon. Brown people. Cimarron, Seminoles, brown people. Seminole still means brown people. They just hijacked it and called it. How about this? They're Seminole, but black people are black Seminoles or runaway Seminoles. Runaway slaves. So make it make sense. So Seminoles, runaway slaves, or black Seminoles, runaway slaves. Make it make sense. And that's the story that they have been continually telling, and it doesn't make any goddamn sense. And I just want to let y'all know that if you're a Seminole, according to their story, and you're a runaway fucking slave, and that's what Seminole mean, then that's what that fucking mean. Don't put black on them and be like, okay, you guys ran away into the loving arms of these Native American ass Seminoles. Don't be stupid. And I hate stupid people that keep telling us that mixed people are full-blooded. I think you're stupid. And it burns me up, yo. So Maroons are not runaway slaves. I took offense to Haiti being called a slave colony. Is once again, that's their brain that you have up there, sir, not your brain, or not the right brain. So shout out to NWA. Hey, let's go. Hey, press go, man. Let's go. Shout out to the CEO.
Georgia state. This was an Indian territory.
Yeah.
They made it a state so that black people would stop escaping into Florida because Florida was a free state.
Seminole land.
Yeah, Seminole, exactly. And for a long time, no black people were even allowed to live in Georgia. People didn't know that.
What?
But then they needed to sustain the economy, so they made slavery legal, and that's when they started bringing black people in being slaves. So there's a real deep history.
Oh, we're gonna have to fact check that.
Real deep
I mean, what has shocked you about your research this go round? Because every time you start to dig beneath those dirty rugs, man, a lot of stuff shows up. So what has really had you taken aback doing your research?
One thing is that black people actually were living in swamps in Virginia and North Carolina. They have something called the Great Dismal Swamp. And I just learned about that about a year or so ago, which shocked me. This big swamp that black people would seek refuge in, and white people couldn't go in these swamps because they would get killed. And this is where Nat Turner was on his way to when he did the rebellion. So there's a lot of history that we don't know about that's completely hidden, that's never talked about.
Okay. Yeah. When you speak of that history, those foundational black Americans, man.
Yeah.
Can you speak on that for those who don't understand? Because see, you know, last time you came in here and I started calling folks black and everything else. And my comments went kind of crazy. Foundational black American fool. Okay, I get it. I get it. My bad, brother.
Yes. So what we are designating us as black Americans as foundational black Americans because we are a distinct ethnic group. That's not to diss anybody. That's not to be divisive, because when we start talking about our ethnic background, people want to say that it's divisive. No, every group has a background and a tribe and an ethnicity that they understand. Even if they're black people in the Caribbean, they look at themselves as a distinct group. In Africa, they have so many different ethnic groups that Igbo, Asante, all of these different tribal groups that we respect.
Come on.
Now, foundational black Americans, which is us, we've been told that we should not have a separate identity because everybody's supposed to get something off of us, which is what slavery was about. The whole thing about slavery was us working and everybody benefiting off of our work.
That's right.
So now we're talking about getting reparations now. We have a real big reparations movement. And when we talk about reparations, all of a sudden you got these other groups who didn't come from the lineage of slavery popping up saying, hey, I'm black like y'all, so where's my check? It's that type of thing. So we're like, wait, time out, brother. All right, let's put the kumbaya down for 1 minute. This is something else going on right here. We got a specific claim that's specific to foundational black Americans. So that's why it's important for us to designate our group.
Break down the reparations. Do you think that you all can actually succeed with this, or do you think this is just an uphill battle that might not ever?
Man, listen, as foundational black Americans, we can get anything done that we focus on. We've never focused on getting reparations, and we've never focused as black Americans on any type of tangible agenda for ourselves. We've always been on some, hey, we're all in this together. Equality, love, everybody sit down and hold hands. Let's fight for the immigrants. Let's fight for this group. Let's fight for the LGBT. We've been doing this thing where we fight for everybody, but we've never said, hey, let's look out for us for a change. And the minute we start looking out for us, everybody wants to cry foul now.
Come on.
You know? But listen, the reparations thing, it will happen because, look, the dominant society, they already pay a form of reparations when they bring all them tanks out there and all that military weaponry to black people protesting. That's some of the reparations money because of injustice. If you're going to keep practicing non-justice, you're going to have a military in order to back you up. So instead of wasting all of that money, paying off families for these cops that's shooting people and putting all of this money into the military for black teenagers fighting for justice, that money can go into our pockets so that we can contribute to the economy and have an equitable society.
When we think about current events, I mean, what are your thoughts when you are trying to get reparations, but then they hand you a crack pipe?
Yeah, with Joe Biden, y'all, boy, Joe Biden. I done told people about Joe Biden. Joe Biden has never changed his ideology when it comes to black people. He's always had this vitriolic relationship with black people. I was at home and I heard my name pop up on the news. I'm like, Tariq Nasheed, the provocateur, said that Biden is giving out crack pipes. Oh, he's crazy. I'm like, whoa. And then they basically admitted what I said was true. Their argument, because this whole Joe Biden crack pipe thing, and for those who don't know, Joe Biden, they have a policy, his administration, where they're going to give $30 million to provide drug paraphernalia to people so they can smoke clean or whatever. And we pointed out that, okay, y'all giving out crack pipes. They're like, oh, no, that's crazy talk. We're giving out covers to put on your crack pipe so you don't burn your lips. Oh, okay, that makes it much better. So this shows the kind of vitriol that they have for us, man.
So now, Whoopi Goldberg, she's on The View doing her thing. The next thing you know, they told her to sit down because of her thought process. What were your thoughts on the spanking that Whoopi got?
That was them just kind of putting her in her place, because black people, they have this thing where we're not supposed to talk about any type of ethnic things that go on between white society. See, Whoopi got very comfortable up there on The View. And because her last name is Goldberg, she thinks, okay, I'm in there, so I'm good to go. So she starts talking on issues when they say, hey, wait a minute. No. You're supposed to talk about the black stuff, but we're going to talk about race. You don't get into our conversation. So that was them kind of putting her into the uppity mammy position. Like, hey, don't you get too uppity up here in the big house. It's that type of thing. We have to understand when you work for corporate white America, there's only so far you can get with them conversations. They'll let you sit at the table as long as you serving butter biscuits. Now, the minute you pull up a fork and a spoon, they're like, hey, wait a minute now. You dig?
Okay, then on another note, what about Joe Rogan and the hell that he's catching too, though?
And see, Joe Rogan, he's catching semi-hell. Let's be very clear. Joe Rogan's a white man, and he's going to be all right. We always say that white supremacists don't get fired, they get transferred. He ain't going nowhere. He's going to keep that 100 million. They already have companies offering him another 100 million. Joe Rogan is going to be fine. That's what white supremacy is, making sure people who believe in white supremacy is going to be all right. So right now, they're just giving him a little spanking, a little suspension here or there. Not really a suspension. They're just giving him a reprimand, just like with Bill Maher. When he was on television using the N-word, he just got a little verbal reprimand. They don't punish these people. So we are the ones who get punished. We're the ones who get suspended and fired. And this is why we have to start looking into empowering ourselves economically. So we're not completely dependent on these people to smack us around whenever they feel like it.
The Hidden History Museum.
Yes.
How's that coming? I mean, y'all hauled off and raised $1 million in this thing,
man. We made $1 million in 1 month, man.
My God.
1 month. And man, we're out here trying to get this museum. We were going to get it on the Crenshaw district area. But we've been getting a lot of issues with the city, the people kind of running game on us.
They ain't hit you with the nips yet.
Man, they ain't killed me yet. Knock on wood. And with my brother Nipsey, man, they had a whole task force on Nipsey Hussle. Yeah, you saw that? They finally came out and admitted it. I said that years ago.
So before we get into the museum and what he's about to get into right now, right? I want to talk about I want to ask Vlad, like when we talk about the Ukrainian thing, right? It's a reason for this. Does he think that that war is staged? And what's his opinion on Russia going into the Ukraine and basically taking the Ukraine over? Those would be coming the question I've been wanting to see, somebody ask him. You know what I mean? Now, when it comes to Whoopi Goldberg, you guys already know what we said about that. Just to kind of reiterate, she still stood her ground. How she felt about it, don't tuck your tail, and even if you really truly believe that you did something wrong, still get some clarity on it. Make everybody give you some clarity on it. So I still don't believe that they gave her clarity on her questions that she had when it pertained to being Jewish. Then it pertains to her. She's more Jewish than them. Don't fuck with me. Definitely, if Vlad is a atheist, him being Ukrainian has nothing about him being Jewish. Y'all understand what I'm saying? What will be his opinion? Because he has a kind of more of a liberal opinion. So I'm pretty sure he would lean towards, it's just my guess, y'all. I can't put nothing in his mouth, but I would definitely like to know his take on Putin, right? I really would. So that inquiring minds want to know, man. So if anybody can ask Vlad that question or whatever, please, somebody ask him that question. So this just comes some couple of my observations, couple of things the brother was talking about. I mean, I don't know, like I said, we just have to stop allowing these people, I'm talking about Whoopi Goldberg, to allowing them to counsel us. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you're counsel, or you're like a child looking at that. This is okay right here. You know what I'm saying? This behavior. Like I said, Whoopi, you got, even if that meant not having a job anymore ever again in your life, you gotta go off your principle because you're not ignorant. You really had a question, and I'm still not sure that they answered that question. You know what I mean? So that's my take on that. Now y'all know when it comes to Joe Rogan, he's canceled. Fuck all that. Why is there even why are we even having like a thing? Like this is a thing. Everybody gotta have a thing all the time. We don't give a fuck who like him. We don't like you no more. It's a wrap. Period. That's it. There's no more talk. Why you gotta talk? Why we gotta worry about anybody deal with him? You're a sucker. That's just how that go. So everybody that deal with what's called, you just a sucker for real. Just keeping it real. So it might not hit you in the beginning, but it's gonna start hitting you because once again we're asking questions now. Why don't people support who support them? And if we don't see you supporting us and being on code, then we're not gonna support you. Once again, I don't agree with everything that nobody say. Nobody should do that. But I'm gonna be on code when it comes to Tariq Nasheed right here, as well as B High or whatever. And as you see, B High is getting on code. He's growing. He's correcting himself from African American to at least foundational Black American. Like, yo, we not Africans. He's gonna start asking questions his grandmothers and start. You understand what I'm saying? People gonna start looking to their genealogy. People are gonna run into things. You know what I'm saying? Other than when we talk about the appetizer. So I want to say, shout out to everybody, man, that serve hors d'oeuvres. This is the chef over here, man. We cooking it up, and we got a bunch of chefs, Bobby Filet, Iron Chefs over here, man. So we getting it in, really cooking up some good medicine, man. And then that's just what it's about, man. Shout out to medicine, man. That's what it's really about, man. Putting in work that moves the needle, changes the game, man. So that's what we're doing. We're changing the game, y'all. So I just want to say salute and peace to everybody, man. Tap in, look in the chat room real fast so we get back in this. Rashard Harris in the building. Peace King. It's a mindset, Sun Baby. Yan the Magnificent, Sagittarius. Peace to the guys, man. Copper Tone, follow our heritage apparel. Peace to the God, man. What's we got in here, man? Say shout out to everybody, man. Definitely appreciate you guys. I see my brother, Matthew Douglas Craig Discovery is in the building. Lotai is in the building, y'all. What up, Lotus? What's we got in here? PZ Man's Ukraine situation is propaganda. Most of Ukraine was evacuated by those government involved by violence and all that type of shit. That's what's up. I have to look into that. Dawood Amaru is in the building. Peace King. Appreciate you guys, man. Hey, man, I'm gonna have to look into that. But once again, Whoopi should have held her ground. And back to Joe Rogan, and I say, man, this is what it is, man. We gotta. Do we lose anything? Not like we have to go to the UFC and give Joe Rogan like, oh man, watching the UFC no more. Really, man, like we kind of like, they'll see, man. We just not dealing with Joe Rogan no more. Y'all could just deal with it what it was gonna deal with it. Like we're not dealing with Gucci. It's canceled. It's over. We have to keep going back and forth. Like, oh man, well, maybe on Tuesday never. Like it's over. They gotta go. And you're not even remotely cool if you wear it. I don't care what you got on. So that's how I feel about it. I don't care who you are. And shout out to all my brothers and sisters that wear it. Hey, you're a country coon. We can jake each other like that. Y'all know how we get down, but you a whole country coon though. So that's what I'm calling you. Whole country coon. So just be a country coon. Hey, give us some material to jake y'all ass. Hey, so let's get back into this right here, man. So I just want to say that, man. Say peace to everybody, man. Let's go.
Knock on wood. And with my brother Nipsey, man, they had a whole task force on Nipsey Hussle.
I saw that.
Yeah, you saw that?
Yeah.
They finally came out and admitted it. I said that years ago because Nipsey was telling me about how they would do surveillance on him and how they would harass not only the employees, but they would harass customers and check them for warrants. And that made a lot of people like, hey, if I go to the store, am I going to go to jail if I have a warrant?
Yeah.
So they were harassing that brother for years in order to get him to move out of that area because they know that that's going to be prime real estate, as we just had the Super Bowl there with that big gazillion-dollar stadium. Everybody's coming down there now, so that's prime real estate. We went in with money in hand for the museum on 2 properties, and they undermined us and let people come in with less money to buy the building and the property. Some people tried to buy the Crenshaw Mall. It was a black group who raised a lot of money to buy the Crenshaw Mall. They let another white group come in and undermine them with less money so they wouldn't get the mall. So we're playing these little economic games with these folks, but we have to stay resilient. That's what it is. I ain't tripping. They've always done that.
Okay, so when you think about the whole political space, when you're trying to get commercial real estate and stuff like that, man, I mean, is there anything legal that you could do when that kind of stuff is going on, or is this just the system that we...
And the problem is with the black politicians who need to help, because I done reached out to them and their whole thing is LGBT agenda and immigration. And I'm not knocking that. I'm in Atlanta. I'm in the beautiful Atlanta. Hey, I'm not knocking that.
Yeah.
But when it comes to us getting stuff done, we have to have black politicians who's going to work for the interest of black people.
Yes.
When we in LA, there's a black museum, and the minute you walk in there, they got like some transgender stuff in there. It's all this other stuff, and it has nothing to do with black history. And I'm not knocking anybody, but damn, when it comes to black history, let's talk about black history. Let's not push an agenda in there that's going to serve other groups, because the white LGBT community, they use black LGBT people as their mascots so that white people can extrapolate resources from us. That's what I did the movie Buck Breaking about.
When you speak about the agenda, and the content that you create is so anti-agenda, how much hell are you catching out here, Tariq?
Oh yeah, they gave me a little hell. They gave me some hell. Some of the white LGBT groups, but they know I'm telling the truth, man. Listen, when we watch television shows, we can't watch no black shows at this point without an agenda being crowbarred in there. Now, my thing is this: if you do a show and there's LGBT characters and they have gradual relationships and it's something that intertwines with the storyline, I have no problem with that. But when I'm watching shows about drug dealers like Power, and then all of a sudden they cut to a scene where 2 dudes are bent over, I'm like, okay, that's an agenda. And they have to ambush you with this stuff because they know, hey, man, this ain't got nothing to do with the storyline. So I don't want to be ambushed with stuff. And now it's gotten so bad. If you look at Netflix kid shows, they're ambushing you with this stuff in kid shows too.
Oh my God.
So we have to be very careful about what our children are watching out here, man, because it's real heavy. It's warfare.
Answer me this, Tariq. Is it wrong for you to have a freedom of speech and a freedom of thought?
Not at all.
And why do you feel like it's being oppressed so severely out here in these streets, man, to where you can't even say what you want to, you can't even really voice your opinion without being scared of being blackballed, banned, and barred?
Yeah, man, that's how systematic white supremacy works. And now it's getting so bad in schools, they're coming out with this critical race theory nonsense. So now if you talk about slavery, they're like, hey, you're going to make the white kids feel bad. Literally, that's their argument. Don't talk about how we did you, or you're going to make my kids feel bad about me. So we either have an option to go with that or not go with it. I ain't going along with it. I'm telling the truth.
Exactly. So when you look at our history, just African-American history, or foundational Black American history, you know, you see that it's a horror story. And that was the other thing with some of those television shows that they come out, like Lovecraft Country and other things. It kind of showed they showed it in a horror film manner, but it was like the real scary part of the show was the racism. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't even the goons and the goblins. It was the racism that had you stressed out watching it. Why do you feel like they don't want to allow a new generation to know their history and where we really come from with having to deal with that?
Because when you understand your history, you have to understand that it's up to you to produce justice. Right over there, right outside this window, coming in this building, there's a statue of Henry Grady. Okay, there's Grady hospitals, everything is Grady out here.
I know what you're talking about.
A lot of people don't know who Henry Grady is. Henry Grady is known for being a white supremacist, and I'm talking about a for real white supremacist in his day and time. His whole agenda was codifying the North and the South after the Civil War. His whole thing was like, look, we're all white. I know we just had a fight, but look, us white people, we have to stick together to maintain white supremacy. Those are his words, not mine. We have to dominate these Negroes. That's the only thing Henry Grady is known for. And they got this man's statue all over this city. They got this man's name all over this place. And most folks don't even know this about this guy. You got black folks running around here talking about their Grady babies. You understand?
That's just the Atlanta term.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, that means a slave to a certain degree. You better know what you're talking about. And I love my Atlanta folks, but
man.
Understand the culture, know where this stuff is coming from.
Okay, so now when you talk about people like Grady and stuff like that, can you speak to the atrocities that was going on as far as the tests that were being ran on black people through these hospitals and stuff like that that people are not familiar with?
Yeah, my good brother Wesley Muhammad has a book talking deeply about that. And we touched on that in the Buck Breaking movie too. They've always done experiments on black people. The Henrietta Lacks thing, that was just the tip of the iceberg. That's just what they got caught with. Family, they've always used black people as guinea pigs going into slavery. We were the ones they were doing the experiments on to learn the medical industry. And also, we were the people coming up with some of these cures and elixirs for a lot of illnesses and diseases because we were the root people. White people at that time, they were scared of the natural herbs and roots because they thought it was voodoo. So they would go to the black people to get all the roots and the herbs and all of that stuff. And then later on, when what's his name? The Rockefeller, him and his family started to get the medical industry popping and the drug industry, and which is an offshoot of the oil industry. They started to monopolize it. So they started to get all those things and patent them and, own it for themselves.
Yeah.
So they've always done these weird experiments on us. And I've always said black people anywhere around the country, black people will tell you about a hospital that black people are told not to go to. They tell each other not to go to a certain hospital.
Yeah.
In Los Angeles, it's Killer King Hospital. When I lived in Birmingham as a kid, they had a hospital called Cooper Green that everybody knew not to go to if you black because you go in there, you ain't coming out. Which hospital is that out here in Atlanta?
Well, the funny thing is now, Grady, they'll save your ass in Grady.
Okay.
You get shot, you go to Grady, your ass gonna live. But, fuck it, let me tell a long ass story.
Yeah.
My grandma actually got into a car accident in which her leg got amputated in the car accident. And she had to hop out the car with one leg. Next thing you know, they took her down there to Grady and put that leg back on there. She broke arms, ribs, leg amputated. 15 years later, she's still kicking.
Wow.
Yeah, that trauma center at Grady, they will save your ass down here. But now, back to what we was talking about, though, man. The West Coast, the jab, everything that's going on over there. How are y'all dealing with COVID over there on the West Coast now?
They're just now kind of opening things up, which is good. And for a minute, they were talking about our kids were going to have to get jabbed, and we were real funny style about it. Yeah, we weren't going for that. We were like looking for places to move, like how Dallas looking. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's why Georgia's going so crazy, and Texas is going so crazy. All of the red states are getting getting a heavy influx in people moving from the blue states.
I can imagine. So yeah. They're lightening up off that because they understand they're losing money out there doing all that nonsense, making people have to get jabs before they go into businesses and go into buildings. So they're getting a little better with that because they see it's affecting the economy.
Okay. How do you feel about it though now moving forward?
I ain't got no damn jab and I ain't getting one. And look, me and my wife, we're pregnant right now. They told me if I have to go to the hospital, I might have to get a jab. I'm like, I'll just look out the window and root for it. I'm not getting no jab to go in there.
Oh man, Twitter space is going viral though, Tariq.
Yeah.
Talk to me, man. Talk to me.
I was trending like early this morning. I did a Twitter live. Like every time I go on there, I start trending because we're talking about usually we start talking about issues like political stuff. And then what happens is you get a lot of immigrant groups who come in and try to center themselves. And a lot of them, and not all, but you have a lot of people who kind of have a lot of vitriolic animosity towards foundational Black Americans. And then they come in our spaces and we check them on it. And then, they kind of feel a certain way about it.
Yeah.
But we rock with our brothers and sisters from the diaspora, but we won't have any disrespect. We're not going to have folks come over here when we had foundational Black Americans year after year fighting to help Black men and Black women from the diaspora and other groups too.
Yeah.
All these immigrant groups who come over, they're over here because foundational Black Americans fought for those immigration bills. We fought for the 14th Amendment. That was a grassroots movement to help immigrant groups come over here and enjoy the wealth that foundational Black Americans built through slavery.
Now, for you, Tariq, with you having this catalog of hidden history,
Mm-hmm.
how do you feel amassing this catalog and actually being one of the few people that created an alternate history that is a true history that people can, reflect on and go back for details about the past versus that history might have went to hell and nobody ever seen it again if you didn't step up and make it do what it was supposed to.
And that's why we're trying to get the museum going, and that's why we're going to get the museum going, so we can have all of this stuff so people can come see it every single day. They want us to believe that all we did was be victimized on the plantations. Good white people felt sorry for us and let us go, and then we had a civil rights movement, and good white people felt sorry for John Lewis, and they let us go again.
They bust him upside his head.
Man, they told, and this is another major myth about the civil rights movement, that it was nonviolent. That's a damn lie. It was not nonviolent. Black people, and I'm going to talk about this in the new movie, between 1967 and 1976, there were Black underground groups waging guerrilla warfare all over this country against law enforcement, against judges. I mean, they were putting in work. You had people like the Black Liberation Army, who they'd never been infiltrated, and these people were, I won't say what they were doing, but they were putting in some real work if you look up some research on them, and they were making it known that if you harm a Black person, the same thing is going to happen to you. This is why a lot of laws and bills got passed. And this is why in the 70s and 80s, didn't nobody really mess with Black kids like that. Law enforcement weren't shooting us down and harming us because you had some real riders out there. It wasn't because they got beat up in Selma. You understand? They knew if they harmed a Black person, your police station get blown up. It was real stuff. You had people like George Jackson, who created the Black Guerrilla Family. It was on and popping out there on the West Coast. That's why that same energy is out there now. West Coast got this thing where they don't really mess around. They ain't scared of nobody. That comes from that Black Guerrilla Family mentality that bred from the prison. A lot of stuff that goes on in LA is dictated from prison culture. So it's real. It's real.
When you think about Joe Biden and what's going on with our community right now, and a lot of people just felt like Joe was going to be their savior. So they went in there and they made sure that they voted for him. And then some people, was going for Trump, and they were saying, well, at least we got some money from him during the time that he was in office. What are your thoughts on the politics of everything and Democrats versus Republicans?
Yeah, look, they're two birds of the same feather, man. With Joe Biden, Black folks should not have voted for Joe Biden. Joe Biden has repeatedly told Black people he ain't going to do nothing for us. And not only that, Joe Biden has repeatedly put together policies that harm Black people. So they tried to scare us with, well, Trump is more racist than Biden. So that's why you should vote for Biden, because he ain't Trump. And the thing is, if we're going to look at people's racism, I'm going to look at their actions, just not their words. Yeah, Trump says a lot of racist stuff. Trump never put together a policy that hurt Black people, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, the platinum plan for you got out of there.
Yeah. He was talking crazy, whatever, but like he pardoned Kodak Black, Harry O. He was partying. He was doing a lot of stuff that Joe Biden wasn't doing.
Come on.
So we're looking at Joe Biden like, damn, Joe, you talking about this guy as a racist and all that, but he's doing more than you. You understand? And all Joe Biden is offering us is crack pipes now. You understand? So we ain't rocking with Joe Biden. And my Black folks out here in the South in Georgia, do not let them get you to vote for some damn catfish nuggets and black-eyed peas. That's the most Sambo-ish thing I've ever seen in my life. We got to stop acting like we're on a plantation with these folks. They out here with collard greens and people lining up to vote for some damn greens. Come on.
New book.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about my book.
Come on, man.
I should have brought you a copy, brother.
I need that.
Yes. Foundational Black American Race. Yeah, man. I talk about my understanding of racism growing up, man. A lot of people love the book. Very good book. Very good book. I got to bring you a copy.
What are you talking about in the book, man? Don't just drop that on me.
Yeah, man. I talk about growing up and understanding racism when I was a child, first learning how I couldn't do the same thing as white kids do. When I was a kid, I would have white friends and they would be rambunctious and they would do certain things and I would follow them and I would get in trouble and they wouldn't. I'm like, whoa, what's that about? And that brings me to a video that's circulating around now. There's a viral video of two kids fighting at a hotel party or something. You saw that. Yeah. The white kid kind of tried to jump this black kid and he's defending himself. So they're tussling around. The police came. let the white boy go and start cuffing up the little brother. You understand? So that dynamic has always gone on. And I saw that as a kid. So that started me on my journey to understanding race. Why am I being punished and that person is not? And that's what white supremacy is. It's all about punishing black people arbitrarily and giving white people a pass. It's all about them being on code with each other. That's why it's important for us to be on code with each other. Going back to the Joe Rogan thing, when Joe Rogan spewed all of that anti-black racism, shamefully, too many black people were caping for Joe Rogan. Black people need to let Joe Rogan do his thing. He's going to be all right. That's not a sword that black people should jump on. Nobody jumped on the sword for Whoopi Goldberg. You don't see nobody in the dominant society caping for her. So why are so many black men running around here Bucci popping for Joe Rogan? You understand?
They always doing that, man.
Yeah. Well, they need to stop that, man. We got to be on code.
When you speak of being on code, how many times did Tariq Nasheed find himself out here trying to move the culture for just to find out that you was the only one on code?
Man, that's a heavy thing, man, sometimes. That's a heavy thing, man. Like they say, it's lonely at the top, but it's jam-packed on the bottom. But let me tell you something. 10 codified people will get more things done than 2,000 off-code people. You want to see why certain small groups of whites and Asians can go to Africa and the Caribbean and dominate it when the majority of the people there are black? That's because these small groups are on code with each other. Whereas over there, and I've been criticizing my brothers and sisters for this respectfully, there's too many tribal differences that they got to put aside when you're dealing with a threat like that. When you're dealing with an outside threat, you got to put everything aside. Just like LA, you know, we had the Crips, Bloods and all that stuff, but when we had the riots going on in 92, everybody put that aside.
That's right.
Everybody said, hey, look, we all good, red, blue together. This is the threat. And that made them say, hey, we ain't messing with these brothers out here like that.
How do you feel being able to have your own media company where you can disseminate all of this content across the world and actually be a focal point for foundational black Americans in this thing?
It feels great, but you have to understand the threat that comes with it, which is what that's what I'm gonna walk into. I don't look, the cost of freedom is death. The cost of freedom is targeting. Sometimes you're going to be targeted. You can't get a lot of stuff done unless, you know, you're going to be perceived as a threat. Even though my movies do well, all of my films have done number one. The sacrifice is I can't go to certain countries. I'm banned from the UK.
Damn.
Yeah. If I go to the UK, they've already told me they're going to arrest me if I even have a flyover from the UK, because they banned me and my movies there. And what's interesting, my last movie, Hidden Colors 5, that's when they banned me. When Hidden Colors 5 came out, they were going to ban the movie, but a lot of people out there had bought tickets to see the movie.
Yeah.
And they were going to tell the people, hey, don't come to the theater. It was a big theater that they rented out there. And they said, hey, y'all don't come to the theater. We're not going to show the movie. And folks was like, yeah, we still showing up.
Yeah. And
they forced them to show the movie anyway. So our UK brothers, they do turn up.
Yeah.
Because the brothers was like, look, we done paid money. We're gonna see some entertainment when we get there. We're gonna either see a documentary or a horror movie. It's gonna be something we're gonna see. Something going down.
Okay, Tariq, for you though, man, how do you deal with living on that line, man? You got a mission, you got a movement, but you also have to understand the realities of being targeted and discriminated against.
Well, the thing is, I tell black people all the time, brother, you're gonna get targeted anyway. Even if you buck in your eyes out here, you still gonna get targeted, man.
I told folks about that jab. I said, you know what? The worst thing that could happen to you is you go get that jab for that job and you still get your ass laid off.
Yep. You
see what I'm saying? No, buddy, we ain't doing that. You done put that in your body knowing damn well you didn't want to do it, and now they laying your ass off.
Exactly. So you got this chemical in your body and you driving for Uber, you understand, because you done got laid off at the job. You didn't need to get no jab. So yeah, I'm cool.
So, but now I want to go deep into that. When you look up and they done banned you in the UK though, Tariq, what went through your mind at that time? It's like, damn, I'm powerful than a motherfucker, or damn, I need to watch myself.
It was like, damn, I'm like, this thing is heavy when the whole government bans you. And they banned me when I was on my way there. You know, I didn't know until I was about to get on the plane, and the people at United Airlines came back with a note and a manager. They were like, yeah, Mr. Nasheed, you can't go to the UK. And in fact, if you go there, they said they're going to sue the airline. And it was a whole big thing. They were like, yeah, we can't bring you there. I'm like, well, damn, can I get my money back? Take me to Aruba or somewhere. Damn. So that was a shocker. But I'm like, okay, we're really making an impact here.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. What do you got coming up next, Tariq? What do we need to be looking out for, man?
So yeah, the new movie, man, American Maroon, that's coming out. I'm going to have my own streaming service to put that on because a lot of my movies, man, are usually 2 hours. And I have to cut a lot of stuff on the editing room floor. Like Hidden Colors 5 and Hidden Colors 1 through 5. There's so much that I had to cut out.
Damn.
And with this new film, we ain't cutting out nothing. We can go for hours and hours, which is a good thing. So we're going to be doing that. Another project that I want to do, and I've been talking to some folks about this, doing a documentary talking about the innocence of Bill Cosby.
Ooh.
Because a lot of folks are sitting up here taking jabs at him, but we need to know the real deal about that whole Bill Cosby thing.
What are your thoughts on the Bill Cosby thing,
man? But Bill Cosby's been railroaded, man. A lot of those women, they've been proven liars. This is a whole political agenda. Bill Cosby is innocent, man. And the way they flip and manipulate the law when it comes to us, this man has been to court repeatedly and found him innocent many, many times. They had to throw his case out and they're still going in on him. They don't do that with Zimmerman. They don't do that with the Kyle Rittenhouses and all these people. If they're found innocent, they let it go. He's innocent. Don't talk about it no more. But if a black person is found innocent, well, we're just going to keep making documentaries about him anyway. We're just going to say he's guilty. They did that with Nate Parker. Remember when he did the movie about Nat Turner, they felt a certain way about that. And then they brought up this old case where he was found innocent, but they were still trying to demonize him based on that case. So they play these games with us and we have to counter that stuff.
Thoughts on Kanye catching hell, trying to keep his family together, man?
Man, I like Kanye. I like Kanye, but Kanye, I want my brother to chill because what the white media is doing, they're giving him enough rope to hang himself right now. They're letting him do all of this stuff and they're kind of cheering it on to a certain degree. So when things go left, they're going to hold all this stuff up and say, hey, see, the warning signs were there. The warning signs were there. So they're going to treat him like the new Bill Cosby and the new OJ. The documentaries about Kanye, they're going to come soon, unfortunately. That's why I want my brother to chill with all of this stuff he's doing, kind of making low-key threats against Kim's new dude. That's a very bad look. And nobody around him is kind of pulling his coat, telling him, hey, man, that's not what you need to be doing. They're setting him up for a fall.
Answer me this, Tariq. Do you feel, because see, sometimes from the outside looking in and understanding this media machine, Kanye got documentaries dropping. The Kardashians got new shows coming out. And it seems like they kind of get the party started right around the time to coincide some more money being made.
I don't think Kanye is in on it, though. You know what I'm saying? I think this is real with Kanye. You know what I'm saying? I don't think this is just a storyline. Because, I think Kanye has enough money not to play into that whole storyline thing. Kanye is sitting on some good paper.
That's true.
But I think my man kind of has to really, really chill out because you better understand how white supremacy works. They will let you act a fool long enough so they can flip on you.
So then back to the Hidden History Museum. Would you be willing to take it to a smaller or a more rural part of California to get the damn job done if somebody is willing to work with you? Because inside of the metropolitan areas, it's looking like you're going to deal with some racism.
I know. I'm going to still have to put it there just for, I want to put it in a place that has heavy tourism. I was also thinking about bringing it down here. There was a church.
If you want to win, you bring it down.
Yeah. There was a church, man, that I was going to buy and somebody got that thing. It was like they only wanted like a little under $1 million for it. A huge church right off the 20 freeway. And I saw that and I'm like, I called them up and they had already put it in escrow. So we're gonna make it happen. We got time. We're gonna make it happen.
Because we need that.
Yes, we do.
Definitely need that.
Yes, we do.
Lastly, how can these folks contact you? And then how can they find these documentaries and movies?
Oh, yeah. You can go to hiddencolorsfilm.com, go to buckbreakingmovie.com, go to 1804movie.com, go to officialfba.com to get all the Foundation of Black American information. Follow me on Twitter, Tariq Nasheed. Follow me on YouTube, Tariq Radio, and follow me on Instagram at Tariq Elite.
When it comes to the streaming services, how much hell have you caught putting the stuff on like Amazon or Netflix, anything like that?
Yeah, Netflix is kind of funny style. That's why I want to have our own streaming service so we ain't got to worry about none of that stuff. And sometimes Amazon is a little funny about that. We're just going to have our own streaming joint. I have enough titles to sustain that. And plus we're going to do some more narrative films. So we're going to knock this thing out. I'm still trying to find a name for it. That's the thing. I haven't come up with the name yet. So we're still brainstorming on that.
I can dig it. Tariq,
my man.
Appreciate you coming through this thing as always, man. Wish you nothing but the best and much success.
No doubt, man. My pleasure.
B High Radio shouted Tariq Nasheed. Holla at y'all in a minute, man. Here we go.
Ooh-wee. Yeah, man. Shout out to B High Atl, man. Shout out to brother Tariq Nasheed, man. Good interview. A few things. I think at this point, man, you gotta, you know, I was talking about King Randall going on Roland Martin and speaking before he had the keys, speaking before he was up and running, and where they couldn't take it or whatever, you know what I mean? Or just sometimes, you know, you got to keep it close to your vest, man, until it's done. You know what I mean? Like till it's done, because so much negative energy. You know what I'm saying? Come with that. You know what I mean? The people, and it just make it harder. Even if you're gonna get it done, it's just so much negative energy that comes with people, you know, just not wanting to see you build something because they're not gonna build something to sabotage to everything else. You know what I mean? That comes with that. Shout out to Nick and Nakia in the building, DJ ZPE, peace of God, Ivy Comer, Freeland, peace Empress, Tori Povich. All right. What's we got in here? Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Tapped in. Black Wolf, peace of God, man. What's we got in here? Shout out to everybody. Make sure we get everybody, man. Thank you guys for tapping in. So where's it coming? Make sure I put the link in the chat for a second, you guys, before we get into this other video. Talk about a few things. Anything you guys want to ask as well, you know, still a quick Q&A, you know, anything you guys want to ask, whatever. Shout out to Hiker. It's in the building. Thank you guys. Yeah, definitely, man. Share this on all your social media platforms, man. Oh, let me put my put it in there in a minute. If anybody got my Twitter, you can put it in the chat room. I appreciate that, as well as my Instagram. Appreciate that as well. Got a few other things, man. I might be dropping something. Shout out to Mo Lover is in the building. Radio represented today. Please play that. All right, shout out to Sister Soul. Sister Soul always be coming with some shit. Let's get it. So yeah, let's get that clip in there. Shout out to Arrowhawk. Arrowhawk Link. Shout out to Arrowhawk Link. Sent us clip, man. We're gonna share this earlier. The builders, man. We're gonna share it with you guys, man. That's what's up, man. What y'all smoking on out there, man? Shout out to Copper Tone too, man. Appreciate the only builders. Copper Tone. Appreciate all the love we get, especially right, even anonymous, man. You know, everybody, man, that shows love, man. Shout out to all the builders that you know, with the revolution, man. They said the revolution will not be televised, but it will be streamed. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, we're about to be outside too, man. Oh, also, you already know, man, opportunities on deck. When we say opportunities, jobs, business opportunities, partnerships on deck, chiefholiday@gmail.com. Right now, it's happening right now. I got partners that are looking for talented people like yourselves, training, everything, man, paid training, location, everything. Hit us up, chiefholiday@gmail.com. Also, onlybuilders2022@gmail.com. Hey, look in the book. Yours truly, Fab and others, Trey Ali, Threads 3000. Hit your boy up. I don't give a fuck. Bookings at gmail.com. At gmail.com. Yeah, man, we're in the building, man. Appreciate everybody, man, tapped in. Well, we out too. So yeah, let's get right to this, man. Peace to everybody. Let's go.
People in New Orleans,
I think I'm going to chat room with this.
I would say resilient, because nothing stops us. The city, it's in my bones, it's in my blood. I'm Robin Barnes. I am a singer, songwriter. I'm a mother, I'm an entrepreneur. Every day of my life, my mother has always told me I am destined for greatness. My mom's side was definitely the storytellers, the librarians of history. My dad's side of the family, there's not much. There are so many characteristics that I have with my dad that I'm like, no one else has that. I turned to Ancestry for help. I'm excited to find out, where does this come from? I think my dad is why I smile so hard. He has this smile that can just light up a room. But as far as history, pretty much Nicaragua. That's it. That's all they know. I will say that my father's side of the family, we are multitaskers and we are go-getters. My dad doesn't always get as much credit that he deserves. And I'm excited to give him this Father's Day gift to say, let's fill in the gaps. Let's find out what's happening. This is also a gift for my daughter. I'm excited to be able to be a part of her journey and her history. Because I am Black, I am a little nervous to find out how my family got to New Orleans. My great-grandfather, Daniel Malone. Oh my gosh. 1940 United States Federal Census from Orleans City. He owned his property. The same ninth ward that I own my property. He was a cook at a steamship. 60 hours a week? That is definitely work ethic. Jean-Paul Malone, my great-great-grandfather. Application for registration. He was a mechanical engineer. Born in, oh my gosh. So my great-grandfather was born in Nicaragua, but his father was born in Louisiana. I don't even think my dad knows that. Now I have to dig in more on this. He had a passport? No. I never knew what he looked like. We don't even have these photos. Oh my God. That's my dad's face. To be Black, own your own home, and a mechanical engineer in the 1800s. Response to the times, 20 lives lost in shipwreck. I've got to tell my parents all this. Through Ancestry, I found this article on your great-grandfather, John Paul Malone. 20 lives lost in shipwreck off the coast of Nicaragua. And he escaped. He survived a trauma. He was able to save a family member. He's a hero. He's a survivor. Have you ever seen a photo of him?
No.
Look at that. John Paul Malone and Rebecca Blanford. Wow. And you see that this is where the Nicaraguan side comes from Rebecca. You're not gonna believe this. He was born in Louisiana.
Oh, wow. My God. Because I thought my grandfather and all of his people were from Bluefield, Nicaragua.
These are some amazing documents. But guess what he did for a living? He was a mechanical engineer.
Oh my God, your grandfather?
Your great-grandfather.
Great-grandfather.
And his resilience kept him continuing on that spirit of doing what he loves.
I guess that's why you go after your dreams and goals.
So not only did Jean Paul go back into working on the ships, but his son Daniel, your grandfather, went to working on ships. Daniel Malone, he was a cook on a steamship. This was his income. He was very profitable as an entrepreneur.
Boy,
and
he was a very good cook, huh?
Very good cook. But look at this.
That's why I'm a family man. You know, it gives me a connection to myself. You know, certain skills that just came to me naturally. Now I know where they come from.
And I think that's so powerful with our family. You know, whenever we face adversity, we always rise above and continue doing what we do. I feel like that you've taught me to be a survivor of whatever happens. I did that from you.
Oh, it's so sweet. That is so sweet.
We are charismatic people, we are hard workers, and we are lovers of adventure. I want to gift this to my daughter because she's destined for greatness.
Yeah. Yeah. Rhyme so dope, my eyes low. When you move like God, the time slow. I came back for the blacks and John Doe's. Crack open them land patents, let go of them townhomes. What's a native to a native? Eat $5 dough if he not melanated. Pale faces got you waiting on a savior. Sending prayers up, he texting back on vacation. Yeah. God's children. Give all your praise to Jesus, but how God feeling? He say put no one before him in divine image. It's you with God and Christians. I got a vision, but niggas ain't gotta listen, so they don't. We came from the soil, wasn't fucking with no boats. Bible took our spirit, English potted on our homes. Tribal families turned on us, don't act like y'all don't know. But fuck them and they grudges. We was something turned to nothing. And now we nothing's turned to something. Reincarnation of ancients, fresh up out the oven. This the message to the black man. 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 Shooters on my roof, lawyers in the booth. We can never die, bitch, we bulletproof. This the message to the black man. This the message to the black man. Say you wasn't slaves, you was prisoners of war. You stop wasting your time, these other bitches ain't important. You ain't meditating, you ain't mating with the sauce. Like what the fuck's a noodle if you ain't painted with the sauce? I find it hard to trust the pastor who rather side with the master who preaching we should submit while getting murdered and captured. About how we should wait on God is never our vernacular. They get paid and praised by the dollar long as they keeping us stagnant. And niggas think they woke, huh? Like you could change a whole world through a vote, huh? Like slave masters willing to let their slave go, huh? That slave master was probably your kinfolk, huh? History in reverse, a black king strategy. When blacks were your majesty, they always hide your pyramids but point to where the castles be. Aristocracies with your last name patent accurately. Yeah. And I ain't even tell half the shit. Like, I ain't even tell a quarter of the shit. I'm just getting started. Y'all niggas rap about busting guns and all this weird shit. I'm trying to get my people back, nigga.
Yeah, man. Trey Ali. Message to the black man. Wake up. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Got Cherokee Janae in the building. Big Chattahoochee, Chief John Doe. Peace to the guys, man. What we got in here? Shout out to everybody, man. Yo, so you know, like I said, man, when we talk about this ancestry.com and all this other stuff, right? It's real interesting. I think we might have to go ahead and just show, since you showed that, well, at least one of the episodes, we come back, maybe show another episode of your boy Kamal Bell. But the thing is though, right? There's a difference between tracing genealogy and spit. Okay? It's just nobody, they're not gonna be like, oh yeah, the person that they're matching you up with, you're gonna have a name, it's gonna be this and that and the third. No, these are all probabilities, this and that, so it's nothing like that. So when you're talking about tracing genealogy, right, you're talking about documentation, paperwork. Now here's the thing about paperwork was and has been tampered with. Just this is what it is. And so you have to know the time periods, when it was tampered with, how it was tampered with. You have to do the research on everything. Just because somebody wrote it down, that doesn't make it accurate. Doesn't make it wrong either. But just a couple word changes, and you guys know that changes the whole complexion of the intent or whoever the documentation was for. As we talk about maroons, so now maroons, they're just gonna be the whole concept of maroon is just been relegated to slaves, only specifically for some other people. But then when it's translated to Seminole, now everybody gets confused. You know what I'm saying? So no. Barkham Live, what up though? Peace. Say peace to everybody, man. Tapped in, man. Definitely appreciate you all, man. Like I said, like, share, subscribe, man. You already know, man. Love on who love you, man. Support the real. I want to say appreciate everybody that do support, man. We appreciate you guys. Appreciate everybody, man, that's tapped in, man. You guys can be anywhere else, man, but you guys tuned in to your side hop, man. So I really appreciate that. And you can be anywhere else. Big dog on that lemon kush over there. Gelato 33 mixed with some gushers. Oh, okay. 33 and some gushers. That's what's happening. That's what's up, man. Shout out to everybody, man. We definitely appreciate you all. Truffle, huh? That's what's up. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate the music. Speaking of that, let's get another song in. What you got over there, DJ? We gotta put the CEO, the DJ. Be coming with the heat. See what the DJ got in the building for y'all. Everybody coming in as well. I don't see anybody. Yeah, man. Got a barn burner for you guys tonight, man. Like I said, man, this is the Four Horsemen went in on the encyclopedia. So, it's really interesting, man. You guys, if you haven't had a chance to catch Jaguar went in on this, man. So want to show you guys this throwback tonight, man. We'll come back on the other side of it, man. Rapid Chase might even stop it, man, and talk about some stuff. Might have to break some stuff down as we go. Like break down shit that we already did. It's really interesting. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a dope build. Jag, A1, AP, they on the East Coast, you guys. I take the night shift. Yeah, in the daytime doing things, man. Y'all already know about the Wake and Bake show in the morning, man, with Big Appers and the Power, man. So tap into that. Hey, man, it was terrible, man, trying to do them Wake and Bake shows, man. Sheesh. Yeah. Time difference, man. I'm already nocturnal, so it's all bad. So yeah, man. Peace, everybody, man. Hey. 3 stacks. Let's go.
A lot of y'all y'all pseudoscientists. You be fine as hell, your granddaddy did it, then you did it, you can ride in there. I don't know who with me or against me, it be hard to tell. Chaos energy, I'm heated, it get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be aboriginal. 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 Everybody tribe up, had to be major. Yeah, I got my melanin. Guilty without no evidence. All natural, you know me. Jury, it's on me. Swagger, you matter. That's making me chase a fatter. Michael Jackson, but I'm better. Fuck all lives matter. All my teachers, all 9 either powers, I ain't got all mine either. I don't need a preacher, I just go within. We don't need a leader, no, we gonna win. I see apples with the win again. Tell a friend, we going in. All skin still ain't kin. Y'all heard the tribunal? They sweat us dead like funerals. Winning record like 2-0. Fly a lot like UFO. Joe Biden, you a hoe. You a hoe and you not original. We ain't going nowhere, you pitiful. We keep coming right back, residual. We over here lit. You know, fuck about who you with. We just correcting our status and shit. What do you know about your citizenship? What do you know about your status and shit? I hate sophistics like shit. Whole system ain't shit. Do something about this shit. You ain't gotta say it something like a king. This is what I seen when I had a dream. Should've had a scene. Do the right thing. Carbon based thing. Let freedom. I don't want 48 cause I got 40 haters. Saving myself. I don't need no savior. Say what you want, just save it for later. I don't wanna save. I'm no lifesaver. I don't even know you stranger danger. If you gon' smoke, I'm no park ranger. Not the online side. Do me that favor. Everybody tribe up. Had to be major. League G, don't play with me. I don't got patience. I need some gases that only see agents. Made us your fragrance. I come from the ancients. All this division is lame shit. I was telling my DG the same shit. Get you something to play with. Real Indians ain't it. My files be flagrant. A lot of y'all pseudoscientists. You be proud as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it. You can ride in there. I don't know who with me or against me. It be hard to tell. Chaos energy. I'm heated. It get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be aboriginal. 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 Everybody tribe up, had to be major. Right back at y'all, man. You know what it is. If you won't smoke, I am no park ranger. It is what it is. Let's get it.
Three stacks. You won't smoke? I'm no park ranger. Kentucky, stand up. Yeah, man, that's what's up, man. Hey man, appreciate everybody, man, tapped in, man. I'll put the link in here one more again. Appreciate everybody. I think you guys gonna like this bill right here, man. Pretty dope. Unless we're gonna, I don't know. Well, how about this? Let's do this. Before we get into the heavyweight jam, let's pull up that Kamal Bell joint. I think this is really interesting since we started talking about ancestry. People, it's definitely genealogy and knowing who you are is the key. Tracing your genealogy is key and knowing who you are, but don't go into with assumptions. Don't assume based off of the terminologies or just your assumptions that, you know what I mean? Like when you go into assumptions, you'll start assuming some stuff or whatever. I think that'll be a problem. So yeah, let's get right into this right here, man. Want to say fair use. You already know us, man. When we say fuck fair use, let's get right to this. I'm gonna take this panel down to it. So I appreciate everybody, man, tapped in. Let's go. Okay, hey, you got it. Hey, CEO got this, you guys. So let's go. DJ.
What's good,
0
y'all?
Point Energy.
What's good?
Peace to the God, man. You sound tired.
Yeah, I'm
You know?
wiped, bro. It's good though. How's everybody doing?
Hey man, I went ahead and went on to sleep last night, man. I said I couldn't do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I done turned nocturnal after that 14-hour
I caught
build.
the end of the Wake and Bake show. It was not Wake and Bake for me this morning. Sheesh.
Good for you, bro. I'm good.
Hey man, you gotta get you some rest, man.
Yeah.
I'll let you know. Yeah, man. So you good though?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, man. Just shout out to everybody, man. You got anything, before we bring this next clip up? What do you think about this Tariq interview with B High? First off, there's a lot of information in there that I would definitely like to bounce back on. One thing he was talking about the surveillance on Nipsey Hussle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's interesting about that? Just the harassment of Patreons, people, employees, things of that nature, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, that just don't happen to just famous people, millionaires like Nipsey Hussle. That happens to brothers and sisters that are just trying to just better their families' lives, and they spend they remortgage their house and put into a business and stuff like that. And this same type of shit happens every day, all the time, but it's competition. Basically, you don't want any competition, right? They got a barbershop. They don't even service your people, but they still don't want you having a barbershop. Y'all understand what I just said?
Yep, totally follow you, yeah.
It's always competition. It's always war. I don't understand why people don't understand that. And when you still be, I want to go down here and help them.
Because they're busy seeking approval.
Man.
Or acceptance.
Approval of what? Like acceptance of be fools. They are gonna laugh at you. They really are. They really are laughing at us. Like, yo, you guys are really weird. Like,
I don't think they've thought it that far through, Chief.
Shit.
They just want to belong so bad. They haven't got that far.
That's crazy. Jovan Mohammed. Assalamu alaikum.
That's one thing I can say. I have the benefit of seeing and growing up with all kinds of ethnicities and foster homes and group homes. And that's kind of universal.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of crazy. So, but going back to that, I feel like that how does that stop? What is it's like when he said it, to Tariq, it was like almost like you have to accept it. Like, if you can raise $1 million in a month, right? Which is really not a lot of money, you guys. I'm just gonna let you know, especially in LA, right? You shouldn't expect that. We shouldn't expect nobody. Like, we're not doing anything illegal. We're making these type of moves. Like, the politicians are put there for us, by us, for us, whether they pale skin or whatever. But that hasn't had anything. Like, we gotta, how you just have an attitude. You gotta have that attitude, and when it doesn't happen, you have to act the fucking fool. To where the next person see it, and they be like, God damn, if we do this, we know that this is going to happen regardless, no matter what we talking about, no matter what. You even act like you coming over here fucking with us, it's going to be a problem. I don't give a fuck who you are. Period. Not no fucking nothing. Nobody. You don't even bring y'all asses over here. We hitting from all angles. Do y'all understand what I just said? Y'all bosses, your boss's boss, everybody got to go. What the fuck is y'all talking about? Like, we tired of y'all, man. We tired of the bullshit. And especially when I look like us and be running around here allowing all this dumbass shit to happen. I don't care about no fraternal orders. I don't care about shit y'all talking about. What about the community? What about the people? Don't tell me. I don't care about none of that shit. That's the dumb part that we have right there. That's the problem.
Same.
Dishonorable.
And also, I don't care about this shit in Russia.
We'll fire all you fucks. Y'all better not let me be a mayor of city. I'm gonna fire all y'all. I'm gonna come in and motherfucker and be like, hey, good evening. You all fired. Bye. And walk out with my cognac. Fuck y'all. Oh God, man. I'm like, y'all crazy. They'll be like, we gotta have a lot of hiring. They're gonna be like, how you know? I'm firing a whole bunch of motherfuckers. Y'all gotta go. Get y'all ass up out of here. You don't even live in the city limits.
Mm-hmm.
Nigga, you don't live 15 minutes from the substation. You can't work there. How about that? Fuck you mean? Y'all crazy as hell. We allow too much bullshit to happen. That's the problem. And then we got these fake ass politicians running around here acting like I'm tired. Why do we gotta complain about some old ass Biden ass motherfuckers? Are y'all serious? This can't be real. This can't be. DJ, this cannot be real.
I know.
Niggas look like laughing stocks of the whole Joe Biden is the worst. When I say worst, he's the worst politician in world history. Craig.
Yeah,
world
not just
history.
American history, but world.
And definitely nigga history. He's definitely the worst politician in nigga history. He's a motherfucker that literally was like, we don't need no more nigga, monkey, mayors. Y'all must agree with him then. Motherfuckers is like, yeah, I agree. Sure do. We sure don't need no more nigga mayors. They eating a banana talking about, I'm gonna drop a dime. Taking a banana challenge, ass nigga. You know what I mean? Y'all got me fucked up, bro. I'm tired, bro. I'm not listening to shit. I don't care. Matter of fact, it's no fly zone for at all for no more disrespect. If you have a platform and you getting your goofy ass up there being disrespectful, guess what we're gonna do to you? We're gonna be disrespectful. I'm making my point just to roast your ass. Period. I don't care no more. I'm tired of y'all. Real talk, bro. Like, niggas will do anything for themselves. They don't think about the collective of their own people. But guess what? Something happened to Kodak Black. He gonna want us to step up for him. Something happened to Whoopi Goldberg. She gonna want us to step up for him. Something happened to T.I. Whoever the fuck. Y'all gonna want us to step up and so give us the fucking same benefit of the fucking doubt. Why is this cannot be real. Y'all playing with me. Y'all play too much. This is not real. I cannot believe it. This is why motherfucker be like, yeah, we're gonna go somewhere and hide. Just get out the way. Like, for real. The only even come outside. Like Keanu Reeves was like, he was like, he's like, when he come out, you know, like something to the effect, like the quote was, when he talked to people, most people are talking about nothing. He said that's the reason why he don't come out. Something to that effect. Like, bro, I ain't talking about shit. Real talk, they got no solution to nothing that they're gonna talk about. Nothing.
Just bumping gums.
Real talk. Shit is amazing.
Grown baby bobbleheads bumping gums.
But it is what it is, y'all. Work it out. So yeah, and let's just get right into this clip, man. Shout out to Kamal Bell. This is real interesting right here, y'all, man. So y'all pay attention. Let's go.
Let's get it.
Hold on a second. I just want to, for my records, I don't have too many of these. They actually do know each other.
I think you are the proof of that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. We'll take this DNA test and find out.
Oh, okay.
That's one of the coolest things I've ever seen. If you've ever seen United Shades of America, you know I do a lot of traveling, trying to understand this confused and confusing country of ours. I'd like to say I did that on purpose, but I did not. But this time, I thought I'd try to understand myself and ask, hey, myself, where are you from? And if I think about it, it's simple. I'm from these two people. My mom, Janet Cheatham Bell, and my dad, Walter A. Bell. The A stands for awesome. They gave me their DNA by having sex. And I gave my DNA to the good folks at Ancestry to see what they could find by spitting in a tube. Spit to the wavy line. Clearly, my parents had more fun the way they did it.
Terrible.
Locally sourced, organic, tongue-to-table, farm-fresh spittle.
Ta-da!
Fucking disgusting.
To find out more about my family history, I brought my parents back to the Bay Area where I was born, which is way harder than it sounds. See, my parents were never married to each other. They split up when I was a toddler, and they haven't sat down together since my wedding 9 years ago. So for me, this is pretty, well, weird, actually. I have no idea what to expect.
You know, Kamal
Look,
thinks...
Mason, stop talking.
Do you think I came up with the idea of naming him Walter?
I think so. What's so funny?
We were going to go, but then Melissa got herself pregnant, so.
All by herself, huh?
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
You just love that.
Yeah. Yes, I do. Now back to our regularly scheduled programming. So tell me what you think about this, me taking this test, finding out about our history and our people.
One thing, I'll be looking forward to finding out for sure whether or not there really is Native American ancestry there, since my grandfather claims that his father was.
Yeah. People say that every African American thinks there's Native American in them, and everybody thinks it's Cherokee. That's terrible. That's the tribe that everybody thinks they're from. So
I mean, it's what you are culturally anyway. You know.
And in the end, what does it matter? You are what you are.
Exactly.
I mean, you really are, and you can't change whatever happened back there.
Nope.
And if there's an axe murder back there, what are you going to do about it? now you got a depression going on forever, you know? Oh, my God.
My dad's exaggerating. We didn't come from axe murderers. At least I don't think we did. But I do know that we came from slavery. And what's the point of digging into that? Well, whether I want to or not, it's not even entirely up to me.
Definitely a joint decision, as are most things in this arrangement.
Say
I feel like
what?
we talked about this at some point, and your response was, you know, for the girls.
You know, you're winning. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That the girls should know where they come from.
Yeah, I feel like if the knowledge is available, why wouldn't we, right?
Look at you.
I know. Look at big old belly under
Look at me.
here. I think especially since we're like waiting on this new one to come along, it's, you know, on my mind.
See those adorable faceless blurs that I'm not showing because the internet is a horrible place? Those are my kids.
I think Kamal and I are both aware that our daughters being mixed race means that their experience in the world is going to be significantly different from ours, and that as they get older, it's going to be a lot more nuanced and complicated for them. And I think having this knowledge may just sort of round out how they see themselves in the world.
You could say
What
that
do we know?
again.
Or what do we
Shit.
think we know? Mom?
We don't know back very far. On my mother's side, her grandfather, John Wesley Johnson, owned property, which, like I say, was a major deal.
Well, what do you hope to find out from this DNA test?
Wouldn't it be funny if we found out that Walter and I were related?
Why would that be where you'd go?
I just had that thought. Even if we were first cousins, you turned out okay.
Oh, I don't know if I'm ready for the internet to know all that.
I'm just curious if they're really able to find out anything beyond my grandfather. And if they are, I'll be shocked.
Okay. On my dad's side of the family, we know a little more. Recently, for an episode of United Shades of America, we visited the land in Alabama where my dad was born and where his side of the family lived for generations.
You know, the family's been here since slavery days. And they started their own cemetery. And so this is Francis here, who was born in 1844, but had her kids by a slave master, the name of Dockery. And so that's kind of where the family started from.
So how come our name isn't Dockery?
Well, because, you know, they didn't give the names always of the slave master.
Yeah.
Says that I'm sure he had a wife.
Oh, yeah. That. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it is for many African Americans, it only takes 3 or 4 steps to get back to slavery. And because of that, most of us can't trace ourselves back that far. No birth certificates, no wedding invitations, no deeds to land. None of the things that white Americans can use to trace their lineage back.
We always have had a history, probably because the land has always been there to keep everybody together. Mm-hmm. And so you get that verbal passing from one generation to the next of who's this and who's that.
What are you most looking forward to about finding out when they present it to me?
I have no expectations.
Okay.
In terms of what it is. I mean, it's whatever it is, it is.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure some of these stories are not going to be pretty, but it's good to know the story.
Well, I don't see any pretty or ugly.
Yeah.
I just see fact.
Yes, exactly. And to provide those facts, Ancestry's Jennifer Utley, who I'm pretty sure has been told not to laugh at anything I say. I accept the challenge.
So you took the Ancestry DNA test.
Yes.
What do you think you're going to find?
There's a lot of this happening in Alabama. It was the South. It was the era of slavery. So I just know that there's a lot of probably European ancestry in me. And then my mom says that she has been led to believe by her family that there's a lot of native blood, specifically Cherokee.
So tell me about your name, where it came from.
All my life, I've known that my name was East African. Kamau means quiet warrior, which is from Kenya. But I never thought that I was, because as being someone who is of American slave stock, shall we say, I can say that. I know that's West Africa.
Right. Can we check it out?
Let's do it.
So we go into Ancestry.com.
Okay. 21% Ivory Coast and Ghana, 13% Africa, Southeastern Bantu. Oh, from way South Africa, or from like East. Oh, a little bit of East.
A little bit of East.
A little bit of Kenya's in there. So we could be we got a little bit of Kenya. just enough so Kenyans will accept me. All right. 13% Great Britain. Oh, I'm only 13% white. Okay. Oh, wait, that's just Great Britain. There's more. Okay.
Keep going.
Whoa! Less than 1% Native American. What happened to all that full-blooded Cherokee? Wow. Well, there goes that family legend.
Hey, real quick. Hold on a second.
And again, super
Stop
happy
right
I
there
never
for a
tried to apply for college with that box checked.
Let's jump over to your tree. Ready?
All right.
In this.
All right, so when they start giving these percentages out, right? 13% Great Britain, whatever percent this and that, and right? And then 1% Native American, right? Okay, well, check this out. And if you discount the 1% or 4% or 3% or whatever that percent is that is classified as Native American, right? The entire accuracy of the test is 0.0001. It's way less than 0%. So you have to you should be. This test is fraudulent. You can't use it for anything.
0.001% accurate.
I don't know why we having this. This is really crazy. If you're using numbers, like that, right?
1,000
it doesn't make any
1%.
sense.
What?
It's not going to make any sense, right? But I thought it was interesting because, as you could tell, his mother was asking to find out whether, him and the father were related, and they people were related. Why they didn't get into that? That's a closer proximity, as you guys are going to see.
Here's an interesting
what is
thing.
happening?
Here's an interesting thing, Chief. Is Dockery Plantation, Mississippi, is the birthplace of Mississippi Delta blues music.
Now, here's the interesting thing about this family tree stuff, right? Now, a lot of times, a lot of people like to come up here and then tell you that they're a better Indian than you. They're going to pull up these names, but you don't say even in classifications by these names. Like to progressively take you to the UK to get your 13%, or to progress you to take you to Africa to get your African, or to get your little piece of Kenya so you could be Kenyan, Kamau. Like, y'all dig what I'm saying? Like, show me, okay, how many generations do you have to go back before you do have that 13%? Show us the names. Don't just pull up some names right here. This doesn't mean anything to nobody but dummies that are impressed by dumb shit. Like I would cuss y'all the fuck out. This is this is the shit I be talking about right here, man. They think everybody's stupid. You have to be stupid to see this chart and make it. Yo, I can make a chart and just put anything on this for y'all. Anything. It don't have to mean nothing. It means nothing. Absolutely nothing, as y'all about to see. This don't mean nothing. And I think motherfuckers is retarded. I really do. I'm convinced at this point, y'all. I am absolutely convinced. There's no question in my mind. And I think it's too much responsibility not to be duped. At this point, like motherfucker, like, no, I gotta keep my head in the goddamn sand. Like, this can't be, you gotta be kidding me. Less than 0%. Come on. You should throw this. His mama told him who they was, right? Mm-hmm. Now remember, this is the same area that you're talking about the Maroons. We're talking about the Seminole, right? We're talking about the same people, the same area right here, right? So I just wanted to keep going. We got to debunk this. Like matter of fact, stop spitting in tubes and then letting them pull up dumb shit for you. Now, when they start tracing your people back, they're not getting this chart from spit. They're getting this chart from documentations. Okay? So I just wanted to point that out, and you guys are going to see that right here and some things that, is going to blow your mind in this little few I think we're going to have to show all of them because it'll make sense at the end of this. Let's go. Shit.
This generation, you guys only have 3 people. You have 2 people mentioned by name. This is the African-American brick wall.
Yeah.
This is the one where everyone thinks it's impossible to get by. So how awesome would it be if we could go from 2 names to 8?
That'd be pretty cool. Is this like a game show? That'd be pretty cool.
I think what we need to do is go to Tennessee and see what we can find and see if we can
complete the 8 names challenge.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Should we switch over to Dad's side?
Dad's side. I know they know a lot more. So my grandfather's parents are Charles Bell and Cora McCants.
So one little thing that I can tell you right now is I know the name of Cora's father.
Okay. Who's that?
His name is Reason.
Reason McCants.
Reason McCants.
That's a great name.
It is. I think it would be fun to go down to Alabama and do some research and see what we can dig up about Reason.
Okay. All right.
Let's talk a little bit about Lloyd and Frances. So let's see what she's doing in 1900. So here she is listed in the 1900 United States Federal Census.
Number of born children, 13.
13.
Number of children living at that point, 7.
So she had outlived 6 of her children.
Wow. It's a hard time back then. She owns her house. Good.
And it is mortgaged.
Good for Frances Bell. Got a mortgage on that house.
So we've been looking into Frances and her relationship with Mr. Dockery, right? And you guys know him as Lloyd.
Lloyd, yes, yes.
But everywhere we find him in the records, he's very clearly Carol.
Carol.
And there's a few things that we were able to learn about him.
All right, let's do this.
First of all, it's very clear that Carol at no point owned Frances.
That's okay. So this was not a relationship of a slave owner and
that nigga act like he was disappointed he wasn't a slave.
It looks like he never was a slave owner of any kind.
Oh, really? Really? He was just some dude? Just some dude in the world who had a liking for Frances Bell? That's so interesting. So do we know anything else about him?
I think we can figure it out.
All right.
So that's where the journey's taking you.
All right.
Let's go to Alabama.
Alabama. Once again. Been to Alabama a lot more.
Got the Birdman rub.
They drive me back in. Seems like a good place to end. Jennifer laughed, and if we leave now, we have 2 cliffhangers. See you in Tennessee and Alabama, y'all. Next on Finding Kamau. Some of this.
Really?
A whole lot of this.
Wow.
But none of this. We need a splash guard for you.
Before we get into this next one, so what do you DJ, what do you think about that, bro?
Well, I mean, it doesn't surprise me at all, because I mean, based on what we know in slavery, if anybody owned anybody, it would have been the other way around. No, especially if you've got a family funeral or a family graveyard there. Firstly, and secondly, I thought it was interesting that the mom thought that her and his dad might actually be cousins. I thought that was interesting too. That was like the first thing that came out of her mouth, and that was kind of shocking. Almost like she already knew biologically or genetically somehow she knew.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, man, he had a son. He assumed, because he had heard of these names before, but he assumed that these people, like you assuming that people owning people. Why do you assume that? Why don't you assume that they're just family members? You know what I mean?
Exactly. Or how do
Yeah.
you assume he didn't just move there and work on her land, and she was single, and they ended up having a thing for each other?
A lot of things, but
You
why
know what I
slavery?
mean? Who knows? Or he could have had a wife and she could have died, and his mom or his relative could have been taking care of that wife when she died. And you know what I mean? It's a million possibilities. But motherfuckers always want to jump to, oh, we were slaves. It's like, nah, man, it could be a million possibilities plus. It's this 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 you know birth of a nation narrative needs to die already. Seriously. Too much.
All right, yeah, let's just get into part 2 of this right here, man. Let's go.
Get it.
This is me and my mom, Janet Cheatham Bell. In this episode, we're going to see what we can find out about her branch of the family tree. And in classic Janet Bell fashion, she's not expecting much. Let's see what happens.
Wow. 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 Wow.
My mom was born and raised in Indianapolis, Indiana. But like most black people in the so-called North, her roots are further south. Hers are in Tennessee. But for some reason, we're on a military base. Leave it to my family to do things differently.
Hello, Camille. Hello, Janet. Good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
Welcome to Tennessee. Last time we saw each other, you were telling me about your great-grandfather, John Johnson.
Yes.
We located the land that he used to live on. So we thought we'd take you for a little adventure so that you could see it.
Wow. Wow.
You up for it?
Watch your step.
The producers thought the walk would be too tough for my 81-year-old mom. But when they told her they didn't plan for her to do it, she wasn't having any of it.
No, we're just going to do it here. I want to go.
She wants to go. She wants to go.
Yeah. You will say when to stop.
Believe me, I will.
She has her own power of attorney.
Follow your feet home.
My great-great-grandfather's land was purchased by the government in the early 1940s. This is not exactly the homecoming I was expecting, in more ways than one.
Poke in your nose.
Yep.
Wow.
That's okay. It's a family mosquito.
So this is the land that John Johnson had. It is now currently part of Fort Campbell, one of the largest military installations in the country.
It is sort of interesting that the land is owned by the government. Like it just feels
That is no surprise.
Of course. People talk about going back to their
and
family plots.
everything.
They don't, you don't think of it as being on an army base.
Can you imagine living here?
No.
I can.
Yes, you could. I could not. This is a little bit remote for me.
I like
I know you do.
green stuff.
I know you do.
Every military base is built on Indian
You
lands.
know,
That's how you
feels
know it was
like
ours,
a
Chief.
connection.
Why would we?
You
They didn't
that
build all these bases on our
My
land. We
mother
started
and
that.
her cousins ran around on this ground. Wasn't this overgrown in my head? But I did imagine it to be beautiful, though. makes me think about her because I think that's when she was happy.
So my mom just said that my grandmother was happiest in Tennessee before she was married with kids. We don't have time to unpack all that. But the land is not all that's still here from this time. Just a 5-minute walk from here is this place, Woodlawn Elizabeth Missionary Baptist Church. Wait, does that say Cheatham? So the pastor's name is C.R. Cheatham, but Cheatham is my mom's dad's last name. But we're supposed to be tracing my mom's roots. Are we related to this dude? What in the royal family is going on?
Okay, Cheatham.
My parents are from these parts.
They're from these parts.
Mm-hmm.
My father comes from Bumper's Mill.
Oh boy, we're related.
So
We're definitely related.
the
yeah.
pastor agreed
Yeah.
to take an ancestry DNA test.
Oh, really?
Yes. So he did the whole test.
Yes.
And we're happy to tell you, you guys are all related.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. We don't have the results back yet.
Terrible.
So we'll
Always
find out if
lying.
you're related.
So my new cousin or uncle or cousin uncle, Pastor Cheatham, wanted to tell us about the church's history.
This church has been here 153 years. And you know when the first building was here? Okay.
I know this man.
Wait, what's happening here?
You and I have met before, haven't we? Yeah, at Denise's house.
Denise's house?
I met him. As soon as I saw him, I said, I know him.
At first, I thought this was just a part of Ancestry surprises, but nope. My mom knowing this dude was even a surprise to Ancestry. Turns out we're related to this guy too. Another cousin uncle. Now down to the basement. To me, church basements mean funerals and fish fries, but today it means more family.
These are some of the original members that was here. See, it said Woodlawn Elizabeth Baptist Church, 1909.
And then we look right there.
Oh, James Halyard.
And under
Wow. Webby Halyard. Oh, so my grandparents were some of the original members.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So we're in the church that your people worshipped in for many years.
Yes, my mother's church, the home church. I've heard her talk about it many times.
You told us, go looking for John Johnson. And I told you, come on, give me a better name than John Johnson, right? But we wanted to find some things about his family. So I'd like to tell you the story about one of the older brothers.
Okay.
Okay, hold up, wait a minute. It's time for a family tree, because even I'm confused. The names in the church basement, James and Webby Halyard, those are my mom's grandparents. So my great-great-grandfather, John Johnson, you know, the guy whose land we just saw, he had an older brother named Jacob Johnson.
What we find with Jacob is the record of him enlisting.
That's right. According to this document, in 1864, when Jacob turned 18, he enlisted to fight for the United States Colored Troops. You know that movie Glory? Well, I'm just going to assume that Denzel Washington played my great-great-uncle.
I like the
Hold
idea
on one
of
second.
somebody in my
Stop
family
right there for a second. I got to ask a question.
war
I got a question.
to end slavery. I like that.
Pretty awesome, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So they're from Tennessee, right? Now, I know Tennessee, Kentucky area is kind of on the border. But are we sure that they fought for the Union or the Confederacy? You see what I'm saying? I like to think that they would, give us the proper information. But they was like the colored regiment. Well, there's more of us than them in the army at the time on both sides. I just want to point that out. Once again, it's called a civil war, right? Because we're fighting against each other. They just rewrote history. It's called the Daughters of Confederation. We have to go back and redo that build. DJ, we've done it a couple times. We have to go back and redo that. They rewrote history and wrote themselves into power. And the school system just adopted that whole narrative from the Daughters of Confederation, of the Confederation. So this is her right here in the burgundy. She's a daughter of the Confederation. I just want to point that out, y'all. So these documents be looking real modern, talking about a time period, that they don't supposed to be modern in. So I just want to point that out. So once again, just I would like to see the documentation on a lot of this stuff in the being able to cross reference it, which is hard to do because, like I said, a lot of stuff is fabricated or rewritten in a certain type of way for a certain type of narrative. So I just want to point that out, you guys. When I seen it the first time, I thought it was kind of odd. Just hearing it again is just even odder. You know what I mean? So just want to point that out to you guys. So CEO, let's go.
War to end slavery. I like that.
It's pretty awesome, isn't
it?
We also have this record here where he had to fill out and answer questions
About his life. Oh, this is
you
the stuff for
born?
Ancestry people. It's like, yay!
For sure.
What was your occupation?
Was a slave doing farm labor.
Wow.
Jesus.
It says, if so, state the names of all former owners, and particularly the name of your owner at the date of your enlistment. L.H. Johnson was my only owner. Oh, that's interesting.
It's remarkable to find a record that will tell us the name of the slave owner.
L.H. Johnson, so we know where that name came from.
Mm-hmm. I was pretty sure where it came from.
I was too.
Not the Yoruba tribe of the Johnsons of Nairobi.
Okay, so this is a slave schedule from 1860. It's listing all of the slaves that he owns on his property.
Is 27 a lot, or is that like?
It's kind of mid-range.
It's like middle class.
Yes.
How many slaves?
So he's automatically assuming that this is a white man owning these people. God damn, sir. Don Johnson, dude. What the hell is wrong with him? What is happening, man?
While we were digging through old records, we thought we'd go outside to check out what else we could find.
James Hilliard. Wow.
That's your grandfather?
Yeah, that's Mama's dad.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you've never seen that before?
No, I've never seen that before. I had no idea, but it makes sense that he would be buried here. It all comes together. Oh my God.
This is John Johnson?
J.W. Johnson.
Yeah. What do you think when you see that?
I'm shocked because I didn't expect my great-grandfather, who was born into slavery, to have a headstone. So the churches are what kept the records.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's funny you were saying earlier, like you thought black people didn't keep records. Well, because the government wasn't keeping records.
The government wasn't keeping records,
so
but we were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is actually where you find out who the people are.
Right. For those records, we weren't people.
Mm-hmm.
But here we were. It really, really makes you feel good to know how resilient and resourceful they were. Because if I think stuff is hard now, 1855,
We're not done just yet. If you remember back in Berkeley, Jennifer presented us with the 8-name challenge.
So how awesome would it be if we could go from 2 names to 8?
That'd be pretty cool.
And of course, Ancestry came through. Despite what my mom thought, we exceeded her expectations. I can prove it.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. Next on Finding Kamau. Some of this, some of this, a whole lot of this.
Really?
DJ.
Yeah.
The plot thickens, man.
Indeed it
does. A little daughter of Confederate, little Piggly Wiggly right there. She she pointed on. Once again, the 27. How about this? So those are his family members. I'm not gonna keep going back and forth with y'all. Period. Why have this conversation? Why even make any other sense than what it is? You know what I'm saying? Matching that with the archaeology, matching that it's no gaps. It's not like a missing link that has to be placed in there. Now, you understand what I'm saying, DJ? There's no missing link.
I do.
They're just changing languages.
Exactly.
Are y'all crazy?
They just turned the word family into Of a family of slaves or servants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
House of slaves. That's what family mean.
Just like they corrupted the Latin version, which
Shit.
was familus to familiar, which is a ghoul or a ghost or a vampire.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, y'all gotta understand that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a change up of the words: family, slaves, right? Maroon, brown. Maroon now is runaway slaves. Oh, you ran into the loving arms of the original Seminoles, right? Who are not y'all. Y'all the black Seminoles. You the slave ones. We the unslaved Seminoles, huh? Stop the bullshit, bro. And all the other stuff that y'all talking about doesn't make any sense. Now, where is the Native American land at right here? Just keep that in the back of your mind. Where is they land at right there? Number two, right? During this time period, with the European wasn't in Tennessee. Well, I'm not gonna keep going back and forth with y'all.
Never was there your natives in Tennessee.
Please stop it.
Never.
Please stop the bullshit. And this is the problem that I keep having. They keep rewriting history, and we keep believing that with their start of history for Tennessee, for Mississippi, Alabama, you know what I mean? Even the Great Lake, everywhere. I mean, come on, we got to stop having their start date for our existence. It's just dumb. As well as their rendition of history, of their interpretation of history. Right? This is the daughter of Confederacy right here, running around telling these people who they are, interpreting their data form. Matter of fact, she's not even doing it. She's letting them do it. Like, you see what I'm because he can't come back and be like, hey, I didn't tell him that. He told himself that. See what I'm saying? They slick, man. This shit is crazy, yo. Shit is crazy. Well, it doesn't say that he owned them right here. She could have told him that was the 27 people right there. That's not slaves. But it is. But if you go on with their rendition in their rewrite of history, because once again, these records were burnt to the ground.
Multiple times. Multiple times. And blown up.
People like, I have census records. My people on the censuses. So what? Like, we don't even care about the census today.
It's like, yeah, really, man. It's like, come on.
Oh, y'all coon ass people was caring about some census back then. Now, they were like, I can't wait to get on the Dawes Roads in the censuses. You know what I mean? Like, niggas just couldn't wait. Really? Think about it.
Nah,
Come on, man. Come on, man.
That might as well have been a hit list.
And they act like everybody was in the church. It was even less a percentage of us in the church in these days. Them niggas was looking like them niggas going to church. Like, get them clown ass niggas. I'm just playing, y'all. Well, everybody didn't go to church, man. So I'm just saying that, man. Like, y'all act like, come on, say, this is what I'm saying. We internalized, like, all of us had a Bible in our hand in 1855. We didn't. You want to know why? Y'all want to know why we didn't? Because it wasn't written in English then. I'm not going to keep going back and forth with y'all. Don't do it to yourself, man. So this dude said it was a church there 150. Well, the Bible wasn't written in English 155 years ago. 156 years ago now. My bad. I'm sorry. My bad, y'all. I'm just logical. That's it. I only can count. I just count. You don't know what, no, Chief, you lying. It was written in Old English in 1855. No, it wasn't.
There's no Old English.
Shit. 11:14. You know what I'm saying? This is what we got going on, man. We got a lot of fuckery going on. Hey, well, let's get back to this this video. It's really interesting, y'all. You got anything else you want to say about this before we get back to this right here?
I just wanted to say that every word breaks down into Latin. And if it doesn't,
American
it's not
Latin,
from
by the way.
here. American Latin, the first Latin. You know. And if it doesn't, it's not from here. It's that simple. Let's get it.
Let's go.
Typically, the final movie in a trilogy is a bit of a letdown. I'm looking at you, Matrix 3. But this story's conclusion even impressed my dad.
Really?
Yep, that's how my dad expresses being impressed. Admittedly, he could learn some things from my mom about how to be amazed.
Wow. 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 Wow.
We begin in Monroe County, Alabama. Monroe County is the birthplace of two things. Harper Lee, the author of the classic book To Kill a Mockingbird, was born in Monroeville, and my dad was born not that far away in Vredenburg. Well, today we are headed to the courthouse that was the model for the one that was used in the movie based on the book.
When we last spoke, you remember we were talking about Reason McCants.
Reason McCants, yeah.
Reason McCants. Every time I've heard his name since I first heard it in Berkeley, I think of Earth, Wind, and Fire's Reasons. Reason is my great-great-grandfather, and he's got a great name.
We found this really amazing record. This might take a little squinting on it, but this is a voter registration form. You can find Reason's name. The last name is very hard to read.
There it is.
Hold on. Let's go full CSI here. Enhance. There we go. Physical proof that my great-great-grandfather was registered to vote in Alabama just 2 years after the Civil War ended. Damn. My dad's reaction pretty much sums it all up.
There you go, Reason.
So we dug a little deeper, and there was an election where Gillette was suing his opponent, Herndon, because they wanted to find out if there were any problems with the voting.
Voting irregularity. I can't even imagine.
They brought people to put together depositions about how they voted. And so we decided to go see if we could find some information about that. And we found a deposition in the court records. This is the court case of Gillette versus Herndon.
Deposition to the United States Congress court case. Reason McCants.
Okay, so it turns out that the Republican candidate, Gillette, was the candidate of choice for African Americans. But mysteriously in this race, the Republican received no votes in the
They wasn't
area.
called African Americans at the
This
time,
document
sir.
shows that Reason publicly testified that he witnessed people voting the Republican ticket. Gone, Reason.
Wow. That had to be intimidating to be deposed.
Mm-hmm. And here's a guy who was willing to step up.
Yeah.
And registered to vote.
Registered to vote. And an activist.
I think so.
Because why would they depose him if he wasn't an activist? He was holding the tickets.
Uh-huh. Why would they have
the
asked
tickets
him?
were the votes. So Reason McCants was a go-getter.
I think so.
Yeah.
Kind of makes me wish that I was having a boy so I could bring that name Reason back. Reason could be a girl's name. That's true. Yeah.
Meet my daughter, Reason Bell. For our next stop, we head to Vredenburg, Alabama, where my dad's family lived for generations. It's also the location of one of our family's oldest stories. We've always believed that a slave owner by the name of Dockery owned my great-great-grandmother, Frances Bell. It just made sense considering the times in their relationship. They had 13 children, and that is where the Bell family name came from. But back in Berkeley, Jennifer dropped this on us.
It's very clear that Carol at no point owned Frances.
That's okay.
And as far as we can tell, it looks like he never was a slave owner of any kind.
Oh, really? Really? He was just some dude?
And now in trademark ancestry fashion, she's got some more tricks up her sleeve.
So we'll start here. This is the 1870 census. 1870 is the first time that all African Americans are listed by name in the census records. So we've got C.J. Dockery there.
Frances Bell.
Each of these markings here is showing the households. So here in 1870, they are living together in the same household.
Really?
Remember what I said earlier? My dad's really is the equivalent of my mom's wow. So I'm pretty sure his mind is blown. Not only was CJ not Frances's owner, but it turns out they were living together in the same house.
I just thought it was one of those midnight sneaks.
Midnight Sneak? Was that the B-side to TLC's Creep?
But C.J. Dockery died with nothing. He had considerable debts, and so a lot of his land had to be sold off in order to pay those debts. It'd be nice if you had a piece of paper that proved that Frances bought the land from him.
For and in consideration of the sum of $200 paid by
Frances Bell.
Great job.
Thank you.
So he didn't say that to me
Smells
until I
like
got my
blackmail
second
to
television
me.
show. So that's a big deal.
Thank you.
Forgery.
That's a
Big deal.
You're invited to family reunions now.
So this land is down the road, and we wanted to go there, but we were afraid we might get stuck. So while we can't go there, we have something that can go there so that we can take a look at it.
Okay. All right. That's the land.
Yeah.
Francis Bell's land. This land is about a mile from the road we came in on. That $200 purchase is a legacy that endures today. Francis's land, plus some of the surrounding area, remain in the Bell family. Let me be clear, me and my dad don't personally own any of it, but it is still owned by members of our family. Pretty neat. Our last stop on our land is a place I'm becoming very familiar with, the Bell Family Cemetery. My dad and I came here last year to film an episode of United Shades of America. But now the story's changed quite a bit. When we started this, I think I was really focused on the DNA percentages, like what percentage of this am I, what percentage of this am I, because it's a way to sort of like think about the kids and how, so they can know literally where they come from, their DNA. But hanging out with my mom in Tennessee and hanging out with you here, it's like, this is the part that the older people care about. Like, this is like, who are these people, you know?
Yeah, I'm very pleased to understand Francis and their relationship that she had with Carol. We've always called him Dockery, and that the relationship that he and Francis had was consensual. To have the deed, so to speak, of a land sale transaction, it's quite a piece of history.
Last time I was here with my dad, I wondered why our last name wasn't Dockery. We thought it was because CJ had a family of his own and didn't want to give his name to the people he had enslaved. But apparently, we were way off. CJ didn't own any enslaved Africans when he met Francis, and they lived together as best they could as family, even though they weren't married. Kind of like my parents weren't married. And they were of two different races.
Why did he just assume
Like
Africans too? Did he ever see any African documentation?
Not so much
anywhere?
for me, but so I can tell my kids where they come from.
Zero.
And it was incredible to see how happy my parents were to find out more information about our family. But if I'm honest, the thing that makes me the most happy about all this is that Ancestry's invite for me to do this gave me this rare moment right here. I guess I did this for good. Thanks, Ancestry. See you all next week on Finding Him Out. Wait, we're done? Dang it.
Garbage. So, what's interesting, I think that was the second one, right? I think it's one more.
Mm-hmm.
What's interesting about that though, he's like enslaved Africans. Like he's like, where did you see African at? See, once again, he's making assumptions. You didn't even see slavery, but then now you got enslaved Africans. I think that's really interesting for him to insist that he's a slave from Africa. He's insisting. Kamal, you're the crazy brother. That's not smart at all. Like even with their documentation, you can't find that. But trust me, if your ass was owned by them, they would find it.
Mm-hmm.
And they would hurry up and find it. Like, look, right here, nigga, we owned your ass.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we were the landowners.
Mm-hmm.
Before, during, and after the Civil War. Stop it. Please stop it.
They already would have been putting their land patents all over national TV.
Motherfucker been walking around talking about we the family that owned the Michael Jordan ass. Okay, that was the third one. Okay. That's what's up. So shout out to Kamal Bell. But yeah, that's some bullshit, bro. When it comes to that. Like you really trying to push the slave narrative, man.
Right? And don't forget, Dockery plantation. Plantation just means Dockery house or Dockery family house. Mississippi is the birthplace of Mississippi Delta blues.
Well, they know.
So whoever that Mr. Dockery was, I'm willing to bet he had some really slick fingers with a guitar.
But they know that you're associating plantation with Kunta and being a slave.
See, I always
Not-
associated it with blues, not with Kunta.
So look, we're gonna get ready. Put the heavyweight jam on, you guys. And
I mean, I couldn't, because what's his name, the main actor in Roots?
LeVar Burton?
Yeah, I'd already seen him in Reading Rainbow. I just couldn't take that shit seriously. Shout out to him, by the way. He's the reason why I love to read. Between him and Bill Cosby, you know, that was something for me.
I was confused too, man. I was confused, man. I was traumatized about that. Real talk.
Yep.
You just reminded me that I was really traumatized, little boy. I couldn't even sleep. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that was a real thing, y'all. Like, I'm telling y'all, don't watch Roots. If you've never seen that shit, man, don't play that shit. Don't send to you. Don't put this imagery in your 12 Years a Slave. Throw that shit in the trash. My top 5 12 Years a Slave is definitely up there, along with Precious, Color Purple.
Shit is trash.
Trash.
Garbage.
Trash. And these things become culture. You know what I mean? People say, "Well, this really happened.
Cult.
You guys got to accept it." Not to everybody.
Has a cult following. They literally called it that. A cult following.
Not even the
cult
majority
classic.
Of people. Right.
Well, Evil Dead's a cult classic too. Wake up.
Yeah, we're about to pull this up, you guys. The 4 Horsemen. Shout out to Thompson's History 101 is in the building. Thomas Dotson Jr. is in the building. Peace to the guys, man. Mo Lover.
Peace to the gods. Shout out to everybody in the chat.
Chief Jonesy up in there. What up, though? Xavier Mathis. I don't know why people want to be a part of that. A part of nothing it's just such degenerate behavior. You know what I mean? Like I said, we gotta start flexing our muscles just a little bit more. I think we'll get a lot more out of life. You know what I mean? Real talk. Like at this point, we just waiting to be the butt of jokes, and that's some bullshit to me. So that's not about to happen.
Yeah, I agree. Although honestly, I ain't waiting to be the butt of no joke. There are no jokes to tell about me. I tell jokes about myself. That's about as far as that goes. If you can't laugh at yourself, you're very mentally ill.
Okay. Let's got to you. Let's go, you guys. Hey, shout out to the Thompson's one. aka Ahanu Amaru Kiel. Shout out to BAP. Shout out to Jaguar. Old Mick. Let's go, man.
Yeah. Happy belated birthday again, Bap.
That's right.
Peace,
It's an
brother.
encyclopedia of American Indian contributions to the world, Craig. 15,000 years of American. Check my bad job. 15,000 years of American inventions and ingenuity here in America. So I just want to point that out. 15,000 years. Just want to point that out. This is encyclopedia. Let's go.
Wishing I worked with light just to give birth to life. I was born in vagina, even the post rates hit a black Madonna in the sun.
Peace to everybody in the chat room. Shout out to El Boria, nine other Anakapuka. My bad for butchering your name. Who we got? Redbird. We got Miss Wilson in the house. We got Kitaya Deshawn. I'm sorry. God Smith, Gina Sistar. Let me see who else we got. Rude ass Ebo. What's up, peoples? Fucker Teller. What you say? You said Comeo did a video on Encyclopedia. I mean, if you've been on my channel, you know we read from A and now we on P. So, I mean, maybe you haven't seen that I've been doing these videos for the last year and a half. I mean, shout out to Cormeo, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, maybe you haven't seen that we've been doing this. We read through the whole fucking encyclopedia. So, I mean, if you want to give somebody some credit, put some respect on AP name. All right, y'all. Hey, go ahead and build real quick, man. Let me, cause somebody at my door real quick. Go and build real quick.
Word, man. Salute to the chat, man. Peace to everybody out there, man. I know, I think we left off right at the places. Naming certain places, man. Did we get into plastic surgery, even though we all know what that is? I don't know if we got it in there or not.
Yeah, put some respect on my name. No, I'm just bullshitting. Peace to everybody out there in the chat, though. Appreciate everybody taking their time out to come rock with us. It's gonna be a fire build.
Word. You got so this gonna be a heavyweight again, man. Getting into the P's, man. I'm just scrolling down. It's gonna be a read, so hope y'all can bear with us. But this is what it's about, man. You know, most of this stuff is way before Columbus ever got here. So even with that being said, you know, we're not no primitive hunter and gathering people. We did way more than just that. That's the whole purpose of us doing this encyclopedia. Just to prove that we basically had advanced culture and civilization before the contact of any, foreigners.
Yeah, I mean, and that's about right, man. You know, definitely shout out to everybody in the chat room. But like we've been doing this work for a minute, my dude. Like, you know, I mean, like for real, we've been doing this work for a minute, man. We done been through the whole encyclopedia, man. So, Like, you know, put some respect on A1 name, man, because I see a lot of people seems not to put no respect on my name. And I put a lot of information out in this community. Now, do I own the information? Hell fucking no. The information is for y'all. But if you got something from me and you got some research from me, just like if any research, a lot of research that I've been presenting within the last 2 or 3 months, I've been getting from my brother Coda. Okay. And then you always hear me shout the brother Coda out on anything, any research I got from him or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I definitely shoot the brother out. So, you know, if you get some research or somebody turns your eye to something, definitely don't leave that individual out who brought the information to the community, because I think that shit is disingenuous. You know what I'm saying? Don't nobody own the information, but if you get some information from somebody in the community, reference them. You know, because this shit take hard work to sit down and put a lot of work in to do this, man. For people who fucking ungrateful. That's why I haven't been making no videos. That's why I'm not sitting up here 4, 5 hours doing this shit, and then people don't even respect. People come to my chat room would tell me check other people's videos out or whatever. And I've been doing this shit almost 4 years now. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I've been studying this history almost since what, 2001, 2002. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm I know something about this. So with that being said, we're gonna get into P. You guys ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, hold up. AP, you're gonna have to stay still, fam. We can't do this, man. Stay still, little bro. And another thing,
It keep
right?
kicking me out, bro. I ain't doing nothing. It just keep kicking me out.
Just make sure if you get kicked out, do not text me while I'm reading, because you're gonna throw my whole thing. But it's all good, man. You know, and listen, just to the subscribers, I don't know if you guys was on AB TV about 2 or 3 days ago, got into a real nasty argument with a joker who I felt disrespected me and disrespected the brother AP. You know, people do not know us outside of these videos, or you don't know me. If you spoke to me on the phone, you still don't know me. You know what I'm saying? So for anybody to be slandering somebody's name, you niggas need to, and a lot of people I see say, I rock with both of y'all. Well, if you rock with that nigga, then don't rock with me no more. Because if niggas running around here slandering people's name and saying, just throwing shit out there that's not true, I'm not no motherfucking homo. And AP not no motherfucking homo. AP did not move up here to be close to me. AP has a wife. I have a wife. I have children. So you guys running around here believe, you know what I'm saying? You believe in this slander or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, listen, man, that's how you know who to fuck with. When a joke, listen, I ain't slandering nobody name. I'm not throwing no untruth about anybody. I don't know what nobody do. You understand what I'm saying? I keep it to the focus of whatever the comment was made about me. If you made a comment about me, I'm going to focus on that comment. I'm not going to start just saying, I could call people crackheads. Some of these people look like crackheads. I could call people crackheads, all types of shit, but we don't even go that route. We try to keep it to a respectful state. But, you know, a lot of these motherfuckers is very disrespectful. And like I said, in real time, no one's coming all the way to Jersey to get their ass beat, fam. You know what I'm saying? Nobody coming all the way to Jersey to get their ass. Because I promise, if you do come to Jersey, you're gonna stop at the ICU. You're gonna be there for a couple of days. Then you might make it back home. And that's a promise. That's not a threat. You come all the way over here, the figures though you're gonna do something to me, you're gonna get rightfully compensated. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, man, I just want to put that shit out there. But I'm not going to be on no panel with no individuals who disrespect me in the past, and I'm not going to address it. So, you know what I'm saying? So that's what the whole thing was about. And like I said, man, you guys, man, like, you know, you guys, you don't have to pick and choose, man. I don't give a fuck on nobody rock with me, period. Just get the information. It's not about A1. It's about the information that A1 puts out there so you guys can attach yourself to whatever you're trying to attach yourself to. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. Other than that, we can split up and just go. You can go this way, I go that way after that. But at the end of the day, man, you put some motherfucking respect on my name, because we have done a lot of work within this even the YouTube community, or just putting information out there just so you can do your further research. Okay, so never mind what a lot of these so-called other Aborigines talk about. Rock with everybody. Anybody you can get some information from that's going to help you learn who you is, because we was all born alone and we going to die alone, but we all looking for a particular truth so we can connect ourselves to it and connect our history from it. And a lot of the big one, a lot of the people making videos, 2-hour videos to talk about people and all this, that, and the third, that shit is lame and corny. And like I said, niggas got people numbers. If jokers want to really reach out to a joker could easily reach out to a joker before slandering an individual and going on. See, that homo shit is a route you go at when you wanna embarrass somebody, when you don't have nothing on them, or you don't have no information that can topple none of my information. You can't fuck with me. You can't beat me physically. You can't do nothing to me. Only thing he could do is pop shit through the internet. So at the end of the day, like I said, y'all can fuck with whoever y'all fuck with, but at the end of the day, people who disingenuous and very disrespectful and be lying, I don't fuck with people like that, period. I don't fuck with people who lie. I'm not saying we all lie, but when people put bold-faced lies out there to try to slander an individual, then you need to start questioning that person's integrity.
Right.
So with that being said, let's get into this motherfucking shit, man. Love me, like me, or hate me. I do not give a fuck. My name is Ahanu L, and the L stand for God. So understand that. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, let's get into this. You got your screen open? Because I like the Jag to start. And AP, you still with us? Hold up. Let me see the AP get.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Screen though.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You might have to share my screen though, because I don't think.
All right, go ahead. You can share. I'm gonna take my screen off. You want to share yours? So go ahead, get it open. Go ahead. Hold up. Let me see something. Go back to share your screen now.
I'm sharing it.
All right, so there we go. All right, so where you
I'm
start?
on my phone, so y'all just gonna have to share the screen for me.
Don't worry about it. We good. Just
but I got it pulled up though. I can read though. I got plenty of pulled up.
Well, yeah.
We was on P's. Let's start from pyramids.
Let's start pyramids.
Wait. We got way more other stuff besides pyramids.
Hold up.
We got pockets. That's 12,000 years. That's hoodies. We got pottery. No, we're gonna start with pipelines. That's the first one that goes back 3,000 years. Let's start with pipelines or pen pipes. Pen pipes.
Hold up. All right, hold up. Let me just. All right, hold up.
But did y'all want to show the hoodies?
We got pulleys, we got posts, radiations. All right,
we don't want to cheat the people out of it. We're gonna give them a nice breakdown.
All right, so where you said you was at?
I'm at the first one, pen pipes.
We went over that, bro. I think we started.
We stopped at P's for sure.
Nah, I know we stopped at P's, but we went over prescriptions. I remember going over that. But you know what though? I'm just saying I don't want to really take away, because I seen some things in the R.
That's cool.
All right, let's start at, because we did the Pablo housing. I remember we did that. So let's start at pottery. If you want to go into pottery, let's start with it.
Pottery.
Jag, go ahead, go to pottery.
All right. Well, while I'm right there, just remember, y'all, that hoodies in pre-contact. So that is a hoodie right there. I'm gonna go down to pottery.
All right, no, go to hoodie. Go to hoodie. Let's go.
They calling it Parkers. We went over it. I think we went over it, because I think we went over the Parkers down to the places, man. I think that's what when we got through naming the places.
Yeah, we went over. I remember showing the Parkers. We showed the Parkers. Yes. All right. Well, you're just gonna have to go back and check the video out and find it. But we did go over that. So let's start at pottery. Maybe AP, you want to start at pottery, and then or you want whoever want to start. Let's start here, and then we can go down.
I got you.
I'm gonna mute my mic. Start off.
All right, no doubt. Let me mute my mic then. All right, so we good.
we went over. Did we go over plumbing? Y'all sure y'all? I mean, well, I just say the date. Plumbing was calculated.
Nah, go ahead and start at plumbing. That's a good one.
Yeah, start at plumbing.
All right. Plumbing. So we know what plumbing is, and really, man. Once again, it's really the dates they got. These are the dates that you can start at to say that it is at least this amount of years old. So 1700 BC to 400 BC, is the recording of plumbing in Mesoamerican, South American, and then cultures. So that's the oldest that they got recorded at least. So it's for people who go do the research that are archaeologists or whatever, they can actually start there, and if they find anything further, then they can actually give a further date. That's how the dating system really works. So I'm gonna read a little bit. All right. Plumbing refers to pipes and fixtures used to conduct water into building or to remove wastewater. The Olmec, whose culture arose in the Yucatan Peninsula of what is now Mexico in about 1700 BC, were the first known American Indians to use plumbing. They developed it independently of plumbing systems invented in the Middle East and Mediterranean, and long before the Romans built aqueducts to deliver fresh drinking water to the cities they established throughout Europe. The Olmec made their water conduits of carved, rectangular, U-shaped blocks about 3 to 5 feet long.
Bingo.
Said they converted them with capstones to keep the water from evaporating or becoming polluted, which is very smart. All right. So you can see water conservation. So these conduits were built to provide water to individual buildings in a community. Later, Mesoamerican cultures such as the Aztec, whose empire was established in what is now Mexico in about 80.
Can we stop it right there for a second? I gotta say something.
Still, they were doing it up to the end. Like I say, all this is before Columbus came. So,
all right. So as I said before, Mesoamerica is not BC time. I'm just gonna say that. So that way we don't got to go back and forth. What they're doing is they're writing Middle America, Mesoamerica, Mixed America back in time periods. Then they'll come back and say, well, then.
Also, Mesoamerica is also a reference to the Middle Passage or the Atlantic slave trade, which we all know is actually the Trans-Pacific slave trade or the Manila Galleon. Go on, Chief.
Right. So I just want to point that out. Not that Jag is saying anything wrong. He's reading what's there. But once again, you got to know how they're manipulating time. Because once again, this is pre-contact. And they also said that this is that this system was in America. Then they try to say it was independently in the Middle East, as well as in Asia, right? I think that's what they say, Asia, which is interesting. Independent, right? But we know that there was contact between these cultures through trading. So that doesn't make any sense. But two, that it was before Europe. So once again, Europe didn't have this technology or any technology before we did. Exactly. Once again, we industrialized. Europe became industrialized off of America.
Mm-hmm. The Olmec or the She people.
Period. So when they're talking about this, we have so-called Olmec culture all the way up into Canada, in the Great Lakes. There's trading going on. So they're what they're calling Olmecs. We showed this with the Burris Cave joint that we did. Shout out to Lotus. It was stupid. Egypto America, you guys, if you guys seen that Enderman, it was stupid. Classic shit, bro. So we're showing stuff. Undisputable evidence of this happening, but I just had to point that out. Good shit right here, y'all. We're gonna have to definitely. I think we're gonna have to go over this encyclopedia again, you guys. because it's a lot of stuff that needs to be broken down. Yeah, so I just wanted to point that out. Let's get back into it. And I'm saying, shout out to everybody, man. Tap in, man. We really appreciate it. Everybody, man. Hey, like, share, subscribe, man. You gotta know, man. Support the real. Hey, man, onlybuilders2022@gmail.com, man. Anybody looking for any opportunities? You just need any help, man, with anything, man, hit us up, man. You already know, man. chiefholiday@gmail.com, man. Tap in. Let's go.
Let's get it.
See Raina in the building. Peace to the guys, man. John Oaks. Let's go.
Shout out to the chat.
Keep that in mind also. The Aztecs were concerned about sanitation. Many residences had personal restrooms, and there were public restrooms as well. There were canals for conveying urine out of the community and for bringing fresh water into it. Human waste, let me go up. Human waste was transported out of the community manually as well. Said these canal systems each consisted of dual plaster line canals, allowing one to be cleaned or repaired while the other continued to bring in fresh water. You know, and I just want to say, you know, before I go on, like, I mean, we got to think. You can look at India till this day, and they not even using no plumbing, man. These people picking up trash out of their river systems and stuff, man. Sending children to actually go over there and confiscate recycled plastic and stuff, garbage in their own land. Like these people actually taking baths in a certain lake that, you know, I mean, they don't even have their own personal, like, come on, man. What we talking about right here, man?
Bro, listen, man, listen. Yo, man, that's why I made the video called American Gods, because no one came here and taught us any of this shit that you see in the Americas. These people came here and learned from us and then retaught us our own shit. You understand what I'm saying? They retaught you everything that you taught them and made you think that you was the one. They was the holder of the science when you was the damn holder of the science. So I find that interesting. That's a heavy joint. We talking about plumbing.
Come on, man.
Talking about sewer systems. A canal is a form of a sewer system. The only thing that the sewer system just runs underground, but canals runs underground as well. So
we're talking about saving people from the Justinian plague.
I mean, that's heavy. You know what I'm saying? To actually get rid of waste, like I say, man, this country's to this day that's not even utilizing that, man.
You know what? Hey, when we get to something like this, you want to touch on, just run through some of the sources that's known, like I see, and then look, it say also, look, it say hygiene, see also hygiene, personal and irrigation. We went through irrigation. I'm quite sure we went through hygiene already, but sometimes when we get to these points, we want to go back because a lot of this stuff is very informative, you know. But as far as the sources, if you would like to, just you ain't gotta give them all of them, but you can give them some of them. Like I see Coleman Penny. It's a toilets, bath sinks, and showers. Right. Histories of bathrooms. It's saying New York. It's saying Antonium book, 1994, Ortez. Yes, and this is in health, medicine, health, and nutrition. Aztec medicine, health, and nutrition from New Brunswick, New Jersey, Rucker University.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. So let's go to the next one. Popcorn. We touched on popcorn. We can move
those
through
supposed
popcorn.
bath.
If you want to go through a little bit on the ponchos, we can touch on the ponchos.
Yeah.
Because that would be a hoodie.
Let's get it, man.
All right, I'm gonna run
potatoes. I got mine on potatoes, so go ahead and touch on ponchos, A1.
All right, so ponchos, South American, Andean, Central and South Mesoamerican culture. All right. So I say ponchos are simple garments with an unsewn side. They are constructed by making a slit for the neck in a length of fabric that is then folded over the wearer's shoulders. The Mapuche, whose culture was established before the Europeans contact, who lived in what are now Chile and Argentina, are believed to have been the first to invent this garment. Some anthropologists believe that the Machapi, who quickly adapted the lifestyle after the Spanish introduced the horse, it said modified the garment from a shirt with sewn side that was worn by the Incas, whose empire was established in what is now Peru about 1000 AD. An equally strong argument could be made that the poncho was developed from the Aztecs. It's a sleeveless jacket worn in pre-Columbian times. The Aztec established an empire in what is now Mexico about 1100 AD. These jackets was tied together in the front and fringes at the bottom. Fringes at the bottom.
Okay.
Their wear was limited to the priest and merchant class. Okay, it's saying the feminine counterpart, the feminine counterpart to this garment was called the halapalu. I guess that's how you pronounce it. Sorry about that. It's in the Aztec language. The woman outer garment called I can't pronounce that. You could pronounce this right here. Oh, matter of fact, you can't even see it. Yeah, I can't. Yeah. My mind ain't too good these days. My mind ain't too good these days and shit, right? But there you have it right there. It tells you. I'm gonna just give you some sources. We ain't really got to elaborate entirely on all of this. We just need to just pretty much just give you insight on what, what I'm saying, on some of the technology. Some of these articles we're going to go in depth with, but like these, a poncho is self-explanatory. And to know that we created it, then you know why we wear hoodies today, right? So sources. It's saying Indian clothing before Cortez, Mesoamerican costumes, right? It's saying Harold Driver, Indians of North America, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1969, and Jennifer Harris, 5,000 years, no, textiles, 5,000 years, New York, and whatever. All right, so that'll give you them some sources right there. Like I said, this encyclopedia got sources to it. So we ain't saying no ponchos or none of this shit made nowhere else. So where you want to go now? You want to go down to pipes? You want to do pipes, AP? Or you at let me see. Did he get dropped out again?
No, I can do pipes, but I was at potatoes. But yeah, where pipes at?
Yeah, you was at potatoes.
If you want to go to potato chips, we can do potato because I think we did potatoes. If you want to touch on.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say to you, if you wanna touch on potatoes, go ahead, do whatever you want to touch on. I'm not stopping you. I'm just saying, I think we went over the potato. But
I don't think we did though.
Well, go ahead. Do the potatoes then. We good.
All right. We have potatoes, white potatoes, solo salam, turbo some, 8,000 BC. That's approximately about 10,000 years ago. A little bit over 10,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Potatoes are a tuber producing crop indigenous to Americas. Tubers are the swollen ends of the underground stems. Potato plants belong to the Solanaca family, to which tobacco, tomatoes, and chilies also belong to. Okay, so potatoes, tomatoes, chilies, and tobacco are all in the same family, all right, according to the American Indian Encyclopedia. Let's keep going. What is now 200 variations of wild potatoes are grown in what is now Colorado. 200 different varieties of potatoes are grown in Colorado. in what is now Chile and Argentina. The indigenous people of the Andes region of South America were the first to domesticate potatoes and cultivate them in the food crop. Okay? You understand that? These people are the first to ever cultivate a potato, and a potato is everywhere in every continent known to man. It grows anywhere, but they're not indigenous to anywhere. We just read that they are indigenous to the Americas. So let's read. The indigenous people of the Andes regions of South America were the first to domesticate potatoes and cultivate them in food crops. The earliest potatoes found in the archaeologist site of what is now central Peru has been dated to about 10,000 BC. Scientists believe the American Indians began domesticating potatoes at the end of the last ice age. 4,000 years later, indigenous people living in the now let's hold on before I go. They said that there was no people here in North America during the ice age. All right, so that's debunked. Don't check that off your list. 4,000 years later, indigenous people living in the Andre Highlands have begun relying on potatoes as a major part of their diet. Okay. By about 2000 BC, the Indians in the coastal regions in what is now Peru were also cultivating this crop extensively. During the reign of the Inca, who established their empire in what is now Peru about 1000 AD, American Indian farmers were growing not only white potatoes, but red, yellow, black, blue, green, and also brown ones. They were deliberately developing potatoes in variety, sizes, and shapes that do well under a number of growing conditions. Okay, so I'm gonna skip just a little bit past that, and I'm gonna give y'all just a couple sources to go along with this. So here go the sources for the potatoes. All right, we're gonna go to Carson Dale, Native American Cooking of New York, and we're gonna go to, excuse me, family. We're gonna go to Panati, Panati, Charles, Extraordinary Origins of Every Day. And that's also in the New York Library as well. And we're gonna go to the Snack Food Associations and the Smithsonian. So of 1999. So you can go to that as well.
All right, so we can go to. I do potatoes since we. Oh, the matter of fact, Jack, you want to do potatoes?
That what he just read.
I'm sorry, potato. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me do potato chips. Let me start with this because I got something not saying on here real quick. You could do pyramids. I know you want to do pyramids. Or we could flip a corner, whichever one of y'all went through pyramids.
Nah, it don't matter because
you know what?
We can definitely. When we get to pyramids, we'll just talk about various different ones.
Oh, y'all gonna see some shit when we get into ours. I seen something in ours that's gonna blow your motherfucking mind, bro. Watch, it's gonna blow your motherfucking mind, right? So potato chips, 1853. Listen to this, y'all. Listen to this. Matter of fact, you know what? Fuck this. Let me pull a picture up of this individual real quick. Let me share my screen real quick. Hey, Jack. All right, so let me pull a picture up. I don't know. Hold up. I gotta take you out. Okay. All right, so I'm on. All right, so let's do this real quick. This is what I'm gonna do. Picture of I'm sorry. Joe Crumb. I think that's how you spell his name. Hold up. I'm sorry. You know what? Let me see something real quick. No, hold up. Yeah, we were good. I just want to make sure I had his name spelled correctly. Look, so.
By the way, there was no AD till 1000 AD.
We'll show you this. All right, so look, this is George Crump right here, right? This is George Crump. They tell you George Crump was an Indian, right? But this is George Crump. But when you research him, you're gonna say he was an African American inventor, right? All right, so boom, let's go back here. So 1853, North American culture. Potato chips are thinly sliced potatoes that have been deep fried in oil until they are crisp. Though American Indians had cultivated potatoes for thousands of years, the potato chip is a modern invention devised by George Crumb, a Mohawk cook at the elegant resort of Saratoga Springs in New York. Okay, so he was a cook for the Mohawks. Or I don't know if they're saying he's a cook, but when you research his family, then you'll see his family was Indians. Okay, so it said during the summer of 1853, wealthy railroad baron Cornelius Vanderbilt, one of the 13 families, a diner at Moon Lake Lounge, sent a plate of French fries back to the kitchen, complaining that they were too thick. Chef Crumb made another order, this time slicing the potatoes thinner. This was rejected. Angry Crumb decided to shave the potatoes into a paper thin slice with a pillar so that they would be. I'm sorry, let me open this shit up, man, because my eyes are straining, All right, right here.
He made a pyramid.
All right, with a pillar so that they would be too crisp to eat with a fork once they was fried. Vanderbilt and his friends was delighted with Crumb's culinary invention, and soon other diners wanted to sample the chip. Before long, Saratoga chips were not only part of the Moon Lake Lounge menu, they were being packed and sold throughout New England. All right, so look, that's telling you right there. And you know the funny thing is, I'm not going to I try not to put none of my ideas out there because a lot of people be jacking shit, but that's one of the things that I've been trying to trademark his name and come up with a potato chip company. You know what I'm saying? Unnamed the George Crumb Potato Chip Company. All right, so I just wanted to just put that out there.
I like that.
What do we want to do now? We want to do pottery.
Yeah, we can do it.
Or did we pat? He just did pipes, right? You just did, or you did potato chips. Let me see something. Pipes. No, we went past pipes.
Whatever one Jag want to go to, then I got one lined up after him.
Did we do pipes? Or we just did pipes, right?
I'd love to see a new Patterson automobile company.
They had popcorn poppers.
Potato chips.
Hold up. Pipes is before this.
Yeah, pipes is before. Yeah.
So let's
we did that on the last go around. So we did, you know what I'm saying?
All right, so let's go to pottery then. All right. Cool, I'm gonna mute my mic right here.
You probably got the
yeah, all right. Let me stop sharing my screen too. My bad. All right, so we get back up in here. Okay, so I stop sharing it. It's all on you. Let me see. There you go.
It's on there.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So we got pottery, and they got ceramics in parentheses right here. Calculated at 3000 BC. You know what I'm saying? So we'll make that right at 5,000 years ago. North American, northeast, southeast, southwest. Basically the whole America's down there. Mesoamerican, Circumcaribbean, South American, and then cultures. All right. Pottery objects are made from clay that is heated so it will not absorb water and soften. This fired pottery is also called ceramics. Indians throughout the Americas produced a number of pottery items, inventing the process of shaping and firing clay independently of techniques used by other world cultures. The oldest piece of pottery in the Americas was discovered in the area of what is now Puerto Hormigas in Colombia, South America. It was dated at 3000 BC. All right. Archaeologists believe that basket weaving techniques influenced the form of pottery in America. Indigenous American potters constructed pottery objects using 3 techniques called coiling, molding, and modeling. Sometimes these were used alone, and sometimes they were used in combinations. All right. Because American Indians did not use the wheel to throw pottery and shape it, they were not limited to producing symmetrical pots. Generally, American Indians made 2 types of pottery: figurines, and utilitarian items, such as storage and cooking vessels. All right. Figurines were hollow or solid. They ranged in size from life size to several inches high, depending on the culture that made them. Frequently, they were used for funerary or ritual purposes. So you're talking about having funerals 3,000 years ago too. All right. Um, utilitarian items varied widely throughout the Americas. They included plates, plane, tripod, and with pedestals, bowls with or without legs, bottles with or without stoppers. Okay. You know what I'm saying? That's a little picture right there. They just showing, what they showing pottery or whatever. But pallets, incense burners, beakers with or without ears, urns with or without lids or legs, and tobacco or snuff boxes. American Indians made a variety of jars. Some of these had handles and some did not. Some were double with 2 jars attached to each, and some had 2 spouts. The styles of these everyday objects varied from culture to culture. All right. Pre-contact people of the Americas also made musical instruments from fired clay. The oldest instrument were whistles. The earliest clay whistle found so far is one that is 1,500 years old, made by the Maya of Mesoamerica. All right, and we know them to be recorded at least 1,500 BC. Other instruments created by American Indian potters included flutes, drums, ocarinas, panpipes, and horns. South American potters made long ceramic tubes used for blowing on the fires used for smelting ore. So this right here is fire, you know what I'm saying? I had to read that, man. I'm gonna keep reading a little bit more. South American cultures began making pottery as early as 3000 BC in what are now Ecuador, Colombia, and the Amazon lowlands. They made shallow bowls and necklace cooking pots that were used to boil food. Okay, then. The first decorations these South Americans made on pottery consist of strips of clay that were applied to the pot or bowl. Pottery making had spread to what is now Peru by about 1,000 years later. In about 1500 BC, the carving culture that arose in Peru began making stirrup jars, 2 jars that are joined with a connecting bridge or stirrup. All right. So by 900 BC, carving potters had made great technological strides. Said they exercised control in their selection of clay and the atmosphere and temperature at which they fired pots. All right, so just keep going, and then it get into the Moshe culture. How they use pottery from about 200 BC to 800 AD. You know what I'm saying? They had stir-up jars too. And then you had I think it was another, they talked about the Inca who established the empire in about, of course, AD 1000. They said they carried the same traditions. They said, but their work wasn't artistic height. He said their most unique pottery items were rectangular clay stoves that resemble wood cooking stoves. So the Inca had, what the 1800s stuff looked like.
Don't stop it for a second.
And it just kind of, pottery kind of long. So.
Right. You said they was even dealing with mortuaries and funerals and stuff. Speaking of funerals, I got prescriptions pulled up. Prescriptions cultivated at 1,000.
I'm sorry. Excuse me, brother. Real quick before we go into that, right? Now remember when we was talking, when we had Garfield them online. Remember the brother from MBK kept saying that Africans bought weave basking over here, remember?
Yeah.
And look, the pottery came out as a result of making weave basking. So we know this shit was already hit. So I just wanted to just put that out there. But I'll mute my mic. Read the source too, real quick, if you can.
Can we stop it for a second?
Yeah, that source.
All right, here go the origins of Maya civilization, Albuquerque, University of New Mexico Press, 1977. And then you had also, there's a lot of sources on this. Lost City of the Maya, by Adam, by Richard Adams, National Geographic, page 169, April 1986. And you had Elizabeth P. Benson, The Maya World, New York, Thomas Y. Crow Company, 1967. So, it's a lot of them right here, man. Conquistadors Without Swords, Archaeologists in the Americas, New York.
Yeah, it's good just to put like the reason, the sources, because you see a lot of these sources coming from universities,
right,
or coming from like credible sources. So when people
Right.
challenge it, so you cannot challenge this information without dealing with the source itself. And what a lot of people would like to do is they like to challenge the source. Like, who are you to challenge any of these people who done did the field work and the research? So I just wanted to just put that out there. I'll mute my mic and we can keep it moving.
Right.
Nah, that's a big fact, bro. Like I said, man, you're absolutely right, man. And we gotta stand on a lot of this shit. The pottery definitely is a modern update of the weave basket. You see what I'm saying? You wouldn't be able to put water in a basket. You feel me? So that would have been an upgrade. You feel me? So that would have been the outcome of the technique of basket weaving. But I'm at prescriptions. Cultivated 1000 BC. That's approximately about 3,000 years ago. South American, Mesoamerican, and North American cultures. And the reason I named them off for the viewers is I named these regions off because these are the regions that's included into this particular article that's dealing with prescriptions. A prescription is an order or a recommendation to administer a medication or a treatment. The practice of ordering and establishing remedy or procedure of curing and particular diseases, and one of them that is occurring made centuries ago in the number of cultures throughout the world. American Indians developed standard treatments, protocols for illnesses and injuries that were based on close observations of which treatments worked against specific medical conditions. These prescriptions varied in cultures to culture because American Indians rely primarily on oral traditions to preserve their body of medical knowledge. Europeans observed tended to assume that the Native American healers selected treatments and medication in a random manner, right? So they thought that they were just stupid doing random shit to try to fix themselves, right? This was not the case. The sophisticated and the extensive knowledge that American Indian physicians posed on gained through experience. When ancient people living what is now coastal Peru is practicing tripanthety, aka brain surgery, sometime before 1000 BC. Okay, so they was doing brain surgery in down Peru. Approximately when Corral was popping, they was doing brain surgery. When Corral was popping, they was doing brain surgery 3,000 years ago. They no doubt tried and failed many times before finding which herb made the best anesthetics. Much like modern pharmaceutical companies put drugs through trials as well. It's the same thing. As they discovered the coca worked best for the purpose, and it becomes the anesthetic of this choice. So I'm gonna read a couple sources where y'all can find this information at. Fernandez Omar, pre-Columbian surgery. It was in and you can find that. Just you can look that source up probably in several different places. We got La Vega Gracia D. I don't know if I pronounced that right. I don't speak Spanish. The Royal Commentaries of the Inca and some other Spanish work. Right, y'all can see it right here. It's in the New York Press. So That's dope. Yeah. Yeah, that's dope right there.
All right. So, hold up. You know what? Real quick, before you move on, hold up. I seen something in here I want to touch on real quick. Hold up. Just on that alone, you read the sources, right?
Yeah, he just
Yep.
All right. Did you go over this part right here? All right, right here. It say, despite this, some knowledge of North American Indian treatment protocols have survived. Our anthropologists know that the pre-contact North America, many tribes prescribe lancing of the bite area and sucking out the poison for snake bites, right? So they say snake bite treatment. It's saying this is known as cupping and suction today. Physicians from most of North American culture groups understood the use of the tarnuquet. It's saying prescribe it for bleeding problems with approximate placing the ligature between the open wound and the heart. They also prescribe the sweating baths or lodges for rheumatitis and arthritis. So it say arthritis treatment and steam rooms. So we had steam rooms here. You understand what I'm saying? I just wanted to touch on that, man. That's something that's like I said, they ain't written nothing up under the sun, man. Everything that you see here, we was already doing, man. So where you guys want to go from here?
We gonna be getting close in on the big boys here in a second. I'm just gonna jump to one real quick. Then, or Jag can. I was looking at public drunkenness laws.
Oh, you know what? You know what's a good one? I don't know where you at. Hold up, where you at?
I was looking at public drunken laws.
Don't go backwards, man. Don't go backwards.
Nah, it's going forward.
Oh, that's all right. Well, hold up. Hold. Before you go to that one, let's do psychotherapy. Let's do that one.
I do. That's cool. Yeah, I like that. Jag, you want to get that one?
I mean, hold up. You just went. I'll do this one and Jack will do the next one because I'm gonna touch on the first paragraph and we could keep it moving. I'll read the sources and keep it moving. All right, that's cool. All right, so psychotherapy, so talk therapy. So it's say 1100 AD, 1519 AD. All right, so Mesoamerican, North American, and Northeast cultures. Okay, so it's say psychotherapy is a psychological treatment for mental and emotional disorder. The goal of most modern psychotherapeutic approaches is to help the client gain insight or order to resolve the problem or to make the problem more bearable. Although Sigmund Freud, a Viennese physician, is credited with inventing a technique that he called psychoanalyst in the 1890, the precursor of many modern schools of psychotherapy. American Indians have been practicing remarkably similar techniques for hundreds of years before this time. The Aztec, who established an empire in what is now Mexico about 1100 AD. Sorry about that. Hold up. 1100 AD, and the Iroquois and the Huron. It said North America, Northeast tribes developed and practiced psychotherapy well before the contact of Europeans. Okay, now you see that right there, right? Now that's some heavy shit because anybody who know, they always say Sigmund Freud is the father of psychotherapy, or what we believe to be psychiatry work, or whatever. So what we want to do, you said you want to go to public drunkenness?
Yeah, AP went to public drunkenness. You gonna read it? You gonna read that, AP?
Let me make sure.
Yeah, I was just gonna go over it real quick, and then I was gonna give the sources for it. So we'll do it. Public drunkenness laws. 1100, the year 1100 to the year 1519. Although American Aztec, who established their empire in what is now Mexico in about 1100, the year 1100, fermented an alcohol beverage called Paluqua. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Excuse me. From agave plant, aka tequila or Patron. Okay, they had various strict laws regarding its use in the Aztec world. Alcohol consumption for most people was limited to feasts and holidays, same way it is today. The exception to this was the elderly. Hold on, let me see this. My bad, y'all. Who could drink at any time by virtue of their age. When intoxicated, priests or nobles were caught, they were severely punished since they were expected to be role models for others in society. In many cases, they were put to death if they was caught drunk. Okay? If you was a big speaker, you was a knowledgeable nobleman, an icon, a role model like these rappers is, and they doing this foolishness shit that they be doing on these songs today, off with their head.
Yep.
Off with their head, straight up. Alcohol was prohibited to the young. The commoners of who were found intoxicated were punished by having their heads shaved. Okay, if they were caught again, they could be put to death as well. This is kids. That means that they ain't born none from 8 to 80. Blind, crippled, or crazy. You get caught drunk, it's over with, and it's about to explain why. The Aztec also had alcohol drink called Ocala, which is a which in his book Daily Life of the Aztec and the Eve of the Spanish Conquest, Arthur Jacques Cousteau's cities of speaks of given by a noble who drank it. The root and the origin of the evil of the perdition of the alcohol and drunkenness are the cause of all discord and decision. Dismission of all revolt. All troubles in cities and realms, it is like the whirlwind that destroys. Now, mind you, this is a quote. It is like a whirlwind that destroys and tears down everything. It is like the magnet of storms that bring all evil with it. Before adultery, uh, uh, abolishing, doing something to girls, and incest, theft, crime, cursing, burn, false witnesses, murmuring, all kind of other shit comes with the drunkenness. All those things are called by the oculus and by drunkenness. These ancient Indians thus recognized and knew the dangers. So I'm gonna just read a couple sources just to give y'all a couple to go along with that. Uh, so let's read the sources. Cole Sophie, America's First Cuisine. Uh, uh, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right. Ortez de Malianto, Bernard, Aztec Medicine, and Jacques Cousteau, Daily Life and the Aztec Even, whatever the hell it is.
As Jaquez Sustele, the daily life of the Aztecs on the eve of the Spanish conquest. Yeah.
Oh, I thought his name was Jacques Cousteau. Yeah, I'm
That nigga funny as hell, yo. It's all good though, man. But you see, listen. So they knew that when you invoke, when your body gets what's the word a lot of people use what's the word for drinking? Not intoxication. You inebriated, right? So when you get inebriated, it comes from your body having too much, how do you want to say, fermented sugar in it.
Yeah.
So basically it helps. It basically what some metaphysics say, when you drink, it basically ejects a spirit out of your body and it opens up the cap that's around your neck or your brain stem, because they say your brain stem is where the spirits interact from the brain stem. I guess what's that called? What's the name? I can't think of the name of the fucking thing. But nonetheless, though, however it go, they saying that when you drink, them evil spirits come into your body. That's why they call it alcohol. And it came from, like they say it came from the Arabs, but we know, like, in certain parts of America, we spoke Arab, a form of Arabic here, because we see the Algonquin letters is the same as the first 7 or 8 letters that's supposed to be in Arabic writing. But nonetheless, though, but you see what it says, and that's the reason why everybody wasn't allowed to drink, why people wasn't allowed to drink daily, because basically it says all these crimes come from drinking, rape, adultery, fights, and all of these different things came as a result of people drunkenness. So I just wanted to just put that out there, just elaborate on that. Good shit though, AP. So where we at now?
They have public health next.
You can skim over that, then you got pulleys after that as well.
Well, you know what though? If we let something like public health is important. So let's if you do skim, just read probably the first paragraph. You ain't got to go further than that. But just to let people know, because public health is something serious.
That's
right. You know what I'm saying? We definitely need to that goes with irrigation and everything else. So definitely. I mean, if you don't, matter of fact, I touched on this one, and then you could just do the next one if it's okay with you, or because I know Jag be wanting to read.
It don't matter to me, man. We can get it.
So go ahead. I mean, you go ahead. I get it. I get the next one. I'll tackle the next one.
All right. So public health calculated at 1100 AD to 1519. So, once again, before Columbus, like I said, I just like to throw that out there, man. Public health, a relatively new area of Western medicine, concerns itself with improving the health of an entire community. The discipline of public health focuses on wellness, personal hygiene, sanitation, public health institutions, health education, population issues, and social welfare. Okay? So this is still to this day, of course.
So what did these people create if they didn't create nothing? Because it's from, like I said, just from this book is very important. That's why we chose to go through the whole book in its entirety. Right. You know what I'm saying? And it has a lot of stuff on it. See, you guys is looking for your culture. You looking for your culture. Like I said, you don't know your culture because a lot of these so-called Indians that teach this shit told you was a primitive person. Right. This don't sound like no primitive shit to me. This don't sound like no hunter-gatherers. So you think that so when the European got here, they were saying that you was living in the wilderness, but yet they found all this shit here, and you really believe that shit? So you believe you was living in the wilderness? You had we had a civilization, man. We had a society here. We had government. For somebody to have all of these different levels of public assistance or whatever, and we had welfare here. You know what I'm saying? So for somebody to have all these public assistance and you got niggas telling you, oh, we was hunter-gatherers. We lived in the wilderness and all this other shit. That's why we do this. That's why I go beyond the call of just a regular American Indian shit, because this is your history. You need to know this. You need to know how you gonna go further if we talking about we got public health, public drunkenness laws. We pulling out all this information that will show you that it had to be a governmental thing that was here.
That's right.
And you niggas listen to people talking, oh yeah, we was in the wilderness and we was wilderness and nah, chief, we might have not
on and shit. Like we just walking around, breath all stinking, smelling like goddamn hot air and butt juice, walking around goddamn kissing and hugging on motherfuckers.
Look, hold up, real quick, right here. You gotta go a little further into this, Jag. I'm sorry. Or I mean, if you ain't gonna touch on,
yeah, we
so go ahead. Look, if you can, if it's not a problem, read down 2 paragraphs. Read down 2 paragraphs.
All right. So it say the Aztec who established the empire, what is now Mexico, in about AD 1100, practiced public health measures long before contact with Europeans. Once again, the Aztec made both personal hygiene and community cleanliness high priorities. And I know we had, like I said, we had a lot of stuff pre-contact already, toothpaste, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? City residents had access to clean running water through plaster-lined canals built throughout the community. It was the plumbing. It says water for personal use was conveyed through communities by a dual canal system. Human waste products were conveyed out of the community manually or by canals. That's why it says he also plumbed. All right. Empire administrators employed street cleaners to keep the streets and walkways spotless.
Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up.
Get it, man.
Ain't no damn people living no damn wilderness gonna have no damn. You ain't got no streets, so how the fuck you gonna have a street cleaner? Hold. Let that marinate. Let that marinate real quick. So we had
Think about it.
So you had streets to where you had to employ people to clean them before the Europeans got here?
Okay.
What? Keep going, bro. I mean, come on, bro. Like some of this shit, you just gotta hold up. You just gotta stop and be like, oh, wait a minute. Everything that these people tell you about the American Indian is a fucking lie. That's why we do what we do here. This is home of the American gods, okay? This is what we do here. We taught all these people all of this civilization, bro. That shit is crazy. But keep on going, brother, because you're going to run into something else when you go down.
Oh, you know what I mean? We in here, man.
Right.
I'm going to read that one line again. Empire administrators employ street cleaners to keep the streets and walkways spotless.
So, hold up. So TP Indians, would they be having streets and shit? Man. They look like they ain't got nothing to fucking TP. So how the fuck they built streets?
Right. And so you TP Indians when Columbus did it.
So I'm saying, and this is what, and then, but like I said, people challenge me on the bullshit when you niggas think you TP Indians. And here you got a book right here telling you all the civilization that was found here, man. You think the European came here and taught you all this shit, but kind of find out you taught him all this shit.
All right.
Let me mute my mic and keep it moving, man.
All right. It says after they had swept the streets, once again, I'm emphasizing the streets, before Columbus, they washed them to keep the dust down. Spanish conquistadors were extremely impressed by the cleanliness of Aztec cities compared to those in Europe. All right. It says he also cities, America's first. All right. It said the Aztec Empire built public health hospitals for the poor, the first public health hospitals in the world. All right. It says these institutions were staffed by doctors who were specialists as well as by midwives and nurses. The Aztec health system made prenatal care available to expectant mothers. Aztec parents provided sex education for their young people, warning them of the dangers of premarital sex. All right.
I'm sorry, Jack. Hold up. Look, when you said that it was the first public hospitals, you got to say that shit like 5 times because some of these people don't get it.
That's why I hit a pause right there, man. We already talking about streets and the roads, you know what I'm saying? Now we talking about, hospitals and doctors and, fully staffed.
So you full staff. So you hear what? Come on, man. Like, come on, fam. Like, listen. Listen. Listen, real quick, right? All right. So what do we see? They show you the Mongoloids shaking and doing all these stupid dances and shit. They don't have no culture out there in the Midwest. Nothing that we see that's worth attaching ourselves to, with the exception to some of them might be shamans and they might know how to use some of these mushrooms or use some of the herbs. But this shit right here is some other shit. Okay? Because we're saying that he can say a full staffed hospital. But you niggas thought you was living in the wilderness in teepees. I mute my mic, man.
Aztec parents provided sex education for their young people, warning them of dangers of premarital sex. A lot of, we got to do that more often today.
Hold up. So with Dwayne Wade's son been accepted in this culture?
No. I'm not even gonna stunt on that. This is unbiased, you know what I'm saying? I'm not a homophobic to be phobic. You have to have some type of disabled reaction, you know, that you can't control being around something. I ain't got nothing to do with that. And this is just showing you clearly, you know, this is in an encyclopedia that you know, the dangers of premarital sex, you know, of course you can have babies and just, you know, letting other, you know, type of bacteria infiltrate your body and stuff like that. So, of course, it wouldn't be talking about the same sex. Or you would warn your child of the dangers of same sex if you would be talking about premarital sex, regardless. You're not going to be teaching them. I mean, you would have children anyway to talk to. So, I mean, it just
That's what the
stopped right
bird
there.
asked. You did have homosexual Indians that was among the so-called Mongoloid tribes, and that was the bird ass tribes that they found out there in the plains or whatever, right? So, but look, and them people is not living. They not living like we found, because you don't find none of this shit that they're talking about in none of these areas where they at, and that's why I say, like, quick before you lie, before you keep going, that's why I say when you first come into this history, you have to start trying to find your culture. You cannot connect your culture to these mongoloids and think that was your culture. You cannot. With that being said, I'll mute my mic. Go ahead, keep it moving.
All right. It says Aztec medicine expert Bernard Ortiz de Montellano gives an example of this education in his book, Aztec Medicine, Health, and Nutrition. It says, according to Ortiz de Montellano, typical instructions a young man might receive were: do not throw yourself upon women like the dog which throws itself upon food. Okay. So that's a gem. Be not like the dog when he is given food or drink, giving yourself to women before the time comes. All right, I need to read that again. Be not like the dog when he is given food or drink, giving yourself to women before the time comes. Even though you may long for women, hold back your heart until you are a grown man, strong and robust. Before you know woman, you must grow and be a complete man.
Damn, hold up. Let's not go. Hold up. So they had a philosophy for you to enter into adulthood. You know what I'm saying? And we had strict laws on this. And that's the problem why the European come and oppose all his laws upon us, because he want us to get outside of the stuff that we was naturally doing. That's why he got you aborting your child. That's why he got you doing all these so-called, like, a lot of the stuff that we is introduced to is very inorganic, and it's only inorganic for the so other people can come and live upon this land. So they have to make inorganic civilizations. But this is some heavyweight shit right here, y'all. And I definitely hope you appreciate every time we do the encyclopedia. You know, we learn, we try to give y'all back some level of your culture. I'm the culture freedom guy. That's what I deal with. We deal with the history, but we deal with this culture, man. And like I said, man, hit the like button if minimum, you know what I'm saying? But definitely appreciate the research that's being done, brother.
Word. All right. It says, okay, and then you will be ready for marriage. So you will beget children of good stature, health, agile, and comely. Okay, which makes perfect sense, because if you develop completely, then what you produce is going to already have the energy and forces that you already obtained on a more balanced level than you grew up with, because you are already structured and ready to take care and develop things around you. You know what I'm saying? So it says the Aztec made certain that all people, even the young, were productive citizens and worked at some job. Said they recognized the dependency could hurt others and become a community problem, because the dependent or lazy person would become a poor worker and eventually become a burden to others. It says the Nahuatl or Aztec word for this condition was Natepalahu Zitali. Y'all know that Mayan stuff. It says, but which meant harm due to dependence on another. All right, so this is a lot of what's going on today. I know some people, you do have to just work with and build and spend time, or some people understand certain situations. Everybody got their thing, but you can't just sit around and just be a leech and just literally take from people around you, man. That is, I mean, you're not gonna be prosperous like that anyway. And we see that today. You know what I'm saying? The only way you can be that is if you with societies or groups of people who run like that. So where y'all take care of one another, and sad to say, but it's like that. But it says when Aztec administrators noticed that a person had to become too dependent on others, they referred the person who was considered to be ill to a physician who specialized in mental health.
That's interesting, bro.
And that is considered that is, a lot of us grew up families or just grew up in conditions like that. Not only that, children too early, having children with people that you really don't care about, dealing with people that you really don't know. That's really that's why a lot of stuff the way it is, just for us to even come together, man. So that right there is a major, major heavyweight, man. That also makes you want to start a whole nother bill, but we in the encyclopedia right now. You know what I mean? I know pulleys is next, man, but let me get these sources right quick. So the sources to the to that one is what was that?
So that's
Public health.
psychotherapy, public health, yes.
Public health. All right. See, it got so deep, man. You know what I'm saying?
That's it right there. I mean, but you know what though? Like you said, it's a philosophy to it, bro.
Right.
It's not just the information, it's a philosophy to it as well. Like, and that's like I said, a lot of this philosophical shit is stuff that we live by. They make it a philosophy now in order to reach other people from other cultures. But initially, this was our culture. And just like everything else you see that they administer. Listen, Americans is the gods of the world, man. And that's why when you really get into it, if the European ain't bring none of this shit here, then what the fuck did he bring?
Right.
I see the sister put guns and germs. Yes. That's what he brought here. And then stole and mimicked everything. Everything he mimicked. Every fucking thing. Everything. Even suits. Zoot suits was here. They found Zoot suits that go back over 4,000 years ago in America that was made out of fur. So the European ain't create Nathan. All he did was steal aspects of your culture and your civilization and then try to make it seem like he's the motherfucker that made all this stuff up. We created everything. So I'm gonna go into before I go into pulleys, I'm gonna go into pulse and radiation because it's short. So it's kind of right here. I don't know if you it's right next to the sources right there. Jag, if you want to share it.
Yeah.
So I ain't gotta keep on. You might as well just keep your screen on. So I ain't gotta keep on going off. So we go back and forth. All right. So pulse and radiation, 1100 years AD. Mesoamerican culture. And like I tell y'all, with Mesoamerica, you got Mesopotamia. Where's Meso-Egyptian or Meso-African? There's no it's Mesopotamia, which was supposed to be the first civilization, and then you got Mesoamerica, because Mesoamerica is Mesopotamia, but they just don't want you to fucking know that. All right, so you know what I'm saying? They don't want you to know that. See, that's the thing. Why would they skip over? Because America's supposed to be late. So why would they put the Meso in front of America? Because they don't want you to know this is really Mesopotamia as well. All right. So Mesoamerican cultures, the radio pulse is the spot on the wrist at the base of the thumb that medical practitioners use to count the heartbeats. What? You people in the wilderness shouldn't know about none of this shit.
Okay.
People living in huts and teepees and living they They should not know about none of this, my dude. They shouldn't have the science of the. They shouldn't have the whole the science or the science of the gods to even know what the fuck a heartbeat does. I mean, I'm not saying I might sound kind of ignorant, but according to what we've been taught, we shouldn't know about none of this, right? So it's saying to count the heartbeat in order to determine the heart rate. In pre-Columbian times, the Aztec Central American were well aware of the radio pulse. It said because they had the word for it, and this was called Talahamhatal. I can't pronounce that. It's an Aztec established an empire in what is now Mexico in about 1100 AD. In the book of American Indian Medicine, which we need to get that book next to see if we can find that, Virgil Vorgel states, Indian doctors sometimes felt patient pulse. Several other sources also make references to the practice of American Indian healers, okay? Here goes some sources. I'm going to show you this. Virgil Vogel, American Indian Medicine. Norman is University of Oklahoma Press. All right, so let me see something real quick. All right, pumpkins. We already know about pumpkins. Pumpkins is kind of self-explanatory.
BC though.
Huh?
They saying 8,000 BC.
That's 8,000 BC. That's 20. That's 10,020 years ago, man. That's 10,020 years ago.
Growing pumpkins, yo.
Growing pumpkins. You know what I'm saying? Real quick. I mean, you know what? Since AP dropped out, I don't know. Let me see something. How long is Pulley? All right, Pulley kind of short.
Yeah, it's kind of short. Yeah.
All right, listen. All right, I'm gonna do these two, and you can go into pyramids.
Okay.
Since AP ain't with us. All right, so real quick, pumpkin. 8,000 BC, which you add 8,000 BC with 2020, and you get 10,020 years ago, right? So Mesoamerican culture, pumpkins are a variety of genus commonly known as the squash, okay? Pumpkin plants produce fruits that are large, round, and orange. And their flesh is mild and sweet. American Indians, both Meso and North American, independently domesticated pumpkins. Indian farmers of North America grew them for thousands of years before the arrival of the European and the first Thanksgiving. All right, we roasted, boiled the pumpkins, and served them as vegetables, as they did with squash seeds. Now, who eat pumpkin seeds?
Okay.
Who eat pumpkin seeds? Who eat pumpkin seeds and sunflower seeds?
We do.
Niggas. Okay? Niggas eat pumpkin seeds all day, every day, right? So that's just giving you. I'm gonna go look. The English colonists quickly incorporated pumpkins into their diet. Historians believe it probably a dish resembling pumpkin pudding rather than pumpkin pie that might have been served at the feast that was immortalized at the first Thanksgiving. All right, so I mean, ain't nothing new up under the sun. Let's get into pulleys real quick. All right, so pulley, pre-contact, Mesoamerican culture. The pulley is a simple machine that is used to change the direction of pulling force. It is one of the 5 basic machines invented by the ancient Greeks, right? It's saying the pulley, the wedge, the inclined plane, and the lever and the screw. Ancient Mesoamerican Indians also understood that the concept of the pulley, unlike the Greeks who used the principle for architects and engineers, the Maya and the Aztec Mesoamerican used the pulley for medicine, specifically for setting broken and dislocated bones. Okay, dislocated bones. The Mayan culture arose in what is now Mexico in about 1500 BC. It's saying the Aztec established their empire in what is now Mexico around 1100 AD. All right, Mayan and Aztec physicians would attach the line to the limb that is needed to be set and run free. And run the free end over a beam and pull it on it. The American Indians of North America used the pulley to set broken bones. Clara Sue Kinwell and Peter Nabokov, writing in the studies of Native Americans, cite that this method is one example of the American Indian technology. Okay, a simple pulley was used in a plain medicine technique to reset dislocated joints. A man would tie. Let me see. Let me go down. Let me just read this. A man would tie the rawhide rope around the affected limb, throw the rope over a tree branch, and pull on it. This was a simple but generally effective method of exerting sufficient force to pop the joint back into place. Okay? It's a traction, counter traction, orthopedic techniques.
That's right.
Orthopedic techniques, my dude. Okay?
With pulleys.
With pulleys.
See how they didn't want to give it credit because they tried to say the Greek just did it with architecture and engineering, but we did it for medical reasons to actually fix your body.
So if we didn't use that for all the engineering and shit that was done here, then what did we use? Good question, right? We're getting into the pyramids next, so we can give proper analysis of that. So some of the sources is William R. Adams, Aboriginal American Medicine and Surgery, proceedings of the Indiana Academy of Science, 1951, etc. All right, so let's keep it moving. We have pyramids, your favorite.
Get it, yeah. Pyramids calculated 3000 BC. Of course, that would be 5000 BC. Starting at, all right, North American, South American, Mesoamerican cultures, man. All right, so let's get it, man. Pyramids are massive structures that are broad at the bottom and taper to a point or apex at the top. American Indians in Mesoamerica and South America built pyramids of adobe and stone. All right, so see also stone masonry techniques, which will be coming up in the essence. North American Indians built huge, somewhat pyramid-shaped mounds of earth. All right, and that's a picture of the magician pyramid right there. And that one in the Yucatan right there. Going down though, we'll go back up. It says some of the pyramids built in the Americas were equal in size to the Egyptian pyramids. And now we know today, shout out to AP, man, he did find there were a lot of people finding now La Donta down there in Guatemala that's really been discovered a couple of years ago. It's really just now hitting the radar. So I'm pretty sure, with an updated encyclopedia, they would put that in there. But it says the first American pyramid builders were the indigenous inhabitants of what is now Peru, who began building their first pyramid of adobe in about 3000 BC, which is 5,000 years ago. Two of the first of these were at El Espero, located in the central coastal area of present-day Peru, and Corral, which is 120 miles north of what is Lima. Said this settlement covered 33 acres and had terraces, underground storage niches, and residential areas, as well as ritual center. South American pyramid builders began constructing these structures 700 years before the pyramids of Egypt. I'm going to read that again. American pyramid builders began constructing these structures several hundred years before the pyramids of Egypt. Archaeologists believe that the Egyptians...
Hold up. Because these Pan-Africans keep on making the claim that we do not have pyramids here. And like the Supe Karu video that was put out, you know what I'm saying, I always challenge these Pan-Africans on that, because that's all y'all stand on is the ancient Egyptian culture. But now you find out that culture in America was done, and they say they don't know how long ago it was built before that.
Giving it that at least.
They freestyling and shit. They going by according to history and their dates.
Yeah.
This shit could have been constructed thousands, if not hundreds of thousand years before that shit was even, if we believe it was built over there.
That's right.
So I'll mute my mic. We could continue on. Shout out to everybody in the chat room.
You know what I mean? Okay, it says archaeologists believe that the Egyptians built their first pyramid at Saqqara between 2886 and 2613 BC, and constructed the famous Giza pyramids between 2589 and 2504 BC. Says in about 1800 BC, South American ceremonial centers and pyramids took on a different look. Says ancient engineers and architects started building them in a U shape that faced the plazas. All right, so we started even building them in different shapes. So just because it's not in a triangular pyramidal shape, they saying that even the U shape is considered a pyramid. All right, so see also urban planning. It says archaeological writers and Professor Brian M. Fagan has written that these South American pyramids rank among the most ambitious of all public works undertaken by the prehistoric Americans. All right. The Huaca del Sol, which is the pyramid of the sun, built by the Moshe, is known as the largest adobe structure in the pre-contact Americas. All right, so they giving that pre-contact pyramid. So it says the Moche culture arose in what is now Peru in about 200 BC. Huaca, which means sacred structure, is the term used for pyramids in Peru. Said the base of the Huaca del Sol pyramid is 1,132 feet by 525 feet and is 98 feet tall. It says archaeologists estimate that about 140 million adobe bricks were molded and arranged in a column in order to construct it, making it the largest adobe structures in the Americas. It says Huaca del Sol is paired with a smaller pyramid, Huaca del Luna, which is the pyramid of the moon. It says together they served as a ritual and administrative center. Although early pre-Peruvian cultures mummified their dead and also used embalming, it says, see also, Mom, it says they buried them in caves rather than in huacas, which was rather than pyramids. It says in Mesoamerica, the Olmec began building pyramids between 2000 and 1500 BC. Says the pyramid they built at La Venta was one of the tallest ones their culture produced. It stood 112 feet high. Says Olmec engineers constructed these pyramids in a unique way. Says they built rooms on each level or tier and then filled them in with rock, sand, and gravel. Says when all the rooms were full, they built another level, filled it, and repeated the process until the pyramid was completed. So they just gave you a nice small, description of how they built the pyramid. It says the ancient engineers then built an outer surface called a facing on the pyramids. These facings were often made of basalt or granite. The Olmec, like the Egyptians, built sarcophagi, sandstone coffins, and interred their dead royalty within the pyramids. So the Olmec did bury their royalty.
Hold on. They said sarcophagus, though.
That's right.
So you got to remember, that's what they found King Tut in a sarcophagus. Okay?
Sure.
And you find sarcophagus all up the Illinois, Chicago region, or you know what I'm saying? You find them up in that region too. So it's so funny that you find all this shit over here, but yet they giving it credit. And like I said, that's to drop the mic on, because nothing that Pan-Africans could stand on after this, fam. If your structures that was built in Egypt is younger than the structures that's built in America, when are you going to jump on America's nuts?
Okay,
because it's like, at what point in time do you start saying to yourself, well, okay, so that makes you primitive people. That means that the Mongoloids that you think that was here had more incredible technology than the so-called Great Kemet.
That's right. Simple as that.
And that's
it.
Like,
actually describe to you how they actually made it.
Bro, hold up. You know what? Where are you at now? I lost you. I lost you.
I just went up to the it started back up at the top of the page. Finna get into the Maya.
They say the Maya built the largest pyramid in Mesoamerica. That's where you're at?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. No doubt. I'm gonna mute my mic. Go ahead.
All right. It says the Maya built the largest pyramid in Mesoamerica. All right, which we know, which rose in Yucatan.
The Mayan did not build in the pyramids.
This pyramid is located at Cholula, Mexico, in the Mexico highlands near Popocatépetl and Iztaccíhuatl, twin volcanic peaks. All right, now that's very key. All right, it says they built the largest pyramid in Mesoamerica, which is close to the volcanoes. However you say them volcanoes, that's that Mayan language. I don't want to mess it up, but basically the two twin volcanoes is where they speak of the Book of the Dead in Egypt. So what's really going on here? I don't know any twin pyramids in Africa. I mean twin volcanoes in Africa beside each other, but I do see, shout out to Corey May on that. He dropped that one, man. But it said standing 181 feet high, it said it was part of a complex that covered an area of at least 25 acres. It says the Aztec, whose empire was established in what is now Mexico in about 1100 AD, continued to build pyramids in Mesoamerican tradition begun by the Olmec. So at least 25 acres. I mean, come on, man. Let's be real, man. That's huge on the base. All right, it say in pre-contact North America around AD 1000, the Mississippian culture built a city called Cahokia today, near the confluence of the Mississippi and Illinois rivers. It said when this culture was at its height, more than 30,000 people lived in Cahokia. So the largest structure in the complex was Monk's Mound, standing 100 feet high. Although Monk's Mound was small in comparison to many South American and Mesoamerican pyramids, it was the largest structure in North America during prehistoric times. It says the builders of Cahokia also built 68 smaller mounds in their city. Southeastern people built earthen pyramids throughout the Southeast, including locations in what are now Florida, Georgia, and Alabama. All right. So even around the Gulf, it says the mound builders also built smaller constructions as far as north as what are now Minnesota and Michigan. Most of these mounds were used for burials. So there you have it, man.
Get with them sources.
Give y'all the sources on these, man.
Yeah, we need the sources on these because, like I said, you present this in front of a so-called. Like I said, listen, the debate thing is just to get people to understand. Like most of this whole everything that most of us is trying to do is to pretty much let black people know we was already here, man. That's all I'm here to do. I'm not here for none of the other goofy shit. I'm only here to show black people or people that's classified as African American that we was already here. Now, if Pan-Africans use the pyramids in Egypt as a template to show that they had the greatest modern civilization, no, we found zero over here. Listen, the gig is up. The gig been up. The gig been up for me for years. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, it has. The gig been up for me for years. Like that's why, like I don't even like real talk. Like I enjoy doing these videos, but sometimes this shit it hurts. It hurts to really build and do these videos, man. Because at the end of the day, these are all the lies that have been told to us. They telling you to look at the pyramids in Egypt, but then we got pyramids here that they telling you are older than them.
That's right. That's right.
And then you know, so if the pyramids here are older than them, because they trying to make it, they will make you believe that the Olmec civilization was the first civilization. No, the Olmec civilization don't predate the Peruvian civilization, and they're the same fucking people. Same people. You understand what I'm saying? Same people, same area. They try to make you think the Aztecs, the Toltecs, the Mayans, all these different people are different people. They existed all around the same time. So, you know, I just wanted to put that out there though. But yeah, man, you know, like I said, when it comes down to this pyramid stuff, this is real history because, like I said, the Pan-Africans is not talking about this. And it's not about just Pan-Africans. Them are the people who hijack history. So most people, they gravitate towards the African thing, but they don't know about none of this shit that we talk about. So I just found that to be very interesting. Like I said, shout out to the brother Jag, man. If you don't know about brother Jag, he's doing a wonderful documentary on Atlantis, man, and he did a lot of other work, man. So please subscribe to the brother channel, man. You know what I'm saying? So
appreciate that, man.
Hey man, that's what it, I mean, hey, like I said, look, man. It ain't it's a Tontinus one, but it's a Tontinus ones. So we all are Tontinus and we all play our part in this historical or rebuilding this history, man. So we at Q right now. So shit, we got done. So we had Quartines, you got Quicksilver, C Mercury, right? I'm not gonna go into the first one. Let me see something. Matter of fact, you know what? Let me go into this a little bit. Now, check this out. Listen to this, right? So these is called quinines, right? So pre-contact, South America and Andean culture, right? So it's saying quinines, if I'm pronouncing it right, is a medicine once widely used to cure malaria. A serious condition contracted from the pathogens that are carried from human to human by mosquitoes. The symptoms of the disease include chills, fever, and anemia, and enlargement of the spleen. And it often had fatal complications. The drug quinine comes from the bark of the tree that grows in the mountains of Peru. The Inca who established an empire in what is now Peru in about 1000 AD. It's saying, and the quincha before them called the tree quinea, or I can't pronounce that, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. But basically it means a native word that means barks of barks. Okay, it said the active ingredients in the I can't pronounce that. Sorry, is alkaloid. Okay, alkaloid. It's saying called something. I can't pronounce that. Let me just start. You could pronounce that caloricry. All right, it's saying which acts by inhibiting the growth of the malaria parasites and the infected person's red blood cell. Because as you know, when you get sickle makes your blood cells like a sickle. They're not round. Most of the blood cells are round. They're able to flow from joint to joint or from the area of your body to another area. But because the cells are sickle, what it does is it blocks the opening for where the blood is at. And it causes pressure within the joints. A lot of people be having pain in certain areas because they're not getting proper blood flow because of the cells are sickle. And one of the ways you cure sickle cell is by introducing chlorophyll to your diet. Chlorophyll is liquid oxygen. Basically the cells, if they sickle, are depleted of oxygen. So the chlorophyll or the green leafy vegetables or the phytochemicals that's in the green leafy vegetables absorb your red blood cells, absorb it and make them round again. So I just wanted to just put that out there. But why would the Peruvians have sickle cell?
Right.
Good question.
We can pull up the oldest mosquito that they found in amber that they found in the Dominican Republic. Say go back 15 million years ago. So the first sickle cell, the first let me get the word out. What was the name of that? Was malaria. The first malaria mosquito was found in the fucking Dominican Republic 15,000 years ago. 15,000 years ago. So what the fuck is these niggas talking about malaria over there in Africa?
Right.
All right. So let's keep it moving.
That part.
Let's keep it moving. Quinoa, we know what that is. That's a pretty much grain that's popularized now by a lot of people who eating like the vegan diets and a lot of plant-based diets. Quinoa. Okay, we know what that is, and we don't need to really go over that. Let's see. So let's try to get into the milk and nuts to all this shit, because it's a lot of shit that I've seen in here that we really need to go over. All right. So what do you see that you want to touch on? Because Q's is kind of whack.
Yeah, it's got a lot about the count, the coordinate stream, the key P's. That was that was calculated at pound per AG. That's like a record and a counting system. The Kipu, however you say it, and then you got the American Indian influence on Quonset huts. It said those are lightweight portable buildings that are easily and quickly constructed. But they got that at 1941. But they got it, we invented that up here or whatever. That was for like war and shit like that.
There ain't too much in the queue after that. It's a dunzo for that. Let's go into R.
Yeah.
Because that's about it. But
also in Reed rafts, got the Reed rafts. That's at 1000 AD. You know about the Reed rafts.
Inflatable rafts, my dude. Like, yo, you want to touch on that one, the inflatable raft, and we can go from there, because I see a lot of stuff coming.
Yeah, we can do that.
All right, so you get rafts. All right, no doubt.
So inflatable rafts, calculated 1000 AD, South American, and then in Southern cultures. All right. Inflatable rafts are generally used for recreational purposes today. It says, but they are also used as safety features for large seagoing vessels and for airplanes that may have to make an emergency landing over a body of water. It says the inflatable raft was also used by the ancient Inca along the lowlands of the western seaboard of South America. We know them to be established in 1000 AD. So it says Inca mariners invented these rafts to haul guano back to the mainland from islands off the coast that were inhabited by many birds. It says they used the guano for fertilizer. Okay, fertilizer stuff before Columbus, right? Even though the Spaniards did not describe how these sealskin rafts were constructed, several methods could have been used, including using the inflated skins beneath a platform in order to make the vessel more buoyant and able to carry a heavier load. Says Jack Weatherford in his book, Indian Givers, How the Indians of the Americas Transformed the World. Said writers of the rafts, although not usually accorded much importance as transport vehicles, the rafts of Indians often surpassed similar construction in other parts of the world. Said the Greeks were known to have used an inflatable goatskin raft to ferry soldiers across a river as described by Xenophon, calculated 428 to 354 BC. So see also flotation devices. So we got flotation devices, you know what I'm saying, before Christopher Columbus done, that's hard right there. I ain't gonna lie, that's hard.
It's crazy. And they said the Inca, so the Inca had mariners that was traveling.
Pretty much.
Mariners, right? Mariners. I mean, you look at the spelling of the word. You already know where I come at with my talking. But so you had Incas that was traveling on ships. Interesting. We're not told that. But mariner. Okay, let's continue. Let's keep it moving.
Word, there go the sources right there though. So that's A Daily Life in the Inca Empire by Michael A. Malpass, Westport, Connecticut, Greenwood Press in 1996. Then you got Victor Wolfgang von Hagen, The Royal Road of the Inca, London, Gordon and Cremonese, 1978. And it's another one right there too. So I'm pretty sure y'all can see that one, man. Did you want to touch on rivets?
You know what? It's a few things right here. I was looking at you know what? I'll go over rivets real quick, and I finish this page up, and you can just go to the next one. So I'll just go on. All right, so rivets, because AP not here, so we can. There's a lot of this small stuff we can just kind of just go from. You know what I'm saying? All right, so rivets. So this is 200 BC to 600 AD. North American, Southeast. Stand up, y'all. South American Andean cultures. Rivets are made of metal and shaped like bolts, but they have no thread. It's saying they are used as fasteners and are inserted into a hole bored through two pieces of metal, pounding the end of the rivet without the head flattener. It's saying it fixing the two pieces of metal together, according to Marcus Dermes. It's saying author of The History of Technology and Inventing Progressing Through the Ages. The ancient Peruvians used reventing and swolding to joint metal. To joint metal. So we was dealing with metal. I thought we was wilderness Indians living in teepees. I thought we was living in teepees, y'all. Why was we sporting metal? I thought primitive people can't sport no fucking metal. All right. All right, so it said the Incas who established an empire in what is now Peru is about 1000 AD, also developing the technology prior to the contact with Europeans. We invite. They want to try to make it seem like the Europeans brought something here, but the Europeans ain't even the Europeans.
Right.
They don't have no home. Understand that, okay? So that gives you a little bit, but look, it say in North America between 350 AD and 1000 AD, ancient American Indians in the southeast did riveting. They used copper rivets to repair copper plating. It's saying these ancient metal workers obtained the copper through the trade with the American Indians of the Southern Great Lake region, Ile Noire region. Okay, road sites. I'm gonna go on this one real quick. But before we go, we got raincoats, we got raised bed agriculture, religious freedom, research. So we have researchers here. You have researchers here too. Because I was under the assumption that a lot of these niggas be showing these Indians living in the wild. I mean, not living in the wilderness. But when they show you them Indians, they living in a damn lot. Like it ain't nothing around them. They ain't build shit. It's just you see the teepees and all that type of shit. And some primitive pots or some primitive way to cook. Look, man, the gig is up, y'all. The gig is up. You want to be a primitive Indian, or you want to keep claiming that culture. When we reading through this book here and telling you Indians are not supposed to be sporting metal. Period. They're not supposed to have no psychotherapy. They're not supposed to have none of this shit we just read. This sounds like people who had a government here already. But as you see, it just says see U.S. Constitution, American Indian. So we're going to get into that. All right, so reservoirs. What? You mean tell me Africans that came to America knew how to build reservoirs, but these niggas ain't got no fucking reservoirs over there now? All right?
Okay.
Road sites. Pre-contact, North American culture. North American Indians traveled along a system of trail that they deliberately cleared of consciously maintain the facility to facilitate travel and trade and to serve military purposes. See military tactics. Okay, so hold up. Let's listen. You TP Indians, man. I don't think you want to be on this channel. You know, I mean, you listen to the rest of the TP Indians who don't believe that the Israelites is in a place to be, who don't believe in none of this shit. Who don't believe in none of this shit. So you know, that's what I'm saying, man. You pick and choose, people pick and choose who they want to rock with. But the people who really do the work, man, you know, put some fucking respect on people's names, man. Cause we could be sitting here fucking doing anything, man. This is real good information. This is your history. This ain't, I'm not doing this because I like the fuck. I'm doing this because people need to know this stuff.
That's right.
Let me start from the top. Road sites. North American Indians traveled along a system of trails that they deliberately cleared and consciously maintained to facilitate travel and trade and serve military purposes. Runners who conveyed news from the village to village, runners who conveyed news from village to village. I mean, we had like a fucking newspaper or some type of, you know what I'm saying, from village
There's
to village.
the origin of the Olympics.
It's saying also use the trails. See also running. That's like 95. 95 was a fucking trail. And they just came here and paved over it and just act like it was already theirs. Okay. So all right, so it's running conveyed news from village to village. Also use the trail. Much Indian travel in North America, Northeast, was done by canoes, and the travelers laid out well-marked portage routes that connected rivers and lakes from the Hudson Bay to the Gulf of Mexico. There go your fucking Nile River right there, you dumb fucks. Look, although the North American Indian Trail was not developed to the extent of the Inca road system, they served the purpose for which they were intended and were adopted by European colonists, who relied on them for travel. So they took all your travel routes and put your ass in a damn lot. You know what I'm saying? They took all your travel routes and put your ass in a damn route, a lot, or reservation. Okay? On a reservation. The largest and most extensive networks of trails were located east of the Appalachian Mountains and between the Appalachian Mountains and the Rocky Mountains. The Iroquois Trail Network in Northeast, for example, ran from Canada as far as to the Carolinas, far south and west. It's saying the famous Santa Fe Trail, where they put the fuck laid the what's the name for the road for the railroad system, right? Yeah. So it said a route west that connected the cities of St. Louis, Missouri, and Santa Fe, Mexico, was built on original Indian trail that extended from the Mississippi River to parts of Mexico. I got another build I'm gonna do on that shit, y'all, in a minute.
So they built train tracks
Some
on
other
top of our
trails designed
trails
by American
and highways.
Indians were taken by the colonists, included the Iroquois Trail in the Mohawk Valley of upstate New York. Okay, now I'm quite sure, and that Iroquois Trail is long as fuck, yo. Because me and my peoples, we ain't walk half of it. We walk like almost a mile into that shit. Oh, nah, we can't walk. That shit go all the way up to Canada, right? So, upstate New York. The old Connecticut path that ran between what is now Albany, New York, and Boston. The warrior paths that later would be the Cumberland Gap and the Wilderness Road in Kentucky, an old salt trail of Susquehanna Trail, the Nashat Trace from Tennessee to Mississippi, and the Mohawk Trail of the Massachusetts, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna read a little bit more of this and we're gonna keep it moving. All right, so it's a postage routes, short trails that connect lakes and rivers or serve. Look, man, my God, yo. It says served as detours around white water and waterfalls were also numerous. The Mississippi River was used as a major north and south route for canoe travel. It said it ran east and west along the tributaries, including the Ohio River and Arkansas River and the Missouri River. An extensive river of portage routes connected what would become the Montreal and the Mackinac Straits in Upper Peninsula of what is now Michigan. A route called the Grand Portage Routes connected Lake Superior to what is now the Minnesota or the Manitoba. Look, so Minnesota was called Manitoba. That's the real name of Minnesota. It's called Manitoba. 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 Border. An offshoot of this route led to Mississippi. After contact, American Indians continued to make trails, especially during the French and Indian Wars. The Lenni Lenape, Delaware. I go through a Lenni Lenape trail every fucking day, y'all. It's saying name the Namacolin. No, I'm sorry, the Namacolin Help Plot and Clear Braddock Road for frontiermen. Thomas Cresap, I guess that's Cresap. CSAP. It's saying in 1750, the trail connected the Monongahela and the Potomac River. Cherokee trader Jesse Chris Home. Sorry, y'all, my bad. Where was I? Let me get. All right. I was right here. All right. Jesse Chris Home. I guess that's how you Chris Home. Established what would become a major trail for cattle drives from Texas to Kansas, Road Hedge and the Chris Home Trail in 1866. Now, what did they tell you? He say cattle. So who was the cattle? Who was the cowboys?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Who was the cowboys in that region? Did they always tell you the first cowboys was Negroes? You know what I'm saying? So, hold up. Okay, all right. Touch on this road system then right here. Because it's a whole nother one. We got a whole nother joint right here.
Yeah.
All right, so here got some of the sources. Let me give you a good one. All right, so this is Frederick E. Hoxie, the Encyclopedia of North American Indians, Boston. It's saying McFarland Company, 1996. All right, so you got a bunch of sources here. So we're gonna get into the railroad system, and your brother Jaguar will be presenting that.
All right. You got road systems calculated 1500 BC up to 1500 AD. So they saying it's a range between them that you can go by. Anybody that does that study. So roads serve as a way to travel easily from place to place. Unlike trails, they are planned and require great civil engineering efforts to complete. The most famous road system in Americas is that of the Inca, whose empire was established in 1000 AD, of course, in what is now Peru. It said parts of the Inca road network were constructed over a system of pre-existing trails left by other cultures. It says the advent of aerial photography and computer mapping systems has led archaeologists to the knowledge that the Inca built many more miles of roads than was previously believed. It says their road system, which was at least 140,000 miles long, exceeded that of the Roman Empire, both in length and construction. says the Roman road system was approximately 56,000 miles long. Okay. So we just, destroying everybody over here. Let's get it. The Maya of Mesoamerica, whose culture arose is what is now the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico in about 1500 BC, says developed an extensive road system that was paved in places. All right, so they started paving the road. It says the Aztec, who established an empire in what is now Mexico in about AD 1100, also used the Maya road system. It says further to the north, the Anasazi, who lived in Chaco Canyon, located in what is now New Mexico, also established an engineered road system that linked outlying settlements to the main community. Casa Bonita says people of the Hopewell, a mound building culture that arose in the river valleys of the North American Midwest, are believed to have constructed a 60-mile road linking two communities. Okay, a 60-mile road linking two communities. All right, it says the Inca road system consisted of two main arteries that ran north and south. One was located in the highlands and other along the Pacific coast. The latter road ran from what are now northern Ecuador to southern Chile. It says, in addition to the main roads, a number of smaller roads that branched from the main one connected villages. Okay. Although the Inca road system varied in width from 82 feet to very narrow ascents that were carved into solid rock and zigzagged up mountain slopes. Okay. Road builders used standardized construction methods, leading anthropologists to believe that engineers closely supervised its planning and construction, including the construction of bridges where the roadways cross water. Okay. Says a little bit more. Says the Inca built several types of bridges or
Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up, yo. Hold up. Hold the fuck up, man. Hold up.
Pre-contact.
So you telling me people from the wilderness build fucking bridges, man?
Over water.
Over water. Interesting. So these wasn't no fucking TP Indians then, man. So these wasn't, and that's what I'm saying. Listen, man, hit that like button, man, at the minimum, man. Because like I said, man, we've been doing this bill right here for over a year and a half. And we started at A and we are at fucking R right now. Now, we could have probably finished it up a lot faster, but everybody got their own individual time and doing their own individual builds. This is something that really has to take focus. Like, for us to do this bill, we have to really be clear-minded and be willing to read, because it's a lot of reading involved in this or whatever. So hopefully you guys appreciate this more than these fag-ass niggas who be making these 10-minute videos exposing other Aborigines or whatever. And that's all they got. That's all they got to offer you, is for you to tell you not to, don't fuck with this Aborigine because he doing this. But, look, man, you don't want to fuck with a Hanu the God. It's no problem. This is what we doing here, though. And this is what we've been doing from the time since one channel been established, brother. So, like I said, definitely, man, definitely, like I said, brother Jaguar Olmec, great brother. Me and him build all the time. Brother do great information. Always put me onto something, him and AP or whatever, and we build with each other. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, definitely shout out to these brothers as well for bringing the encyclopedia. When they first brought this encyclopedia to my attention or whatever, I had it for a minute, but I wasn't going to do it without these brothers, because these brothers was the brothers who brought it to my light. And I said, yo, we going to do it. Like, I just said, you know what, fuck these niggas, I'm just going to do it on my own or whatever. That shit would have been super corny. You know what I'm saying? It would have been super corny, and it would have been disrespectful to these brothers who did this research to bring this information to me. So with that being said, you want to finish it up, because it's a few other things I see in it that's real informative for the people. I'll mute my mic till we get to the next one.
Word. Let's get it, man. So once again, the Inca built several types of bridges. Okay, it says Quechua, the Inca language, depending on the type of terrain. It says some of these bridges were cantilevered, supported by beams anchored at one end. All right. It says others included pontoon bridges, suspension bridges, and bridges with corbelled arches. It says see also arch or corbelled. It says they use ferry boats to cross very wide rivers. For the high mountain.
Hey, real quick. I'm sorry. Real quick. Let's keep that as a source. The Coral Arches.
Yeah.
And see what other we could actually look that up and see like what other civilizations have similar arches to them. Which I already know we're gonna find though, but I mute my mic, man. Sorry for keep interrupting you, but a lot of this stuff, man, we can't like because this shit will pass over people's heads, man. You know,
yeah, you're right.
Definitely. So I'm sorry about that. So I'll mute my mic. What?
Yeah. It said, yeah, they use ferry boats to cross very wide rivers. It says for the high mountainous areas with deep ravines, the Inca built suspension bridges, one of which was 200 feet long. All right.
Hold up. Hold. So that means that the Inca had ferry boats too?
That's right.
Come, man, yo, I'm done, y'all. I'm done with this shit, man. Look, after this one, I'm done, y'all. I'm finished, y'all. After he finished this shit, we done, man. Like, come on, man. Like, I mean, goddamn. So you telling me the Inca had ferry boats? What the fuck? And you niggas been telling us we've been living in wilderness. We've been fucking. Oh my god. I'm mute my mic. Go ahead, brother.
I mean, you gotta think, man. Like that's why I say, man. You know, we try to make it fun, but it's really disrespectful for people who don't have a clue to try to talk down on us as if, you know, trying to say that we, you know, basically trying to copy everybody else and basically we came later. But anytime we bring this book up, it's always, oh, well, how you took a DNA test. And man, we already done debunked that. They 60 Minutes been debunked that, man.
They want to take you away from this culture here. They don't want you to have no part. They want you to be in that civilized uncivilized West Africa and sub-Saharan Africa with them. And even though, yeah, you find cities over there that they claim that was old. None of this shit you find over there got nothing on this encyclopedia right here, because this will be the holders of all of the science that you know, from hospitals, irrigation systems, pyramids, etc. Most of the technology advancements are all set up around all of the stuff that we read in this damn encyclopedia. Everything you see today, yeah, you might have cars that you know what I'm saying, that don't run off of gas, or cars is electric and et cetera. But at the end of the day, this is our science that all of this shit is thriving off of. So with that being said, I mute my mic. Keep moving, Jack.
That's right, man. It says when necessary, Inca engineers carved tunnels through hills. It says they lined some of these.
Hold up, man. Hold up. So primitive TP Indians had the mind state to say, you know what, we want to build. Let's build the fucking tunnel through this mountain.
Yeah.
What? Tunnels? Oh man, bro. Like, I'm just saying, like, I mean, come on, man. Like, come on, man. We done dropped the mic on every damn bill we done did today.
Every topic, yo. I mean, it's like if you really got the eye to see all of this, man, just take away the images they gave you and use your third eye and really just see this, man. Just to know, okay, well, why are you just so talented? Or why are you just so easily able to find certain things when you were in certain areas? Why are you so divine to know that, okay, man, I need to eat some greens because my stomach, like, we've been here, man. All that matters, man. Come on, man. These people building tunnels on hills. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. It says they lined some of these tunnels with stone and also built elevated causeways over marshes and shallow streams.
Stop. Oh my God, man. We done been lied. Well, shit. well, all right, I'll raise my hand too. I've been lied to too. Fuck it. But goddamn, like, come on, y'all. Like, come on, bro. Come on, y'all. Come on. Ain't like, I mean, come on now. Who giving this shit up like this, man? Like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody, like I said, everybody got their niche when it comes to this history. But who giving this shit up like this, man? You know, if you cut A1 off, right? So you cut A1 off and you go over there with the niggas who make the 10-minute videos, right? And niggas who just talk and say, oh, you just a stutter and you hooked on phonics and all that, right? So you go over there with the niggas who make the 10-minute videos trying to expose other motherfuckers in the Aboriginal community of what? I don't fucking know. But just making up allegations and shit so you people won't fuck with. You can unsubscribe from A1 channel, bro, but this is what you get. This is what we've been doing from the time of my channel been existing. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, it just builds on, builds on. I met these brothers, which these brothers helped me. Like, you know, they helped me see some other stuff. I probably helped them see some other stuff. And we all work together. You know what I'm saying? Nobody is banging on their chest like, oh, we do that. But the research is the research. If you see somebody out here putting this research out there, just give them a shout out. It's nothing like I'm a man. I'm a man. I can admit when I'm wrong. I can apologize to individuals. I have no problem with saying I'm sorry or I apologize. You know what I'm saying? If I offended anyone or anything, I'm a fucking man. And as a man, one thing I stand on is that if I got something from a brother, you always hear me shouting out a Seer the Duke of Tears, because a Seer the Duke of Tears enlightened me to a point to where I'm not trying to have the disrespect of the brother, however you feel about him. Because I would not be here teaching this shit here now. You understand what I'm saying? I would not be teaching it. We would not be going through this whole encyclopedia. You wouldn't be hearing about motherfucking so-called Indians who had tunnels through hills, man.
That's right.
Keep it moving, because it's more right there.
It say one such causeway extended for 8 miles, man. 8 miles. You know what I'm saying? You don't even, I mean, come on.
But why would we been traveling 8 miles out?
Over streams.
Oh my God, bro. It's still shaking my head, man. Hey, look, if you in the chat room and you happen to be here, you one of the 150 people, 154 people who happen to be here, with deception to maybe some of the brothers and sisters who probably know about this, you know, definitely give yourself a pat on the back. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, man, if you listen to other individuals, you wouldn't even be here right now, because you would be like, oh man, A1 reading again. I don't want to hear that hooked on phonics shit. So you wouldn't even be here if you let people deter you from reaching out, because this is your history, man. The ultimate goal as us as human beings is to find our purpose and find ourselves. But you can't find yourself because you don't even know your history. What they say, a man without no history is like a tree with no roots. You have your roots is a damn slave picking cotton. That's it. That's where it started and that's where it finished.
And some people be fine with that. Like, boy, like really live that. Like, yeah, that's my life. Like,
you dealing with the infinite people here, aka if you want to call them the Elohim, you want to call them the Anu, the Anunnaki, because that story about the people being created to farm and farm copper and all this was the European. That was them. They was created by who was the black gods. What form went off? The Anunnaki came back to this plane. He would have took on whatever. He would have took on the Aboriginal man. When we all know the Aboriginal man was black, so what does that tell you? So you know, when you dealing like what do I forgot the Bible verse. It say ye all gods, but you'll die like men. You understand what I'm saying? Because the spirit of God or the spirit of the Most High, the spirit of the Elohim reside within you.
That's right.
And you are the manifestation of that creation, which is like more say arm, leg, arm, head. That I use this shit. You don't have to use it. Don't use it. I use it. I use all of this stuff. The manifestation of whatever the spiritual God into the so-called 666 pack that have an arm, 2 legs, an arm, and a head, which will be you, no matter what you want to call yourself. But you are more than just an American Indian. And this shit right here is telling you that. So with that being said, let's keep on moving, man.
All right, it says the Inca constructed causeways of packed earth and covered it with stone slabs. Sometimes they paved them with a cement compound. All right. Says when the roads cross the desert areas, see how they look how they try to throw that one in there right there. Like when the roads cross the desert areas, Inca engineers sank parallel lines of posts into the ground to mark the path of the road. All right, so why they don't show us roads and deserts today?
Oh, but they calling these niggas engineers, man.
Okay, then.
Like, yo, I'm like real. I mean, look, this shit y'all people might think I'm being a little over, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm overdoing. But listen, you should feel great at this point in time where we at with this history, man. You should feel great. You should feel great. You should know who you is. What does it always say? Know thyself. Know thyself. Don't look at the Indians of the wilderness. Don't look at the Indians of the wilderness. You understand what I'm saying? Don't look at them people that's out there on the reservation. Yes, some of them might be your ancestors, but you are who you are. We are the holders of the fucking science, man. Whether you want to call it Aborigine science, you want to call it Moorish science, you want to call it ancient science, whatever the fuck you want to call it, it's that right there.
That's right.
Because these niggas talking about they building slabs and yo, I'm like real talk. Like, it's over with. Pan-Africans, don't come back here no more. The gig is up, man. You only gonna make yourself sound foolish, and you only gonna come here to get lessons from us.
That's right.
Where my brother Chief Holiday at? Chief, tell these niggas they only going to come here to get lessons from us. You understand what I'm saying? That's it. At the end of the day, we teach. Ain't nobody teach. Like, go keep on going, man. Let's try to. I got about another
Yeah, I got about 10 minutes myself. I gotta get my little girl, but I can always after that.
We go. You know what? We could probably do another take to this because the ours is going. I think I seen something about railroad systems too.
Yeah, of course.
That's what I want to get. You know what I'm saying? So all right. So keep it moving, man. Let's keep it moving, and so we can get through this right here.
All right. It says all right, it says when necessary. Oh yeah, I read that. When necessary, Inca engineers carved tunnels through hills. They lined some of these tunnels with stone and also built elevated causeways over marshes and shallow streams. One such causeway extended for 8 miles. The Inca constructed causeways of packed earth and covered it with stone slabs. Sometimes they paved them with a cement compound. It says when the road crossed desert areas, Inca engineers sank parallel lines of posts into the ground to mark the path of the road. It said if a road ran through populated areas, they built stone walls on each side of it. In irrigated areas or places near water, they planted shade trees and constructed small aqueducts to water them. It says in many places they built curves at the sides of the roads, and others the road was bordered with short walls to keep out drifting sand. It says, whenever possible, Inca engineers constructed straight roads at times, grading them to achieve this result. So they did all that in the desert. It says the most common method they used for constructing the road on relatively flat surfaces was to pack earth and then surface it with gravel and cement. It says every 4.5 miles apart, they place distant markers. So, markers every 4.5 miles. It says the Inca used their roads to link the far reaches of their empire to transport goods and to facilitate communication. So they did not have wheeled vehicles since there were no suitable animals to pull them. So instead, the Inca used llamas as pack animals to carry tribute to the capital city of Cusco or to warehouses built throughout the empire. So warehouses are built throughout the empire. We're gonna get to that to the W. It says the primary purpose of the Inca roads, however, was to provide a way for runners who carried messages. It says, see also running. It said the runners. Hold on, did I go back? Oh, did we already read that? Yeah, that's
Nah, you ain't read runners. I'm gonna touch on runners briefly, and we gonna stop here since you got 10 minutes. But you know what though? Shit. I'm excited about finishing this shit up within the next shit tonight. If we could come back tonight and go back over it. I'm definitely going to do it tonight. After I get back from the gym, we could come back and rock this shit on out to the midnight or whatever. But like I said, man, at the end of the day, man, sometimes this shit, man, is real emotional, man. It's real emotional learning about this history. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's not easy for me to do videos all the time, man, because this shit is kind of like, it's kind of picking away at my soul in some points, man, because it's like, yo, man, you told you came from nothing. Told you came from nothing.
Sure.
He told you came from nothing. You had nothing. You are nothing. You was a slave. You was a worker. But then after all this historical research we've been doing, you find out that you the American gods, and all the stories that they tell you about people are basically about you.
Right.
So you definitely got something to feel happy about, man. At the end of the day, you know, like I said, a lot of this work, man, this shit really picks at your soul, man. It really does, man, because like I said, our history, man, you know our history, man. You know, you was a slave, you was getting lashes and shit, just to find out that shit ain't even right and exact.
Right.
So, you know, definitely shout out to my brother Jaguar, Omek, and AP. AP got dropped out. But like I said, tonight, hopefully he'll be able to really get into the thick of it. I'm gonna read a little bit of runners, and then after this, we on to S, and then after that, we should be looking at the finish line. So I'm gonna start off. So runner, pre-contact, North American, Mesoamerican, South American culture. Indigenous people throughout America relied on sophisticated systems of specially trained runners to send messages. Now that sounds like the pony men to me, right? Now look, to send messages to other tribes and receive news. These runners also move goods along the trade routes. Along the trade route and road systems that crisscross the Americas. They talk about these highways and byways. These carriers who sometimes ran in relay. It's saying ran in relay. What? So listen, all of this shit, the Olympics and okay. It's saying the carriers who sometimes ran in relay were able to cover great distance in incredibly short time. Hernan Cortez reported that not more than 24 hours passed after he landed in, I can't pronounce that, in the spring of 1519 before the carriers had taken the news to the Aztec rulers, Montezuma, who was 260 miles away. He was 260 miles away and knew what was going on, right? All right, so let's finish this up with this. All right. So in the northeastern part of North America, the Iroquois had a system of runners in place along the 240-mile Iroquois Trail. It's saying see the road sites that 240 miles. 240 miles. What the fuck?
Word.
All right, so Iroquois Trail. It said that ran from near Albany to Buffalo. These Iroquois runners, so they was runners who's the best runners? who carry messages and warm palm belts. So they have belts too between the tribes who among the reasons the Iroquois were able to assume the leadership role of forming the Iroquois Confederacy. All right, it's a C United States Constitution, American influence on it. An early Quaker colonial observer of the time, James Elam, it said reported that one of the Iroquois chiefs, corn planters, runner named Sharpson were able to run 90 miles a day. What? These niggas is fucking Superman. 90 miles? That's more than a marathon, bro. Look, marathons are like 26 miles and bigger. So you telling me nigga was running, I'm not saying one individual, but if you ran a third of that, that's a fucking marathon. If you ran 1/3 of that, 1/3 of that would be 30 miles. So if you ran a third of that, that would be a fucking marathon, more than a marathon. They talking about a day. Several cultural groups live in the Midwest also have running traditions. These included the Kickapoo, the Sac, the Sauk, and the Minorme. I guess I pronounced that right. The Creek of the Southeast had runners also. Did the Kansa and Omaha and Osage of the Plains, according to anthropologist Truman Mickelson, saying the Masquaka, I guess that's how you pronounce it, runners who were part of a religious society lived in the celebrate lifestyle, plagues to always tell the truth, and ate meals restricted to turtle, drove, and quill. It's saying in 1860, the Masquaka runners covered 400 miles in order to warn the Sac Indians that the enemy was going to attack. Okay. Runners from, I can't pronounce that tribe, Central California tribe also ate special diets and trained daily. It's saying they retired at the age of 40. The tribe took care of their needs. That's the time when most athletes retire, around that age, the age of 40 years old. It's saying tribes took care of their needs after their retirement because of their services they have given. The Chimhovi of California had a similar running guild. So a guild would be like a apprenticeship group. Like you had the writers, like right now you got the writers guild, you had the stone guild, you had all that. That would be like a union or some sort. That's what the guilds were. Okay. But there you have it, man. Like I said, at the end of the day, man, every time we pull this information out, you're gonna learn more and more and more, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of information, man, to this, man. It's definitely a lot of information. Definitely. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this build on American Indian Encyclopedia, 15,000 years of inventions and innovations. Yeah, man, shout out to everybody in the chat room, man. Let me see something real quick. I want to
shout out to the chat
right here, right? All right, so it's a North American settlers adapted the relay method of carrying messages in the form of mail across the continent. It's saying started shortly after the Civil War ended. This system using horses and riders were called the Pony Express. The Pony Express took 10 days to carry mail from St. Louis to San Francisco. 1,800 miles away in a 60-mile stretch. Although some historians credit the ideal behind the Pony Express as being a 13th century Chinese invention, it is more likely that the system was inspired by the American Indian relay runners. See, that's what I'm saying. They want to give all of this shit to people who wasn't even here, and the people that's here, they want to make it a mystery. Nah, it was invented by us here in a relay system. That's where you get the relay races from. So we know them had to be niggas doing that. All right. I got some sources for you guys. Michael Malpass, A Day in the Life of the Inca Empire, Westport, Connecticut, Greenwood Press, 1996. All right. So with that being said, when we come back, we're gonna bring to you I don't know if it's gonna be the conclusion. I don't know if it's going to be the conclusion because we are on S now. So I don't know if how deep S is, but there's some additional like maps and they have like the names of the towns, original names of a lot of these cities and states or whatever. So we're gonna get into all that, man. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this bill. And like I say, man, stay sucker free, man. Stay away from a lot of these sucker ass niggas, man, who not provide no information, who just give you 10 minutes of fucking nothing. 10 minutes of being a fucking plain Indian, or 10 minutes of being a wilderness Indian. That's all they give you. So with that being said, put some motherfucking respect on my name. My name is Ahanu L, aka A1 or aka Thompson's one. I was joined by the brother Jaguar Olmec. I don't know if Jag left out because he said he had to go pick his seat up. Yeah, Jag probably left out. But brother Jaguar Olmec as well. So with that being said, man, it's another bill, another heavyweight joint by your brother. And shout out to everybody in the chat room. And the link is in the description if you like to go to T-shirt Spring, cop yourself something, or if you like to donate something to Culture Freedom. So with that being said, I'm outie like 5G. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Shout out to all the American Aborigines, North, South, and Central. So with that being said, peace.
Shout out to the chat. That was a fire build. Are you there, Chief? Tusco?
Good evening. My name is Kristen Collins, and I'm a curator in the Department of Manuscripts. And before I begin by introducing tonight's lecturer, I just want to draw your attention to an upcoming lecture titled, "And in the End Was Commentary, How the Gospels and the Mishnah Happen Side by Side." This is going to occur Wednesday, October 19th at 7 p.m. in this auditorium. So on behalf of the museum, I would like to welcome you to the Getty and this evening's lecture by Professor Bart Ehrman, who is speaking in conjunction with the exhibition, "In the Beginning Was the Word, Medieval Gospel Illumination." Bart Ehrman is a professor in the Department of Religious Studies at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. He began his education at the Moody Bible Institute in Chicago and went on to complete his undergraduate work at Wheaton College in Illinois. He received his master's in divinity and a PhD in New Testament studies from the Princeton Theological Seminary. His research is in the fields of New Testament and early Christianity. He has published widely on the historical Jesus, early Christian Apocrypha, and the manuscript tradition of the New Testament. Professor Ehrman's work is well known beyond the scholarly community. Of the 24 books that he has written or edited, 4 have been on the New York Times bestseller list. Many of you are no doubt familiar with the books Jesus Interrupted, God's Problem, Misquoting Jesus, and Forged. He has also published on the recently discovered Gospel of Judas. His current book projects include Forgery and Counterforgery in the Early Christian Tradition and How Jesus Became God, From Jewish Preacher to the Lord of All. Professor Ehrman has received numerous awards and grants, including the 2009 J.W. Pope Spirit of Inquiry Teaching Award, the 1993 UNC Undergraduate Student Teaching Award, and the 1994 Philip and Ruth Hedelman Prize for Artistic and Scholarly Achievement. Professor Ehrman's work on the contradictions presented by the Bible and the tendency of the reader to compress the 4 Gospels into a single cohesive narrative had particular resonance for the current exhibition on medieval gospel illumination. We are delighted that he has agreed to apply his knowledge of New Testament scholarship to the visual arts in his talk this evening. Please join me in welcoming Professor Bart Ehrman, whose lecture tonight is titled Legends, Fictions, and the Manuscripts That Illustrate Christ's Story.
Well, thank you very much for that generous introduction. I'd like to stress before I start that even though I'll be talking about illuminated manuscripts, it's obvious from what Kristen said that I'm not an art historian. I'm a scholar of the New Testament and early Christianity. The other thing to say is that I teach in a different part of the universe from the one we are in now. My world is the heart of the Bible Belt. My students at the University of North Carolina tend to be conservative evangelicals who, as a rule, think that if you don't believe in the Bible, you can't be a Christian. And if you're not a Christian, you will roast in hell, which means the Bible is very important for these people. The thing about my students is that most of them believe in the Bible more than they know about it. In fact, they know very little about the Bible, as it turns out. This comes as a constant surprise to me every year, but it is nonetheless true and becomes clear to me when I teach my introduction to the New Testament class every spring. This class is a large class. Sometimes it's 300 students, sometimes 360 students. And I begin the class by giving them, on the first day of class, before I've taught them a single thing, I give them a pop quiz. I give them this pop quiz because I'm interested in knowing what do they know about the New Testament, and I'm interested in them knowing what do they know about the New Testament. It's not a hard quiz. There are 11 questions on it, and I tell my students that if anyone in the class gets 8 of these right, I'll buy you dinner at the Armadillo Grill.